If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
For outdoorsmen, campers, and hikers, what unknown, paranormal, or supernatural experience have you had in the deep wilderness or forest that you never want to face again?
I was hunting with my dad about 10 years ago on BLM public land off of Highway 38 about 30 miles east of Elkton, Oregon. We were in the Valley of Two Mountains hunting for grouse along a stream and scouting for the upcoming deer season. It was early afternoon, and it got quiet. Really quiet. We heard from the top of the mountain a scream so ferocious we stopped and froze. We decided immediately to turn and leave. We have never been back. It was not a bear or a mountain lion. I have heard those before. This was bone-chilling. Every fiber of my being said flight, not fight. I and my friend Jacob rented a cabin in the northern Maine woods for a fishing trip last summer. The last night we were there, I woke up around 4 a.m. to the sound of a light outside clicking on and off. I sat up and looked around the cabin living room, but I didn't see Jacob. I figured I'd go check what it was while I was awake, so I got up and walked to the door where the porch light to the outside was clicked off. I turned the light on and saw him outside, probably 40 feet away down the road from the cabin past our trucks, with his back turned against me. I called out to him, and he didn't respond. I called out again and walked out onto the porch towards him. I started walking down the steps, and when I did this, he bolted into the woods at full sprint. I walked into the driveway to see where he went when, from behind me, Jacob stepped onto the porch from the cabin, asking what I was doing outside. Not sure how to explain what I saw. It is a little disturbing to think about. At least I got a good story out of it. I am sharing this to see if any of you can relate to my experience. This happened 3 years ago. I got a voice message from my BF, and he described the following situation. He was driving back home after work, at 9 p.m., I guess. We live in a suburban area, so most of the road is surrounded by forest. He saw some white thingy peeking out of the trees. He thought that it was his poor eyesight and tiredness playing tricks. The next thing he sees is that a humanoid white creature is running on all of its 4 limbs after the car. He could see it in the mirror, and he could hear the gallop. He was new at driving and didn't go fast at that moment, so the humanoid got pretty close. Surely my BF went faster, and the thing got lost. After a few days, he claimed that he had seen the humanoid again, but he was uncertain about it. As for some details, the humanoid's hands were very long, and they helped it to gain great speed. It is pretty hard to say whether it has any facial features. We are both skeptics, but after that case, I don't know what to believe, and this story doesn't leave my mind. What to think? I was about 19 years old and 90 days sober. My sponsor suggested that I go with him to this sober retreat up in Prescott for the weekend. Being new to sobriety and having nothing to do, I decided to go. I went with a few friends I made in rehab, my sponsor, and his friend. The retreat was somewhere to the south of Prescott at this Christian cottage camp. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact name of the place, but I do remember that there were small cabins and a huge cross in one part of the area. As you go a bit further south, the road winds up the mountain. The next day my sponsor wanted to drive up the mountain, so we went with a few other people from the retreat we met. We followed the dirt road for a while until we drove into a closed-off area that used to be a mine, turned around, and followed another dirt road up until we hit another closed-off mining entrance. We kept driving until we pretty much got to the top, where it flattened out, and it was a dirt road that was driving along a barbed wire fence. Juniper trees sparsely spaced out, barely any pine trees, full moon. It took us almost 2 hours to get to that point. It was getting late. We decided to turn back since it took 2 hours to get there and will take 1.5 hours to return. My sponsor turned the Jeep around, and we started to make our way back. Now a typical juniper tree is kind of like a huge bush in a way, and they are somewhere between 6 and 7 feet tall. As we were pulling up to this tree, a huge black face peeked over. You can see the hair and the black eyes shining from the headlights. Then it ducked down. Without saying a word, I turned to my sponsor, and he turned to me, and I said, "I saw that shit." To this day I can still see whatever it was. I live in the White Mountains on the edge of the Mogollon Rim and the Res. I hear a weird howling sometimes at night. Lots of forest creatures make weird noises, like owls, elk, foxes, and cougars. This isn't any of those. It's a very loud howling that I can't identify. It sounds so surreal and unusual. There are lots of stories of strange creatures in these woods. I am not saying it is or isn't one of those. But there is definitely something out there making strange noises. Someone help me. It was after work on my normal walk home, which is a long road with only a few streetlights until the last quarter of the walk, where it's pitch black. I was at the end of the walk when I heard the tiniest rustling in the trees beside me. I looked over, and something about 8 or 9 feet tall was just standing there looking at me. I don't get scared by much, but this stopped me completely, and I felt my entire body chilling. Its head was weirdly shaped, kind of like a deer's head, and it made zero noises. I honestly booked it out of there. About 30 minutes after I was home and getting ready to eat dinner, I looked out the window at my backyard that was pitch black except for the faint light from my kitchen, and I saw the same ducking figure standing by my fence. I turned on the floodlights, and there was nothing out there. Almost an hour has passed, and I keep hearing noises by my kitchen window and screen door. It's like something is leaning on them and making them creak. I'm not going to sleep tonight, nor would I know how to. I tried talking to my friends, and one drove by the trees and said nothing was there, and another said I'm being haunted, but I know she's just yanking my chain because she never takes anything seriously. Another thing about the area where I first saw something is that on the other side of the road is a massive fence in a forest with about 20 or so deer living inside. The area is fenced off because of old mine shafts under the land, so they can't build on it, and occasionally a deer will fall into one and start screeching for help and die. I feel like the whole forest is a death trap sometimes. I have no idea what's been going on, and if anyone can help me, please give me answers or solutions because I don't know if I can deal with this for more than one night. I work the same hours tomorrow and will have to walk the same path. Please help me. What did I see? This happened in 2006 in the Santa Barbara area. Some friends and I had driven up there to go camping. One night around midnight I was walking to the bathrooms, and I saw what I thought was an old man sitting at a picnic table. When I got within 20 feet or so, I realized it didn't look like any person I'd ever seen. It was naked and crouched on the bench part. I don't know how tall it was, but it had white skin and was very skinny. It looked at me and opened its mouth, and I could see that it has pointy teeth. I freaked out and ran back to my campsite as fast as possible. I woke my female friend and had her walk me to the other bathrooms. I remember telling her the thing looked like Gollum, but it didn't have any hair, and its eyes were smaller and dark. None of us went out alone at night after that. Since then I've been trying to find some explanation for what I saw. I'm a pretty logical, rational person, but this thing just didn't seem human. I really don't know what to think about this. I live deep in the woods between Williams and Flagstaff out by Whitehorse Lake. Every day I see deer, elk, coyotes, etc. I can recognize their sounds and am familiar with many forest critters. A few months ago I was driving Perkinsville Road, which goes from Williams to Jerome. It was about 8 a.m., and I was maybe 25 miles south of Williams, driving through a heavy juniper forest. About 150 yards in front of me, something started coming out of the brush and into the road. It was tall, seemed to be hairy and bipedal. As it saw me speeding towards it, the thing dashed back into the woods. Must have been at least 6 feet tall. I slowed down to see where it was and surveyed the trees. Nothing. Now maybe it was an elk or something that I just viewed at a weird angle. I'm not sure. I tend to explain away things that might appear unnatural or paranormal. My first thought was that it was some hairy hermit of the woods who didn't want to be seen. I still believe that. I shared this information with some friends who hold cryptid beliefs, and they suggested it might have been the Mogolone monster. Whatever it was, I still am not 100% sure of what I saw. Thinking back on it still gives me a shiver. Despite spending most of my time in remote areas, I can't recall ever experiencing such an encounter. If it was indeed the Mogolone monster, he is believed to be lingering south of Williams, somewhere on the rim where the pavement ends and the dirt road begins. Between there and the Verde River. I grew up in the woods of rural Maine, in an old farmhouse that constantly had odd experiences. There were so many odd experiences that it became impossible to keep track of them. Eventually, we accepted these occurrences and became accustomed to seeing people walk past windows, hearing footsteps up and down the stairwell, and even hearing someone walk around or open doors on the floor above when no one was there. It was also common to think a sibling was calling for us. I remember my mom or dad would come looking for me, thinking I was yelling their name. My brother would see me walking into the woods, but I was actually just hanging out near the house. A lot of stuff like that. You would experience quick flashes, hearing something for 2 to 3 seconds or seeing a person out of the corner of your eye before you had enough time to pay attention. You always felt like someone was watching you, and you were never alone. The White Man in the Rubble. To be brief, it all started 2 months ago. I was hanging out and being stupid with my friend and his neighbor, doing typical teenage boy stuff. That's when my friend mentions the hospital. I won't name the location for others' safety, sorry. Anyways, this place used to be a convent, and after that, it was a small hospital. When it was left to rot, so many people did drugs, satanic rituals, and everything in between, so the property owners decided to demolish it. Mostly. My friend, his neighbor, and I decided to hike through the woods and explore. When we got there we explored, and I was digging up stuff like bathroom tiles and chairs and stuff like that out of the rubble. We got bored and wandered off a little and found a metal barrel in the middle of a path. We walked up to it and took a look at it, and we realized someone had written in red paint, "Do not open." This was a little weird, but we didn't think anything of it. Now what I didn't tell you guys is that there's a gang that hangs around there, but I had no idea at the time. We started rolling the barrel back and forth, and we heard a sloshing sound accompanied by a thud coming from inside it. As you can imagine, the sounds coming from inside the barrel made us freak out, and we ran all the way to his house. We heard whistling coming from the hospital as we were racing through the woods. Once we were safely at his house, he told me that 2 brothers had died back there, and their graves are somewhere in the woods. I forgot about the whole experience until 2 days ago, when we went back. It was just my friend and me, and it was getting dark, so we had to hurry. We saw a shed in the woods with the light on, which was creepy since it could have been light censored. We checked on the barrel, but it was gone, so we didn't think much of it. Once it started getting dark, that's when we heard it, the whistling, but this time it was coming from inside the rubble. We panicked and started running, but in our frantic state, we went the wrong way and had to return all the way back. I was exhausted since I had a backpack with a shit ton of stuff in it, and I was carrying my skateboard. After running over a mountain of rubble and through small sections of the building, we decided to walk near the end of the site. My friend was like 15 feet in front of me and 5 feet to my right. I heard the loudest exhale I have ever heard, and I yelled to run. As we were running, my friend turned around, and so did I, and about 30 feet away we saw a completely white man around 9 feet tall running side to side while staring at us. We run as fast as we can out of there and hear footsteps in the woods next to us. Once we got out, we went straight to the local 24/7 gas station to collect ourselves. We came to the conclusion that there was no way that thing was human. Here is my personal story. When I was in my teens, I was driving home to the reservation. It was dark and near midnight. I had to remain vigilant along the roadside due to the frequent roaming of cows. While I was looking at the side of the road, I saw an animal standing in the bushes. When I focused on its face, I realized it was a coyote, but it had no eyes, and its mouth was gaping open. I was stunned by what I had just seen and realized that it was best to get home as soon as possible. A few miles down the road, I saw it again, but it was closer. I cursed out loud, "Shit." As I sped up, I turned my eyes to the road to not look at it. On the third occasion, it was positioned directly on the road along the white lines. If I were to drive past it, it would have been able to touch my truck. I went to the other side of the road and kept driving. I managed to get home and ran into my house. I was worried it might have followed me, but thankfully I never experienced anything else after the third. This is the reason I steer clear of driving in the reservation area after dark. I have a potential spooky encounter that was most likely innocent, but I'll let you decide. A few weeks ago my partner and I were hiking the Santanoni Range, Panther, Santanoni, and Couch Sacraga peaks. We hiked in on a Friday evening and set up our camp before reaching Santanoni, intending to hike all 3 peaks on Saturday and then return to our car. If you know this area, the forest is thick and swampy. You must be at least 150 paces off the trail and away from water if you plan to camp in scattered locations. A flashlight-wielding individual was moving silently outside our tent at around 2:40 in the morning. There were no words, no grunting, no obvious stumbling, and no sticks breaking. If you walk through a very dense forest at night, you know that's tough to do, lol. Now this person could have been attempting to do the trail in the moonlight or decided to hike out in the middle of the night, but as I mentioned, we were at least 150 feet from the trail. I assume if you were lost or needed medical attention, you would be moving with less grace, if that makes sense. I don't know what it was, but both my partner and I stayed silent. We had a very eerie feeling, silently looking at each other, acknowledging how odd the situation was. They ended up being in the area, meaning we could see their flashlight until 3:20 a.m., so almost 40 minutes of wandering around this same area. Again, this was not a designated camping site and was off the trail a ways. I keep wondering, and feeling slightly guilty, if we should have gone out to see if they needed help or what was going on, but something in my gut said not to approach. The next day on our hike, we asked almost everyone we passed if they had stayed in the forest and mentioned our story, but no one we encountered was walking around in the middle of the night. At the end of the day, we were fine and got all 3 peaks under our belt, and it was an overall lovely experience that won't keep me from camping in the future. Just possibly creepy? Cryptids. I rarely shared here, but I need some advice. I'm a high schooler who lives in Appalachia, so I'm used to the occasional scary story. I had never experienced anything until the beginning of this year. Every morning when I go outside to catch the bus, I'd hear something in the woods. Originally I thought it was just a bird, or maybe the neighbor's dog had gotten out, so I went about my day. It continued like this for a few weeks until the crunching sounds from the woods got louder and the woods would grow silent. This stuck with me, so I backed up a bit to be closer to the light of my house. When I did that, the sound seemed to go farther away. Another week passed without any unusual sounds, but after that, the crunching of sticks and grass that I usually heard returned, accompanied by the silence of the normally loud woods. However, this time, something made a sound that resembled an almost human hey. I ran into my house, of course, and didn't come out until the bus was there. It continues like this almost every day, and I don't really know what to do. I would just wait inside, but the bus driver sometimes skips the stop if I'm not in view. Sometimes it feels like I'm being stalked by whatever is in my woods. I think I had an encounter with a skinwalker. When I was about 12 and my sister was 8, I'm 18 now, we went camping with our parents and close family friends up in Northern California. One night, the sun was just setting, and my sister and I begged our parents to let us climb a short hiking path to the top of a foresty hill. It was not visible from our camping site but close enough that our parents said yes. The trail was steep and surrounded by huge trees. About halfway up the trail, I remember getting the worst feeling I've felt in my life. It felt like something was following me, and my blood ran cold. I've never wanted to leave somewhere faster, but since I promised my sister we would go to the top, I didn't say anything. As we climbed the hill, the feeling got so bad that I felt sick to my stomach. It was like something was right behind me. Right then, my sister slowly turned to me and said something along the lines of "We need to get out of here" out of the blue. I had not said a word to her about how I was feeling, and her saying that scared the shit out of me. We ran back down that trail and into our campsite so fast and thankfully escaped whatever was in those woods. We both talked about it after and felt the exact same horrible fear but didn't want to ruin the walk for each other. Still to this day, we can't forget that. Now, I am wondering what that experience was. I have suspected maybe a mountain lion, but the overwhelming sensation I felt of danger doesn't add up to that. I love reading about cryptids, and I'm thinking, maybe it was a skinwalker. If anyone has answers or has felt something similar, I would love to know. I have a haunting story from my childhood in the forest. I don't remember this story fully. But one day I was having this conversation with my mom, who randomly brought up I was able to see spirits as a kid and asked me, "Do you remember the man you saw in the window?" I didn't, but when I told her that, she went on. "Yes, when we lived in city, your nearest neighbor was 10 minutes down, besides 2 houses that lived behind and across the street from you. You hated the forest and never went outside far away from the house." And went on. "One day your brother and sister and father went to your brother's baseball game, and we stayed home. Well, I was in the kitchen, and you were left alone in the living room, and you started crying after some time, and I calmed you down, and you said, 'Mommy, there's a man in the window.' I never saw anything. I was stunned because I got this fleeting view of a tall white man. He had blondish hair and blue eyes, with his hands peering over the window. I drove you to your brother's game, and when we got home, your dad searched everywhere but found nothing. My brother also told me that I was a very weird baby because I would either be happy or angry and quiet on some days, with no in between, until I got older. He told me about me seeing that man in the bathroom window too. The bathroom was on the 2nd floor. My wife and I bought a used RV a few months ago, and for our first trip, we drove up to the Mogollon Rim to camp. We went pretty deep on a Forest Service road to find a spot with nobody around because the other side of the rim was so busy. We found a perfect little spot off the main road in a deeply wooded area. Before it got dark, we went for a walk. About 10 minutes from our camp, hidden back in the trees, we found this weird shack. It was clearly handmade out of logs, branches, and scrap metal. We were curious and looked inside. The inside was what freaked us out. There was a sleeping bag in the corner, and against one wall, stacked perfectly, were dozens and dozens of soup cans. Campbell's, Dinty Moore, stuff like that. I picked one up and checked the expiration date. It wasn't expired. None of them were. Someone was actively living here, or at least using it as their pantry. We both got a really bad feeling, like we were trespassing in someone's home. We decided to just move. It felt wrong to stay so close to a person who was obviously hiding out. So we packed up the RV and drove about 2 miles further down the road to a different spot. Later that night, maybe around 9 or 10, We heard this noise coming from the direction where the shack was. It was almost like someone was banging a drum or hitting the ground with a rock really hard, coming from the direction of our first campsite. It sounded deep, and my first thought was a plane in the sky or something down in Payson. But then we heard it again. This time it was different. It was higher pitched, but it was mixed with laughter. A wild, giggling shriek. I can't even describe it properly. It sounded like someone banging a drum while laughing hysterically from the distance. I scrambled outside to pack everything up. We threw everything inside and just got the hell out of there. We drove all the way back down the mountain to Phoenix that night. I was solo camping at a remote lake in the Cascades that hardly anyone knew about at the time. I had the lake all to myself and decided not to put my tent up, as it was such a beautiful day and night. So I slept under the stars on just my air mattress. Well, at about 4 in the morning, just before it would start to get light out, I heard something big coming through the bushes near me. I could hear the footsteps crunching the dry leaves, and all I had was my fish gutting knife on me for protection. After about 5 minutes, I noticed the noise wasn't moving. As in whatever was walking, it wasn't going anywhere. At this point, there was a little bit of light, so I decided to go and investigate. Turns out it was a squirrel eating and then dropping pine cones from his tree. Even the smallest noises sound loud and scary when it's that quiet. I literally was preparing to fight a black bear or cougar with a cheap Walmart special knife. I've had a couple weird things happen. In November 2013, my stepdad and I were hunting up in the Allagash. We had hunted the year prior and were revisiting some roads we had explored the year before. One of the roads had a new section of woods cut, and a new road built off of it. We parked at the head of the road and decided to just walk down to check it out. While walking down the road, we started to hear this weird banging sound in the woods. It was almost rhythmic at times. It was coming from the left side of the road. We kept walking and ignored it for a bit. About 5 minutes in, I stop in the middle of the road because there are 2 holes in the road that have multiple dead partridges in them. Not torn apart or anything. The knocking/banging continued, so I walked to the left side of the road and into the tree line, which I should mention was very thick forest. The banging stopped as soon as I got beyond the tree line. I thought I could hear something moving away from me, but I turned around so fast that I am not 100% certain. My stepdad and I went back to the truck and never returned to that spot again. I was in some woods, it found me, whatever it is. Today I was walking in the woods with a friend. We have been there around 10 times before. It's always felt off. We see people for the first couple of minutes, but after we are far enough away from civilization, we rarely see anyone. It's around a 50-minute walk from the center of the town. Before, we have heard noises, cracking of branches, and we have thought we have seen things. It's extremely unnerving. Nonetheless, we went again today. Today there was no one as we entered. We walked on. We took a shortcut and arrived quicker than usual. We then proceeded into the horror. Previously we had seen unsettling objects here. They were still here. The hanging bag. Tesco, I believe. The handmade swing swayed eerily on its own. Usually there was a wooden cross made up of sticks, somehow perfectly placed. It was gone. Nonetheless, we proceeded. There was also a rusted spade, but we had seen this one before. This, unlike last time, was overturned. We heard a child's voice. This was terrifying and sparked panic as we were far from other people. We then saw a child standing by the carrier bag. It screamed. We ran. It was dressed in all white. No parent in sight. I have no idea what it was. We managed to get back. But I knew I would kick myself for not going back to investigate. So I did. My friend was not far behind. But I could not see the child. I saw a wheelchair with 666 inscribed on it. This had been about a minute ahead of where we usually stop, and where we had seen the child minutes prior. Suddenly I saw a face behind me. I must have passed out afterwards. My friend said he called me multiple times. I had not heard him. Only when I awoke did I scarper for the exit. He was not far, and we both fled. Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest sighting. A couple of months ago, my brother and I were cruising around SLC when we decided to head up the mountain toward Solitude. We drove the winding road until we got about 15 to 20 miles into the trip, about 2 minutes from Solitude, and I pulled over to have a cigarette. It was around 2 a.m., so it was almost pitch dark out, except for the lights from Solitude. About halfway through my smoke, a moth flew in the window, and my brother was trying to kill it. I looked over to watch the show, and through his window, I saw 2 dull red lights, about the size and distance apart from each other as human eyes, in the bushes not 5 feet away from my brother, slowly swaying back and forth. I hesitate to say they were lit up, because they didn't look like lights, they were so dull and dead. I didn't know what I was looking at, and I didn't say anything to my brother, I was just focusing on the motion. It was so hypnotic. A third red spot appeared between the two, forming a triangle, still swaying, and then disappeared, leaving just the two again. At that moment, I was hit hard with the intense feeling that if I didn't get away from there that instant, I was going to die. An extreme, visceral fear of whatever was in that bush. I told my brother I saw something outside, but I couldn't find the words to describe it or how scared I was. Hauling down the mountain, all I could feel was something looking at me, not like I was being chased or followed, but like whatever was in the bush was sitting in the seat directly behind me, staring holes into the back of my head. The feeling persisted all the way down and even back in the suburbs where we live. I've been in some sticky situations before, but I've never feared for my life like I did that night. I'll remember the feeling forever. I was wondering if anyone in this community might have an idea as to what it was that I saw. I've done some searching, but I can't find anything on myths or cryptids in that area aside from a golden turkey deity, but that's a couple miles north of where we were. Any info or guesses would be appreciated. Thanks. I want to know what I saw. Alright, for context, this incident happened about 2.5 years ago, and it still creeps me out to this day. Alright, so I'm with one of my friends, and we are riding our bikes at night. I think it was Halloween, I can't remember, but my friend and I saw a figure that was about 13 feet tall. Mind you, we were by some trees, like so near my house, there's like a forest area, not a big one, but enough to cover a decent amount of stuff, so we were in this dirt road area, and we looked in there, and we saw a giant 13-foot figure. The figure was approximately 4 to 5 feet wide and had very dark black eyes that were clearly visible from our vantage point on our bikes as we looked at it. Its eyes were so dark, it was weird. It appeared as though there was a faint yellow glow. My friend and I quickly ran away. I mean, for reference, this thing was about 100 feet away, give or take 20 feet, so it was pretty close. My friend and I ran to a street light up the road and looked back. As we continue to ride, I glance back and notice that the object appears to be slowly moving towards us. We pedal as fast as we can, and when I look back, the streetlight is gone. I mean, it disappeared completely, and I haven't seen it since, but I'm paranoid that it might still be out there. I hope y'all can find out what it might be. Feel free to ask questions in the comments, I'll try and help. Also, sorry for the bad language and stuff, I'm using speak to text. A few years ago, two friends, Dusty and Aaron, plus Aaron's dog, and I were camping in a remote area of the Northwest, Maine. We were staying at a campsite where we didn't see anyone so much as drive through all day, and certainly no one else was spending the night there except us. The campsite had a single vault toilet that was enclosed, the same style you find at pretty much all national parks. After dinner it was dark, and we were hanging out drinking beer. It was a fad we were into at the time, and no other substances were involved, and Dusty goes off to the toilet, which is 40 yards away, within earshot definitely and visible too if there had been light. Aaron and I are still at the site BSing, and the dog is chewing at a toy. It's not particularly windy, but it's pretty cold, near freezing. Dusty has been gone quite a while, but we don't think much of it. Aaron takes his dog and goes to bed in their tent. I stay up waiting for Dusty. He comes back after probably 30 minutes, and he is shaking and wide-eyed. He says, "I already know the answer, but you guys weren't just trying to scare me, were you?" I say I don't know what he means, and he explains he was having some difficulties dropping the kids off at the pool when he heard scratching at the door. He assumed it was the dog or one of us messing with him, so he ignored it at first. He carried on, and the scratching had stopped. Then from every side of the toilet's walls, banging started. It was loud and hit from floor level up to the 8-foot-high walls. It literally scared the shit out of him. The banging stopped after several seconds, and he stayed inside, in the dark, just waiting. Too terrified to come out or even make a sound. Eventually he opened the door and ran back to our site. Aaron had overheard us talking. Neither he nor the dog had gotten to sleep yet. As a crew, we went back and looked all around for tracks, footprints, scratch marks, and limbs that could have rubbed the walls, but there was nothing. We stayed there that night, but we asked Dusty if he wanted to move somewhere else. I used to not believe in stuff like this, but now I don't know. I live by a pretty big state park, and sometimes people go camping there. Over the summer a woman knocked on my door and asked if I'd seen her dog. She had lost it when she went camping with it, and she gave me a flyer with a picture of the dog and her phone number. The dog was small or medium-sized. So I've been hearing barking from what sounds like a small dog, but when I check outside, there's nothing. This has been going on for several months. I sometimes wonder if something like a skinwalker got that woman's dog and now it's using its voice to try and lure me. It sounds crazy, but I've been thinking more and more about this, and it seems fitting. The time frame matches up, and now my dogs have started barking at night. They bark in the direction of the woods, and when I look, there's nothing. I'm so scared I don't even walk my dogs at night anymore. What I've been seeing for a number of years. Around 2002. My family and I were hiking around the Flag Rock Recreation Area in Norfolk, Virginia, and I ran ahead with my uncle, and we saw something like you described walking in the path ahead, and he thought it was a mountain lion or something like that. He did shoot at it, shot 3 times, and swore he hit it, but upon investigating, there were no marks on the rock face, no blood on the ground, but there were marks that looked like someone had been walking there with a walking stick. After that, we turned around and headed back to his house. The second defiant time I saw it, I was 15 and in Marion, Indiana, around mid-December 2013. I was getting ready to go to a midnight movie release, and I saw this pale yellow thing crawling behind my car as I was going to start it, so I went to the other side of my car, and I saw it right in front of me. It screamed and stood up on 2 legs and ran. Its head went from balloon-like to the shape of a dog's, and it kept screaming as it ran. My instinct was to kick the duck out of it when I first saw it because I was scared, and I did kick it, and it went flying about 10 feet, but it felt like I'd kicked a ball. It was around 3 feet tall and literally disappeared behind a trash can 40 feet away from me. Lately around Battle Creek, Michigan, I've seen it, and it seems to be becoming less fearful because it was approaching while I was out around 1 a.m. on the porch, but it was still hiding behind the passenger side of my car. I looked backwards to reach for the door of the house and let our Doberman out, and when I turned back, it was gone, but the dog refused to come outside. In context, we recently started hearing coyotes, so I've been checking the yard before letting the dogs out to be safe. This thing has a distinct energy that I've felt every time I've seen it. And it only seems to come out at night or when the area is very secluded or remote. And I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah. Any ideas? A whisper from the forest. I work in an amazing place with individuals who need extra social support. We have a large property, some of which is forest. There is a creek that provides a therapeutic environment for guests. Just to set the scene, this place has always been positive and a place of kindness. So today, as I was waiting to be picked up after my day, my ride was late, so everyone had gone home. I was standing in front of the forest opening, where there is a creek and gazebo. Suddenly I hear a very eager whisper saying my name. I quickly turned around, as that is my natural response, but soon realized the whisper came from within the forest. It was a whisper that sounded female but definitely wanted my help or attention. I looked around and soon saw a small section of the forest had a white mist. It did not rain today, and the rest of the forest was not foggy. It didn't feel threatening but definitely needed me to see it. As I began to focus intently on the object, waiting to see if it would take shape or exhibit any movement, my ride arrived. I can't find anything about this creature on the internet. Any suggestions? Was it a spirit or an angel? Or any logical explanations? Thanks. Monongahela National Forest. October 10th to 11th, I was on a backpacking excursion with one other person. We were in the Seneca Creek/Spruce Knob backcountry in WV. What was supposed to be a 3-day/2-night, 16-mile outing turned into a day and a half, 20-mile mistake, thanks to terrible weather, and, admittedly, some poor decision-making on our part. That Sunday we ended up hiking 18 miles to get back to the trailhead. The last 5 miles were in torrential rain in the dark, on the Huckleberry Trail, for those who are familiar. About 3 miles before we reached the trailhead, I started to hear loud branches cracking to my left. I was leading, if that matters. It was easy to blame it on the weather, but the further we walked, the louder and closer it seemed to get. It was almost as though I could hear heavy footsteps, but again, the wind and rain were torrential, so who knows? I kept quickly turning towards the trees with my headlamp illuminating the thick spruce trees, hoping I'd see something, but I never caught sight of anything. About half a mile from the trailhead, I suddenly realized that I no longer had the feeling of being watched, and the noises I had been hearing had ceased. If anything, the weather had gotten worse, so at that point I was feeling even more like it wasn't weather related. If I had to guess, the feeling of being followed went on for a little over 2 miles. For context, I am an avid hiker and have been for years. 99.9% of the time I hike alone. This was the first time in years of hiking that I ever felt like I was being watched or followed while hiking. I am a female, if that matters. The next day, after I was home and had time to process how terrible the whole trip had been, it hit me that what I felt was that we were being escorted out of the woods. Given the terrible weather, We hadn't passed anyone for miles, not another soul seemed to be out there, and all the campsites we passed were vacant. I never felt like we were in danger per se, but my feeling was that something wanted to make sure we left the backcountry. Again, to clarify, I never actually saw or smelled anything. It was all noises and feelings, and I never felt like we were in any kind of danger. I just felt uneasy. I did not mention this to my hiking partner mostly because I had made an offhand joke about Bigfoot hours earlier, and she became very serious in denigrating those who think Bigfoot is real. I knew there wouldn't be any support there. I made the joke when she said she heard bongo drums out of nowhere. I didn't hear that sound, although a few times I did hear what I thought were wood knocks. One final thing to note is I had an experience about 30-ish miles north of here in Davis, West Virginia, back in 2013. I was driving with someone around 1 a.m. on our way to a cabin. As we rounded a curve, I swear I saw a Bigfoot on the side of the road, headed up the embankment into the woods. He stopped briefly when illuminated by my headlights. I remember thinking he looked so startled. I also remember immediately thinking, wow, he's a lot shaggier than I thought he would be. His hair/fur was a deep auburn color. My friend happened to be looking down at her phone, but I screamed and slammed on my brakes. I remember actually shaking and being unable to verbalize to her what I had seen. I couldn't believe what I thought I saw. That encounter lasted no more than 3 seconds. These are the only 2 instances of a potential encounter that I have had in my life. I am wondering if anyone has had any similar experiences in the Seneca Creek/Spruce Knob area or anywhere in the Monongahela National Forest. Or if you think it's possible, this could have actually been a Bigfoot making sure we left the woods. Thanks for listening. Story, the day I will never forget, creepy. It was just your average day for me playing in the woods at the back of the cul-de-sac. My friends headed back into my house with me for some lunch when I realized I'd left something back on a log in the woods. Little did 10-year-old me realize that I would see something I'd never forget. I saw my object I lost on the log I left it on and picked it up, turning back to head to my house when suddenly I heard laughter. I turned around to see a figure go behind a tree about the width of your average belt. I investigated and went behind the tree when suddenly I was greeted by the feeling of something cold touching my shoulder, laughter, and bells. I turned around, and seeing nothing there, I ran for my life. Since that day, people have reported seeing a shadowy presence under the lights of the cul-de-sac. They'll see the figure of a girl, now named the Shadow Kid, before the lights flicker off, and there's nothing under there when they turn back on. Thoughts? This happened 5 or so years ago when I was about 15. I was a part of a camp that took place in the deep woods in the Northeast, and while there were many strange things that happened there, I brushed them off. The cabins themselves were pretty far into the woods and a good 10-minute walk from the main camp. Thankfully, the staff and counselors had us go everywhere in groups of 3 whenever we had to leave their supervision. A lot of the girls in my cabin had to take night meds, which meant at about 9:30, 3 of us had to walk to the health cabin, which was about 20 minutes away, every night. Most of the time I was in the group of 3, as one of the girls with meds was my best friend. There were a few nights where, as we were walking on the trail to the health cabin, we would hear our names being called from the forest, or we would hear some whistling, or just very human-like noises. Fortunately, we never ventured off the trail to investigate. Every year each cabin would go on an overnight, which meant we would hike decently far up the mountain to actually camp in tents and all that. Each cabin consisted of about 8 people, including the 2 counselors supervising us, and each cabin would go on their overnight at different times, meaning we were the only cabin in those woods at the time. While the weird noises and name-calling on the main camp freaked me out a bit, nothing scared me as much as this one overnight. We had several tents that could have 2 of us each in them, which I shared with the aforementioned best friend. Being the dumb we were, we decided to put our tent a bit farther away from everyone else so the counselors wouldn't hear us talking after we were supposed to be asleep. Fast forward to nighttime, and we're having a great time, playing truth or dare, gossiping, etc. We decided to go to sleep around 1 or so in the morning. Everything was normal until I felt my friend vigorously shaking me awake. I start to ask what's wrong as she quickly shushes me to be quiet. "Do you hear that?" she whispered to me, visibly distraught. Reluctant and sleep-deprived, I make somewhat of an effort to listen to whatever she was hearing. When I say my heart dropped and I have never been washed over with such a feeling of confusion and horror, I mean it. I heard my name being said. Not just by anyone, but by my mom. My mother, who was currently a 23-hour drive from where I was, now sounded as if she were 20 feet away from my tent at 4 in the morning. As I asked my friend what she was hearing, she told me she had heard the same thing. I wish that she hadn't given me confirmation on the next to impossible thing I was trying to convince myself I was imagining. It went on for another 5 minutes with both of us sitting there like deer in headlights. Eerie silence filled the air as the name-calling stopped. Heavy breathing quickly filled the silence, but this time it didn't sound human. It was like the sound of a bull breathing and was now about 5 feet from the tent. We sat there, shivering with our blankets pulled over our heads as our only defense. The sound of breathing moving around the outside of our tent made the next 20 minutes feel like hours. As quickly as the silence left, it then returned again. We lifted the blanket off our heads, believing that whatever creature we had been hearing had left. Then suddenly, the most ear-shattering, distress scream could be heard from what sounded like a mile away. The scream was almost human-sounding, as if a person were being ended. These screams went on for about an hour, until the sun started to rise. At this point, with the safety of the sun's light, we decided to fall back asleep. No one else had heard these things, and to this day I haven't been able to come up with a rational explanation. Is anyone here able to give me an idea of what it possibly might have been? I don't know what's going on. I've lived in the Wiregrass area my entire life, so I'm familiar with some of the cryptids in Alabama. Although I live within city limits, the area behind my house and neighborhood is extremely forested, so much so that deer often hang around back there, as I've seen many of their tracks. A few years ago, my brother and I were in our backyard, which has direct access to the forest. The rear right side of our fence line was filled with thick bushes and small trees. In the center of our yard is a large workshop/garage, and to the right of that is a tree with a rope swing that our dad set up, which is where we usually spent our time. It was early autumn when this event happened. As we were sitting around and goofing off, all the birds and other little critters suddenly went silent. At the time, I didn't know that this usually means a big predator is nearby. We didn't notice the silence at first, but then we heard the sound of branches breaking, which made us turn toward the noise. I could barely make out a big white body moving in the brush, which scared the hell out of me because I didn't know what it was. I got my brother's attention, and we saw that it had drawn closer. Both of us were terrified, so we slowly made our way back to the porch. Whatever it was stopped moving and just watched us. Once we got inside, we refused to go back out, but we didn't explain why to our parents. I wouldn't be sharing about this if not for what happened an hour ago. I was sleeping in my bed when I was woken up by the neighbor's dogs. They're all pretty big and usually don't bark during the night, but this time, all three were barking at once. One of them sounded like it was yelping in pain, while it was clear the other two were fighting something. I didn't want to go out on the back porch because I was too scared, plus it was 3 a.m., but mostly because I'm a chicken, so I opened the window in my room and tried to look outside. I could only hear what was happening, but whatever it was big. I could hear it wrestling with the dogs, but eventually, the sound stopped, and I heard it running away. I've gone through a list of what it could have been, but I've ruled out a coyote, bear, jaguar, or snake. Does anyone know anything about this stuff or any similar experiences? My story. I had a paranormal experience around 2 years ago. So my girlfriend and I just finished a nice night at my parents' house with dinner, a movie, and some snacks. So around 1 p.m. we went home. We decided to go for a drive, which is something we often do to discuss our day and other topics. There was a good atmosphere in the car, we were telling jokes, and my girl was gossiping about her girlfriends like she always does. So we were driving on a road close to a forest. It's our regular trip, and there is nothing creepy about it. We were driving along the road, chatting and enjoying each other's company. Suddenly I feel like there is someone in the back of the car. My girlfriend is still talking, but then she suddenly goes quiet. I feel my hair on my arm stiffening, my hair on my neck rises too. There is so much silence in the car, and no one is saying anything. It feels like I can't speak a word. Suddenly I feel a brush on my shoulder, like someone was just brushing some small hair away. I flip my head around to see nothing. I tell my girl, "Did you feel that too?" And she said, "Yeah, WTF was that?" I felt like I was being watched, like, when an animal is being hunted, there is something in their mind telling them to run. I felt that too. After that we talked about it. My GF doesn't really like to talk about it, and she doesn't believe in anything paranormal. After that we drove the same road again at night, and nothing happened. Can anyone help with an odd sighting I saw a few years ago? Okay, so 5 years ago I was at my cousin's house for Thanksgiving, and let me preface this by saying they live on a very big hill/very small mountain in South Carolina. My cousin and I were walking down the hill into the woods. It was close enough to the house for us to see it, and it was about 2 p.m. roughly because that's our normal time for Thanksgiving gatherings. So we were walking down the mountain, and we stopped to do something. I do not remember what we were looking at, but it was completely silent, and then suddenly I heard a very, very loud gust of wind and extremely loud stomping, like louder than a 500-pound man running through the forest. So I turned and saw, about 80-ish feet away, a glimpse of a white/beige butter-colored furred thing on all fours. It sprints extremely loudly parallel to us and goes between some trees, and then it's dead silent again. The fur was long, like a long-haired dog's fur. It's hard to describe truthfully, but you can look up sheepdog for a good example. Nevertheless, I become frightened, and my cousin and I hurriedly ascend the mountain to the house. I inquire whether he saw it as well, and he confirms that he did, but he did not exhibit much reaction or appear to be bothered in the slightest. Part of me suspects he thinks I'm making it up and he is just playing along. Their family commonly makes up or exaggerates stories. Later, about an hour after our initial visit, we return to that spot, but my recollection is unclear because I can't distinguish between my real memories and the false ones that my brain may have created and added. But where we were standing earlier in the story, there was what appeared to be a print in a bare spot of the ground. The leaves were moved. I don't fully remember what it looked like, but I remember thinking it was similar to a bear claw but different. I think the print had 6 toes instead of 5, along with a thumb-like feature. It was quite round too, I think, like a paw. Take that all with a grain of salt, though, the print memory is fuzzy. What could this object be? My initial thought is a polar bear with some disability, but they don't live here. Then I thought it could be an albino bear, but my cousin's bear watch, and they would have seen it again, plus it was dirty beige/white, not pure albino white. Plus, the sound randomly starting and stopping is ducking weird. I'm at a loss. I think something tried to lure me and my sister. I'm not the most versed in skinwalker lore, but I know the general idea of them. I have enough of a grasp to assume this is the right community to share on. I'm currently on vacation with my sister and parents up in the Colorado Rockies. Today we went on a hike through the northern 10-mile Creek Trail. It's a beautiful location, but once we got 2 miles out into the forest, the energy just felt weird. I constantly felt like something was watching from the tree line. My parents have been avid hikers their whole life, and they weren't weirded out. I just kept going and tried to ignore the feeling. At around 2.5 miles in, my sister and I decided to tap out and wait for them to finish the trail. My sister and I didn't realize it would take too long, as we thought there was only about a half mile left. The trail actually continued for another mile. We expected them to be back in around 30 minutes when it would have been more like an hour. After 45 minutes we get nervous that maybe one of them slipped and fell. We decided to go up the trail a bit more to see if we could see them. We stopped for a quick break, and I kept thinking I heard their voices from farther down the trail. All I could pick up was their general vocal registers, no actual words. I kept saying to my sister that I thought I heard them every few moments, to which she just kept changing the subject. I did have that thought that, hey, there's definitely a shot there's something out there mimicking their voices. I'm a very paranoid person, so I just forced myself to stop thinking about it. My sister said we should go back to the trailhead and wait for them. It was starting to get a little dark, and neither of us is physically or mentally capable of staying out in the mountains all night alone. As we went back down the trail, we barely talked and avoided looking back. I felt like I needed to run. Our parents were thankfully fine and met us down at the trailhead a little over an hour later. My sister and I didn't talk about it till after dinner, when she brought up the skinwalker possibility first. There's a very good chance we were just paranoid, but the thought definitely lingers. Anyone else have a similar experience? Or am I crazy? Saw something I don't think was a person in the woods. So I've never shared anything here before. I'm looking for opinions or any similar stories. I wouldn't say I didn't believe in angels or ghosts or whatever, but I definitely didn't think they appeared to people, especially me. I consider myself a stoner, which might explain my experience, but it felt real. Usually, I am much higher than I was during this incident, and I have never had a similar experience before or after using marijuana. I went on a casual walk in the woods a few months ago on a secluded trail that I've walked a million times before. I smoked just enough to give me a buzz, and I'm a daily stoner, I know my doses, and all went normal. About a half mile into my walk, I was walking a 4-mile loop. I started feeling a very particular dread, and it was right before a small brook that you must cross to continue on the trail. I really, and I mean really, did not want to cross this bridge, and I had no clue why. Of course, since I am who I am, I thought to myself, quit being a chicken, you're on a nature walk, you'll get over it. But I didn't. After a few minutes of hesitation, I decided to just keep walking the loop. The farther I went, the more dread I felt. I saw many bear and moose tracks on the trail as I went, both footprints and droppings, so they were freshish. Note that I'm in Alaska, and these both are potentially very dangerous if you are unarmed, and my first thought was, oh shit, this is why I'm feeling like this, my subconscious knows more than I do. But at this point I was more than halfway, so why would I turn around? I turned on some music for two reasons. First, to calm myself down, and second, to alert animals of my presence, as most bear attacks occur when a human startles them from sleep. I remember that the song was Free Falling by Tom Petty, not that that matters. Here is where it happened. About a minute and a half through the song, I turn around. It's been a few months, so I don't remember why I turned, but when I did, I saw a woman walking behind me. I just got a glance, but she looked young, of normal height, and wearing seemingly casual clothes. I didn't want to be rude by blaring loud music while this woman walks or be rude by staring. So I quickly turned off the music and kept to myself. A few seconds after turning it off, I stopped and turned around to see if she was going to pass me, considering she was able to catch up to me so quickly and without me noticing, but she wasn't there. I felt odd, not as much dread, but it was still there. So I started walking back to see if she turned around because I'm already tweaked about this gut feeling, and now I just saw a disappearing woman. I kept going back, and the more I turned and kept backtracking, the more I would feel better, and the odd and dread feelings would go away. I kept looking for footprints but saw none but mine and the animals in the mud. But I felt better just backtracking, and I started feeling normal again. Just very confused about this lady. I never saw her again, and when I returned to the dirt parking lot at the trailhead, there weren't any cars or tire tracks besides my own.
So either A, I saw something paranormal, B, this woman appeared in the middle of the woods, where nobody lives, and then left.
C, something I'm not thinking of. So I'm wondering if this was paranormal. Did she save me? Was something bad about to happen? And was I being warned by either myself or a higher power, but I was too stupid to get the message, so they literally had to show themselves to distract me from the trail? That is what I've been wondering for a few months now. What do you think? Does anyone have similar experiences? And another thought I have. If you think this was paranormal, was it a ghost, an angel, or something else? Weird encounter in a forest. Can someone give me an explanation? When I was 7 years old, my father decided to take my cousins, sisters, and me to a forest. It was like 2 blocks away from my grandpa's house. We went there to collect nuts and fruits, because that forest has a great variety of plants. I also remember it being almost winter, so there were a lot of dry leaves on the floor, but for some reason, all along the forest, there were a ton of piles of leaves. They looked like burrows, but they gave me an eerie aura. Either way, here comes the interesting part. At 6 p.m., the woods started to turn blue, indicating that night wasn't too far. My father decided to leave, but at that moment his facial expression changed. He quickly ordered the older cousins to help the younger cousins to hide. Then, my dad took my hand to hide me up on a tree. At that moment, I was filled with fear. Too many questions crossed my head, but I was too scared to even ask. My dad then said something that creeped the shit out of me. Don't even dare to make a noise, and close your eyes, and don't open them until I tell you so. And then, he ran to hide somewhere else. Not only was I on the verge of puking, but I found myself secluded in a tree, oblivious to my surroundings, my eyes securely closed, and only the sound of crunching leaves could be heard. What really intrigues me is what I remember next. I still don't wrap my head around how, but somehow I was with my family in my house, and it was already dark outside. I simply cannot recall how I got there. It was like teleportation. To give you an idea, between the forest and my old house, there is a distance of like an hour by foot. And the weirdest thing of all? My cousin, who was 10 then, was also in my house telling my mom and other adults what happened in the woods, but I don't recall her being there. We were super close, so I should have remembered talking to her or playing silly games, but I don't. What is really weird is that even when I was 7, this was really odd to me. Maybe the fear erased my memory, but before the strange situation, when we were collecting nuts, I don't remember her being there. What really creeps me out is remembering extreme details, like the clothes I was wearing and the feeling of my eyelids trembling. Weird moment at night in a forest in Japan. This year I went to Japan to do the Ohanro pilgrimage. 1,200 kilometers on foot. I did it solo and with a tent. I camp along the way in the Japanese countryside. Sometimes by the sea, the river, the forest, or the mountain. Usually at night you have noises, like animal noises. Scratching and roaming around. Especially in forestry areas. But one night out of my 60+ nights outside, I didn't feel at ease. I camped in the middle of a forest, high up on a mountain. I didn't meet anyone on the way up, and no one passed me by while I was setting up camp. I was alone. I woke up in the middle of the night, like at 2 a.m., like usual. I always wake up several times per night when I sleep in a tent. But this time it was weird because it was so silent. Like eerily silent. Even in my house in the French countryside, it's not that silent. I could hear my heart and a faint high-pitched noise in my ear, like I was inside a vacuum. And it was so dark, like I couldn't see my hands without a light. I guess that's normal, but at the time it didn't help. I didn't want to use my earphones because I like to hear what's outside, so I waited to fall back asleep. For, 30 minutes, it was dead silent, not even wind. No animals. Nothing. That's the only time I got scared during this 3-month trip. It was really weird. I don't know if you guys have experienced something similar. Let me know. I live in a relatively new cabin tucked away in the woods, and while I cannot say this house is haunted, I am convinced there's someone who pops up from time to time, be it the original owner / the guy who built this place or someone else. They've only shown up twice, once being 2 nights ago. There is always a feeling of someone standing in the room. There is no malice, but perhaps they are just curious. Didn't set off my dogs, which has me questioning my sanity, but and was only around for a moment. The first time, I was asleep in bed when I woke up to the feeling of something inches in front of my face. I told the entity to back up, and I felt, more than saw, this mass retreating toward the wall. My partner was asleep next to me and didn't notice a thing. I softly said to a very dark room, "I'm not playing games tonight. Please leave." That feeling of someone standing there went away, so I went back to bed. That was sometime last year. A couple nights ago, the same feeling. I was about to go upstairs to bed. Dogs didn't care, both were asleep, and my partner had his headset while playing Repo or Helldivers or something. I walked by the doorway and the half wall dividing the kitchen from the rest of the living space downstairs when I felt, more than saw, a black mass standing in the kitchen. Same deal, no games, please, I'm too tired, and don't spook the dogs. I went upstairs, and I went to bed. Didn't occur to me till the next day that it was the night of the full moon. After a few decades of seeing formless shadows flit across roads and up telephone poles too quickly to be identifiable and hearing words that I know are not auditory hallucinations, I find it more acceptable to attribute these experiences to an occasional guest who is quite accommodating to requests for peace and quiet. Encounter. I was camping with friends in an area with a high Sasquatch reporting rate per capita. We were not camping in a campground but rather in a nearby wooded area that we frequently visited. The group consisted of myself, 3 girls, and a friend who planned to join us later. I wanted to scare the girls, so I told them a bunch of credible stories about Bigfoot, including the fact that every Native American tribe has the same description, which they seemed to find compelling. About midway through I hear footsteps approaching, quietly. I think, oh good, our friend has heard me telling scary stories and is going to sneak up and surprise us. I turn up the volume and continue on so the others don't notice. The thing is, the footsteps circled the tent, not all at once, they'd stop and wait every now and then went away. I think, okay, he's taking a leak, or something, over there. And keep going. After a while, at a pause where I see them all expectantly listening to the silence of the woods, I yell AHHH. And they all scream. We had a good laugh. One asks, wait, was all that true? And then another says, and, insert friend's name, can stop trying to scare us and come out of the woods now. Yeah, where'd he go? They wondered. They'd all heard the exact same thing I had, quiet footsteps approaching, circling our tent, and then leaving. We were creeped out enough to change the subject to something light. About 45 minutes later we hear loud, crashing footsteps coming from a mile away. Heavy footfalls, brush being pushed aside, leaves crunching underfoot. In comes our friend. We ask if he saw anyone else out there. No? He says, looking a little alarmed, should I have? We all agreed that what we heard was bipedal. We all camp enough to know what deer sound like, and so much quieter than our friend that it would have had to have been an expert stalker. Also, our friend had a flashlight just to stay on the path, which we could see from far off. This other visitor had no light and was definitely close enough to the tent for us to have seen one. Yes, there are humans who could have done that, but the likelihood seems super small that one would happen to pass us by in a random location in the woods. We were not near any houses. The closest trail was at least 500 away, across a river. I believe that Bigfoot is somehow connected to our consciousness, so I think maybe we somehow got one of their attention / summoned one by having 4 people in a tent all focused on and creeped out by them. I wrote this off for a long time, but the more I think of it, the more I think it actually was something less explainable than a random, highly skilled hunter walking through the woods at night to check on some kids. What do you guys think? Could this qualify as an encounter? I encountered the entity on Mount Washington. True story, I grew up in the Boston area but went to a YMCA summer camp in New Hampshire from the time I was 8. Once I was 16, I was old enough to be a counselor in training, CIT. The rite of passage for the CITs was to hike Mount Washington together, the tallest peak in the White Mountains. Mount Washington is known for having the worst weather on Earth, and over 100 hikers have died trying to summit. We hiked the first day and stopped at a cabin near the summit overnight. Every CIT slept in a sleeping bag on the cabin floor. I had trouble falling asleep for some reason. After an hour or so, I started to hear what I thought were my fellow CITs talking in their sleep. At first it was just occasional grunting. Gradually it intensified and did not sound at all like my friends' voices. The voices were guttural, almost demonic. They were wailing, crying out for help, clearly in distress. The voices would occur every few minutes, intensify to many voices at once, and then slow down again. This happened for the entire night. I'm still not sure if they were coming from my friends' bodies or elsewhere in the room. They were all around me, but so were my sleeping friends, so I'm not sure. I never saw anyone speak. This was 2005, and I had no cell phone with me or way to document it. I woke up the person next to me at one point during the night because I wanted someone to witness it, but when he asked me why I was waking him up and I started to explain, there are strange voices everywhere, I realized how crazy I sounded and told him, never mind, go back to bed. The whole night I lay there listening to the voices cry for help. At dawn, I was still lying there wide awake. As the sun came up, I saw handprints on the outside of the window in the morning dew. I was almost relieved to see this because I thought it meant I wasn't crazy and that if I told my friends what happened when they woke up and they saw the handprints, they might believe me. But the dew drops washed away the handprints by the time others woke. I never told them. I just hiked to the summit, went back to camp, and didn't tell anyone the story for several years. At first, I didn't want to tell anyone because I didn't think they would ever believe me. As an adult, I now frequently tell the story when the topic of ghosts comes up. About 6 months ago, I told the story to a few people over drinks at the bar. A few minutes later, one of them showed me a photo of a cabin. He asked, "Was this the cabin?" Somehow I never thought to look up the cabin on the internet. I didn't know the name of it or where on Mount Washington it was. Also, when this happened in 2005, the main search engine was Ask Jeeves, which was entirely useless. I never thought I would be able to find it without knowing the name. Turns out, Mount Washington has few cabins, and only one appears when you Google Haunted Cabin Mount Washington. I recognized the cabin in the photo and said, "Yeah. I think so." "Why?" He scrolled to the top of the article, and it was titled "Spend the Night in New Hampshire's Most Haunted Cabin for a Truly Terrifying Experience." I did a deep dive of my old camp's Facebook page and confirmed this is indeed the cabin that the CITs stay in every year. According to the article and many other sources I've since found, the shelter was built in 1901 on the site of where 2 hikers died of hypothermia while trying to summit. It was an especially treacherous part of the climb, and they thought that a shelter would help to avoid more deaths. Since then, more hikers have still died in the area, and the cabin, called Lake of the Clouds, got a reputation for being haunted as early as the 1930s. Witnesses have reported seeing crowds of ghoulish faces in the windows, feeling invisible hands push them, and experiencing other paranormal activities. It is said to be haunted by something called the Presence, which is the collective spirits of those who died on the mountain and are stuck there. The Presence seems to be an entity that is tied to the mountain itself rather than the hut. Even in the 1800s there are reports of being haunted by the Presence on trails. Knowing now that others have had this experience makes me believe it. I don't understand how it's possible, but I definitely know that spirits were speaking to me and asking me for help. It almost makes me want to go back and stay at the hut again to see what they want. I don't think I'll take that gamble, though. Montrose Cemetery. My friends and I used to have a paranormal research group. We had heard stories of an old abandoned graveyard. It was on a hill overlooking the Pd River in Mechanicsville, South Carolina. It had been owned by a church that later burned down and was relocated. Most of the graves were sunken, and most of the tombstones were broken or gone outright. They placed a huge group marker with the names of the known burials on it. The story said that it was haunted by the spirit of a young child in antebellum clothes and a black shadow with red eyes, tied to a story about a man who brought his victims to the graveyard because it was so remote to end them. We were excited to be there. When we arrived, the first thing we noticed was that it was pitch black there. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was because the graveyard was so overgrown with forest that it blocked all starlight and moonlight. It was a hot, muggy night, but when you entered the graveyard, the whole thing was in a massive cold spot. The temp was 85 degrees, but inside our thermometers read 62. There was a feeling of dread around the place, like something there didn't want us there. And when you entered, the air felt thick like it was resisting you and pushed you back. It was harder and harder to walk the further you went in. Finally there was a sound like something rushing toward us, and we saw what looked like a black shadow with red eyes moving toward us. We ran out of there, and it was like the trees themselves were against us, as it felt like they closed in and gripped at our clothes, holding on as we tried to leave. We finally made it out, and when we went to leave, one of the car's batteries was dead, though it was only months old, like something had drained it. We called a local tow truck, but the driver refused to go until morning because he said it was evil and haunted at night. We got pictures with so many orbs and shadows. One picture even showed moss that looked like a man's shape hanging from a tree. We also got EVPs full of what sounded like angry whispers. We never did go back. Background on me: avid hiker and wildlife photographer, very knowledgeable on animals and animal behavior. I was hiking in the Appalachia mountain range on the Appalachia Trail, and everything was normal until I was in WV and found the remains of a black bear dead on the trail with its head appearing to be smashed in with a large blunt force object. The bear's remains were fairly fresh, as they didn't show many signs of decay and had few flies around. I found it odd and kept hiking. About 4 to 6 miles up the trail, I found a perfectly intact ATV, slightly off the trail. As I went to take a dump, I noticed that the ATV had overgrowth all over it, suggesting it hadn't been touched in months, which was strange because it appeared to be a nice and expensive model. You would think someone would have come back for the ATV, which had brush growing all over it and flat tires, especially since the nearest point to access an ATV on the trail was only 5 miles away. I set up camp because it started to rain about 10 miles away from the ATV, and it was otherwise a normal night except for when it was around 1 a.m., I started hearing something moving through the brush slowly. Thinking it was a bear or a cougar, I loaded my pistol and hunkered down in the middle of my tent. The noise continued for approximately 30 minutes before ceasing abruptly. I should have mentioned that the rain had stopped a few hours earlier. I would estimate that about 5 minutes passed, although it felt like an eternity, before I heard what sounded like something on 2 legs running over the trail in the mud. At this point I freaked out, grabbed my pack, and ran because whatever it was ran within feet of my tent, so if it was a predator, it definitely had picked up my scent. I threw a road flare to hopefully distract the creature long enough for me to gain some distance, and I hoped that the scent of the flare would throw it off my trail. I ran 5 miles back to where the road trail was and another 3 to the nearest town. The whole time I felt like whatever it was following me. When I informed the authorities about the bear and the ATV, they told me that hikers had gone missing in the area over the past few years. They informed me that there had been hikers who had gone missing in the area over the past few years. The next day I returned with the police to my camp and showed them the location of the bear and ATV. The bear was completely gone, except for some small chunks of flesh that I assume were from its head. Otherwise, there were no signs of what had happened to it, as it was on rockier ground, but the ATV was still there. The campsite, on the other hand, was completely destroyed. The tent was torn to pieces along with my gear, and everything I left was completely destroyed. Most of the gear appeared to be intelligibly smashed, but the tent was slashed with what appeared to be either the biggest claws I've ever seen due to the distance apart or something made to look like claws. Creepiest shit ever. This is just one of the stories/events from the sometimes eerie, always beautiful Heath, where my mom, her siblings and mates, and years later, we, their children, played and hung around and spent a lot of our formative years, and where now, we take our kids. When we were 7, Mum took my cousin Elle and me over Hounslow Heath for our usual adventures that were common in the summer holidays. Instead of the regular route, we used to love collecting feathers and other natural things that we found to make collages with, or picking fat juicy blackberries off bushes for our gran to make pies with. Mum took us to one of her old haunts as a child called Paradise. Paradise was thought to have been the location of either an old coaching inn or a powder mill and was just a very stark, bare, massive open field with skeletal remains of ancient-looking stones and wood buildings. Very old tree stumps were scattered throughout the field. Over the years, Paradise had suffered from random arson attacks and the local council's efforts to burn the field in order to prevent it from becoming overgrown and unmanageable. As a result, Paradise appeared more desolate and bleak, with burnt grass stubble and charred tree stumps, along with a lingering, slightly sickly smell of smoke in the air, especially when the wind picked up. The obvious differences between the otherwise lush and green area around Paradise and Paradise itself were clear to Elle and me immediately, and we said aloud at the same time, "The burnt place." I felt uneasy straight away, and looking at Elle, I could tell she did too, although Elle was and still is close with her feelings. When you grow up, you know how they feel about certain things. I was in my wheelchair investigating the ground around me, and Elle was a little distance off. Mum was looking at something else. Suddenly, Elle looked up at me and said, "Shiv, Can you hear anything? I was suddenly struck by the deathly silence of the immediate area. Normally the heath was alive with the comforting sound of birds, insects, and small animals. It was a constant, like a soundtrack to our play, but that day there was not a sound, nor, come to mention it, was there any evidence of any living thing. In fact, I couldn't remember seeing any animals or birds since we got to paradise. I said this to Elle, and we both looked at the sky before continuing to investigate the burnt ground. Looking carefully, I came to the awful realization that the ground was scattered with small animal skeleton bones and skulls, charred and dirty, left over from years of fires, and we looked at each other and said at the same time, "Can we please go now?" Mum looked at us both and laughed. "What's wrong with you two?" We told her about the unearthly silence and the small animal skeletons. Mum explained that the unearthly silence and small animal skeletons were typical for a dead area, but she didn't elaborate on the silence, she simply listened and then spoke. "Oak, let's go back." When we got home, we told our gran about it, and we talked all night about it. Now we are adults, and Elle has got children of her own. They ask us about our childhood, and sometimes we tell them spooky, funny stories, but anytime we both mention paradise, it's always with uneasiness. Not really the usual, but I thought I should include this here. I used to love going on walks in the woods. Whenever I got stressed or just needed a break, I would take long walks that took nearly all day. In the summer and the fall I would be out whenever I had the free time, and it made me feel so safe and at peace. It felt tranquil and calm. But I don't feel that way about the woods anymore. I was walking my usual path that led straight to a neighbor's farm, so I would have to turn back soon. I didn't plan on taking a super long walk today, but I was just in such a calm and happy mindset I decided to veer to the left and go on a path I hadn't walked before. On this path it was really muddy, but I was wearing boots, so it was quite alright. Once I got out of the muddy area, I hiked upwards. I was walking for a few minutes, and then I found a very interesting sight. In a clearing there was a large patch of just moss. It was very wide and spanned for many yards. I love moss. It was very lovely, and I thought I might go eat my lunch here. The only issue surrounding the moss was a bunch of junk. Not trash but junk, maybe like hundreds of bottles, a rusty old kid's wagon, and a freaking stove. In the middle of nowhere in the woods was a stove. It was old and rusted and in terrible shape, broken and looking like it was really torn into. The metal was bent and looked like it had been pulled. It tried to be opened up. At that point, I was far from the farm and walking on a very narrow path. I have no idea how it could have gotten there. It was weird but definitely normal. It really made me think hard about the situation. I collect bottles, and so I was finding some of the bottles there that were in good shape that I could clean and eventually display. You know how when you're in a school cafeteria and everyone suddenly stops talking? That happened in the woods. Usually it was noisy, with birds chirping like crazy and the forest just generally alive. But it just stopped, all the noise just stopped. It was really eerie, and I don't know why, but I suddenly felt very unsafe. Dogs, somewhere nearish by, started going crazy. Howling and barking and growling. My hair literally stood up on my arms. I was very concerned. I started getting really paranoid all of a sudden. I felt like someone was staring at me and was looking around hoping to find something that could ease my mind. But I couldn't see anything. The air felt like it got thicker, and it felt hard to breathe. I got out my knife, thinking the worst, that there was like a bear or something. At this point I decided I had had enough and started going forward, trying to find my way back. The forest was still eerily quiet, and the dogs were still barking. I just started walking, not looking back or anything, just with my destination in mind and wanting to get out. I continued to feel like I was being heavily watched until I got back onto the main trail. I was almost sure I could hear twigs snapping somewhere behind me, but it could have just been me being paranoid. Nothing dangerous or really scary happened. I saw nothing, but when I tell you I was terrified, I mean terrified. I have not gone into the woods at all since then and really don't plan to for a while. Since that incident, I have been extremely afraid to return to the woods, and I believe that if I had stayed, something bad might have occurred. I know this isn't usual, and there is no evidence of something happening that was strange or weird, but it felt really strange to me, and I just felt I should share it. Uneasy feeling in the woods. A family member owns a large piece of property located outside the DC area, closer to Fredericksburg, Virginia, where I have walked and hiked my entire life. However, a few years ago, I experienced an episode that I have started sharing with friends and family. One day I was in an area I'd been through before and immediately was overwhelmed with a sense of unease or a feeling that I shouldn't be here. The land has lots of wildlife and is usually active, but this time it was deafeningly quiet and still, which still gives me goosebumps. I left the area and didn't tell anyone about my experience until years later, when a family member informed me that there were ruins of small houses in that location, although they were unaware of the historical significance of the area, which is very close to the Rappahannock River. I've been back since this happened, and I found out about the ruins, and sure enough, I found what looks like small foundations and possibly a chimney. I don't stay long there now. The area is clear in a dense forest with a single tall tree in the middle and always seems cleared out, even though few people go there. I'm just curious if anyone else has had a similar experience, as no one else who goes down there has. Backyard forest. I and my friends went into my backyard forest. We went at least 5 minutes deep into the forest down to a stream. We looked across the stream and saw a log, or at least we thought it was a log. It might have been a log, but when one of us pointed it out, it seemed to have turned its head. We ran as fast as we could out of the forest. It was a sleepover. We went to sleep around 3 o'clock, but I ended up waking up around 4 o'clock after hearing a noise. I saw a shadowy figure that immediately disappeared once I saw it. Haven't seen any of it since. It could have just been my imagination, but I could have sworn that I saw it. And it had the same outline as what we saw from a distance earlier. My friends told me that I was just paranoid, but I don't think I was. So I checked it out again in the same place, and the log figure was gone. So I still feel as if that thing was not after me but after one of my friends. 2 years later, I still haven't heard or seen anything related to it, although every now and then, I get a feeling that I am being watched. Recently, I've noticed a decrease in my sleep, which I believe could be a result of my sleep schedule adjusting. However, I remain uncertain about the nature of this entity, whether it's real or merely a figment of my imagination. But I don't think that was it. Remember when I said I hadn't seen anything of it since? I lied. The other day, I returned to the forest, and there it was, in the same position where my friends and I had seen it 2 years ago. I took them there, and they verified that we were seeing the same thing as 2 years ago. It did not look over this time. But I have had an uneasy feeling ever since I saw it. They started to stop 1 year after, but when I saw it a few days ago, the uneasy feeling increased. I don't know what it is or what it wants, but I don't like it. It is not anything I have seen in any paranormal videos or anything about the paranormal. Which leads me to believe it was not real. But my friends had confirmed it was real, and I am not questioning what they said. So it was real, and it was scary. I hope the uneasy feeling goes down soon, and if the thing ever comes near my house again, I'm going to call the police. And I forgot to mention that the morning after the sleepover I saw something other than footprints, something I can't put my finger on. Something that no human foot ever could make. So I have no idea what it was and don't plan to try and figure it out. Here are a few encounters I've had but never shared. I've had a handful of weird experiences, and I didn't really know what community I should put this in, but this one seems to be pretty fitting. But I'll start off by saying these all happened in/around my home. My house was built in 1928. It was a house that was originally there from a town that was flooded to create a man-made reservoir. So it is very densely forested and secluded. The previous owner apparently died of a heart attack in the house and left all of his belongings there before I moved in. So I'll get to the first encounter I had when I was 14 years old. I was lying in my bedroom at around 2 a.m., and it was basically in a nook in the corner of my room, so I could only see outside into my hallway, and the stairs were hidden from view. I have an older sister that would usually get home late. Suddenly, the light in the hallway turned on, and I heard someone slowly walking up the stairs. Then, the footsteps became rapid, as if someone was running, and they abruptly stopped. I said hello, and mind you, I could only see the hallway, and I was just frozen because there was no one. I immediately called my home phone. Yes, it was a while ago, and woke up my parents because I thought someone was in the house. Never found out. The second story was similar but occurred outside of my house. This is just a very eerie thing that happened to me. So as I said earlier, I live in the woods, and it gets very quiet at night. I was working on my computer when I heard a loud noise outside. My window was cracked. So I stick my head out of the window and keep listening. It's about 5 minutes, and I hear a grown man screaming help very frantically. I know one could say it was an animal, but I've lived here my whole life and have hunted and heard animals. I got automatically frightened and was contemplating calling the police. I waited another 5 minutes, and I heard it again, but now this time it seemed further away and more frightened. So I called 911, and they never found anything. Solo camping. This story took place in southwest England. My dad used to tell me stories about how he would roam off onto the moors and down the coastline of Dorset and Devon and end up bivouacking or camping wherever he found himself at nighttime. He once tied himself to a rock because he was scared of sleepwalking off the edge of a cliff. Because I was bored one summer, I decided to follow in his footsteps and have a go at camping out on the moors for a few nights by myself. The first night passed uneventfully. I was tired from walking all day and just hit the hay. The next day, I walked further onto the northern part of the moor. It was overcast and chilly. Around late afternoon I found a low, mossy stone wall partially encircling some scrubby trees and decided to pitch my tent in there. I spent the evening poking around the vicinity, finding traces of a wall and little cairns dotted about. There was also a standing stone on which coins and hair clips had been placed. Occasionally you can find these offerings where there are stone circles. People will place small items on and around the stones, presumably as offerings, or for another purpose I am not aware of. I looked around for signs that this particular stone formed part of a stone circle but could find none. It was just a stone, roughly 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide, standing there roughly 20 feet from my tent. After my dinner I crawled into my sleeping bag and zipped myself up for the night. I read by torchlight for a few hours, and then at about 11 I decided to turn in. I had been lying in the dark for a short time when I became aware of a light tread outside the tent. Distinct footsteps. Hard to tell how far away or what. It could be a deer, I thought, or a sheep. Even a pony. But there was something about the pattern of the steps that felt different. It sounded like someone strolling through the woods nearby. Not in a hurry, but not trepidatious either. I lay listening for a time, very tense, trying to decide what to do. I think that is the stillest I have ever been. After a time they stopped. I slowly moved towards the door, intending to reassure myself with a glance outside. I expected to see the white bottom of a deer retreating through the trees. I turned on my torch, unzipped my door enough to fit my head and torch through, and shone the beam into the blackness. What I saw I struggled to comprehend. Near the tree line, caught in the beam of my torch, I saw a gray horse. It was facing me. I could only see the front of its head and 2 forefeet. To me it seemed enormous. It must have been about 10 feet away. I flinched back into my tent convulsively, weirdly repulsed by the wrongness of the horse standing outside. A few seconds later I peered out again. I shone my torch around the clearing and into the woods and could see no trace of it anywhere. I glanced away for just seconds, and by the time I looked again, it had vanished. At the time I was struck by how nightmarish the horse seemed to me. It had a wrongness about it that I still struggle to place. The gray of it was too flat. From my perspective it looked almost two-dimensional. I didn't see it move at all. I concluded my evening by sitting upright in my sleeping bag, my teeth chattering nervously. I stayed awake most of the night and caught a bit of sleep around dawn. After that I woke up, packed up, and walked off. I think she was a witch. This is my first time sharing about this, and I want your opinion. I grew up in a very isolated rural area, surrounded by forests and mountains. This village was 60 miles away from a big town. We had bears, wolves, and wild boars, usually things you might find in a wild forest in Europe. So I was 15 at the time. Our garage was by the main road, and our house was down a hill, which was 30 minutes of walking and only accessible by foot. It was October around 6 p.m. My dad sent me to get a toolbox from this garage and bring it to him at home. I went there and opened the garage, got the toolbox, and locked the door, and as I was locking it, I looked to my right and saw this old lady standing there on the side just staring into nothing. I said hello, but there was no response. I was a bit creeped out because I had never seen this lady before, and in a village or small town, you know everyone. She was all dressed in black and had a walking stick that was made of wood and crooked. She just started walking towards the forest, and remember, it was getting dark at this point. It was almost 7 p.m. I started following her behind. I was curious, and I was just a kid, a dumb kid, tbh. Now I would never follow an old lady into the forest. Anyway, this lady was fast, so I followed her nearly all the way to the forest, which was located up a hill. Who does that? Why would she go there? There wasn't any house in the forest, no one ever went there at night for no reason. This is especially true in that area, which is home to many wild and dangerous animals. Why did I follow her? At the time it felt like I was in a trance or something. What do you guys think? Was it a witch? Please let me know if you have any similar experiences. My grandma's old farm. When I was 17, I spent the summer with my grandmother on my father's side. I'd only ever seen her on holidays before that point, so it was a new experience. She liked to go to garage sales on the weekends, and I would always come with her. One day we went to a sale with a lot of voodoo type stuff, including a pack of tarot cards. I wanted to buy the cards because I thought they were intriguing, but my grandmother grabbed my arm and dragged me off before I could do so. She told me under no circumstances could I have that kind of stuff in her house. She was moderately religious and had a lot of God-related stuff on her walls, but her response to it was surprising, so I didn't let it go and asked her about it a week later. She sat me down and told me about her old farm. About 35 years ago she and her first husband moved to this farm with her new baby. The farm had a small chicken coop and a large old trailer on cinder blocks along with chickens. The place was about 30 minutes away from the nearest town, which was a mining town her first husband worked at. Soon after moving to the farm, weird and unfortunate things started happening. This farm was a large plot of land with a forest attached, which had wolves. A week after being there, the chickens they had in the coop started cawing and making noise late at night. My grandma's first husband thought it was wolves and went out to check. There was nothing. This continued non-stop every night around the same time. A month or so after that started, some electrical needed to be replaced under the trailer, so my grandmother's first husband went under to fix it. While he was under there with one leg sticking out, that section of the trailer fell off the cinder block and trapped him under, landing on the lower part of his leg and breaking it. A few weeks later, my grandmother's first baby died, and she reported hearing his cries for weeks afterward. Finally they woke one night and looked out the window to see their truck engulfed in flames. They quickly got out of the trailer and saw that it was on fire as well, but my grandmother claimed the car wasn't close enough for the trailer to catch on fire. They lost everything, and to this day my grandmother is sure the devil was involved. My grandmother told me that she hadn't believed in God much until that point, but afterwards, she accumulated a large collection of religious items and crosses that filled her house. Footprints in the snow. This happened when I was younger, around 8 or 9. I grew up on a reservation in eastern Maine. I lived with my mother and brother, who was younger. We lived in a 2-story multi-dwelling unit, or public housing. A vast wooded area was in my backyard. Surrounded by deep woods, and it wouldn't take much to get lost. But I always enjoyed adventuring and was very familiar with the territory. It was late winter with about 4 to 5 inches of snow on the ground. I heard knocking on the front and back doors at the same time around 1 a.m. in the morning. I saw it first, then Mom told my brother and me to stay in my room. She called the police and went downstairs to see if someone was at the door. We kept hearing the knocking, but as my mother got closer to the door, it suddenly stopped. No one she could visibly see outside the door, and police finally showed up. Lights lit up the front of our place. Neighbors came out to see what was going on, as we had 5 neighbors in our MDU. All of them said they didn't hear or see anyone. Police searched around the property to see if anyone was hiding or ran off, but they didn't find anything. A cruiser stayed in our parking lot for the majority of the night in case anyone came again. Sunrise came, and the officer had left early in the morning. My mother and next-door neighbor went outside, I assumed to talk about what happened. Then she noticed footprints in the snow that went along the building, leading to our front door and back all the way into the forest. But these footprints were strange. It's as if someone was wearing pointed boots, men's size between 10 and 12. The prints were inverted, as if the toes were facing each other, not at an angle, but directly facing each other in a straight line. The creepiest part about them was the steps of the footprints moved side to side. Toes were inverted and looked as if they jumped like that side to side in a perfect straight line leading into the woods. My mother didn't say anything about them till later on in life when I was older. But I knew they were there, it was obvious. I know what you're thinking, maybe someone was playing a prank or faked it. There were other footprints in the snow around the strange ones, but only around the building. I assume the other footprints were made by the officers due to the fact they looked normal. But there were no other prints in the snow leading up to the tree line. I followed the prints into the woods. There were no other markings around them, perfectly inverted side-to-side hops or steps in the snow, leading deeper and deeper into the forest. I got to the point where an uneasy feeling crept over me. Like something was telling me to go back. But I knew where the prints were leading. As I said, I was very familiar with the area. It eventually would have led into a marsh or bog area. I got chilled by that thought for some reason and turned back. I never said anything to my mother about it until later on. I have not heard of or encountered anything like it since. If anyone has any thoughts or ideas about what it could be, I would greatly appreciate it. So I'm an avid hunter, and every year in my early 20s I would spend every weekend in the woods of a national park near Oklahoma, close to the Red River. I would normally trek in about 2 to 3 miles. My first encounter was about 10 years ago. I had set up along a clearing and was a good 20 feet up in a tree. As dawn was approaching, I had a large 12-point buck slowly coming into the clearing about 300 to 400 yards off. I let it come closer and took aim and shot it in the kill zone through the heart and lungs with a 30.06 195 grain ballistic tipped round. After watching it fall through my scope, I slung my gun and was getting ready to climb down out of my tree stand. I watched this deer get up and run back into the woods on two legs. I had no idea what the duck happened but had heard stories of skinwalkers in my youth from my grandmother, who's half Native American. So, I noped the duck out of there after that. A few years later I was in the same area hunting. I had set up my stand and ladder the previous day, and around midnight hiked out to my stand so I could be ready for dawn. I got into my stand around 2 a.m. and was waiting patiently. After a couple of hours, around 6 a.m., 30 minutes till sunup, I heard something grab a hold of my ladder. Then it sounded like something was climbing my ladder. I pointed my rifle straight down and fired. I hit something on my first shot and heard a scream, so I naturally emptied the rifle, still pointing straight down my ladder. I didn't dare look down for fear of what I had heard in stories of locking eyes with these beasts. I pulled out my .357 mag revolver and proceeded to empty the cylinder towards the sound of movement I heard. Once that was spent, I reloaded it and continued the barrage. There was still something out there, and I could hear it. I had one gun with ammo left and pulled out my 9mm that I kept with me for self-defense, just in case. I fired a few rounds towards the noise I heard. Then I waited till morning, with a few rounds left in my 9mm and clutching it for dear life. When morning came, I looked at my surroundings and climbed out of my tree. Around my tree stand was a dark blackish blood, and it went off deeper into the woods. I hiked to the trail as fast as I could, and when I got there, I saw someone else in the distance. He was going the same direction I was, and he also looked scared. I reloaded everything while he was closing the distance, and once he got closer, I asked him if he was heading out too. He told me he heard a lot of gunshots earlier and a scream. I asked him where he was posted up, and he pointed in the direction that I saw the blood trail go. He said he heard something run by him after the gunshots stopped, and when dawn hit, he saw something animistic running around on two legs. I got his name, we will call him Jim, and he told me we should get out of the woods. He was a native to the area and half Cherokee and told me if what he saw was what he thought, we needed to leave. We got out of the woods. Surprisingly, we both parked in the same area, we shared a beer, and around noon we summoned up the courage to go back for our things. After a slow hike, we went to my stand first. My steel ladder that was secured by ratchet straps and bungees to the tree was ripped from the tree. It was bent and torn up. My tree stand is still in that tree to this day, I assume. He looked at the blood trail that went white. The tracks were a mix of human and canine. We made it to his tree stand after a bit. He was only 800 feet from where I was, surprisingly. His gear was strewn across the forest floor like mine, a bent ladder, but unlike my tree stand. His had been ripped off the tree and thrown. We both left the area and went back to our vehicles. So after that last encounter, Jim and I traded phone numbers and hung out when I went up there to hunt. It kind of became a thing to go hunting together. He knew the woods there better than I did, and he was good company. About 2 years after the incident that caused us to meet, we were posted up in a blind in a clearing. We generally put our stands close or hunted back to back in a blind over the 2 years we hunted together. If one of us had a shot when we were in the blind, we would signal the other with a tap in the back from our elbow. That morning both of us had a shot, we both fired. I hit the doe I was aiming at square in the chest. As it went down, it turned and ran on its back legs, dead sprinting into the woods. Jim's quarry did the same after he hit it. We went to investigate, and once the animals turned, the hoof prints got larger and then changed to human tracks. Jim said we should leave, and I wasn't going to disagree with him. We both stopped hunting in those woods after that encounter. I have no clue to this day of what the duck I encountered in those woods. I had heard of skinwalkers before, but from the tales, they are more durable. I used a 30.06 with 195 grain ballistic tipped rounds every time I went hunting. But those are my stories. I hope you all enjoyed them, and maybe someone has some thoughts on what the duck happened in those woods. Can someone explain to me what I saw that day? My family has this cabin in the mountains, and we visit sometimes. My room is upstairs. It's like a kitchen with a dining table and 2 beds. I sleep there alone, and when I was way younger, my brother would sleep with me, but as we got older, he got a room downstairs, and in another room was my parents' room. So I'm all alone upstairs. We have a small dog, a Papillon to be exact, and before I went to sleep, I had to take him outside. I put him on a leash and wanted to take him outside. But when I opened the door, I saw something weird. It was white and looked like a tall male. It was sitting there on its side, or at least I think. I can't see well because I wear glasses, and when I went outside without them, my vision was very blurry, especially since it was dark at midnight. At first I was just confused, so I stood there for, 5 seconds before getting back inside with my dog. My dog didn't react, and he usually doesn't bark at people or things because he's really friendly. He's excited whenever we bring someone new home, but he barks a lot if he hears something happening behind closed doors. He didn't react or anything, he was just slightly pulling me to go outside, but I couldn't get myself to. As I got inside, I just wanted to quickly peek to see if I was just imagining things, but it was still there. I locked the door and went downstairs to ask my parents if they would accompany me because I was scared, but they said I didn't need to go that far and didn't take it seriously. I was obviously scared, and I couldn't get myself to take my dog outside. I think it's important to mention that we have a forest like 15 meters away from our cabin. My first thought was that it was a skinwalker, but I'm not sure since I live in the Czech Republic, and this stuff doesn't really happen here, and this has never happened to me. Could someone help me understand what happened? This is why my belief in the paranormal is cemented. When I was a kid, I was always a believer but at times was skeptical. Around my teens I always had a what-if attitude based on stories I'd heard from friends and personal experiences. In every instance I could think of, though, I found myself playing it out logically and thinking that, for the most part, the people I heard stories from were probably overreacting, and I probably was too. Then this wicked shit went down. So a couple buddies and I are cruising around in the country, and, we're smoking weed, the conversation of paranormal activity, aliens, etc. comes up. I recalled a story my aunt had told me when I was a kid about an old building in the area that served as a satanic ritual ground. I've always loved ghost stories. One of my friends in the car then responded by mentioning an old, decrepit church located off a trail where his dad and uncle used to have bush parties, which was also a satanic ritual ground. He tells me that they'd been chased out of the trail by a ghost in old-time soldier clothing with a bayonet or some shit way back in the day. Long story short, I end up realizing that the location was probably the same place my aunt was talking about. His dad and my aunt are from the same town. I think they went to the same school too. So we make our way out there. Now I was a tad skeptical at this point because this sounded all too enticing. It was snowing heavily, it was night and windy too. We pulled up to the trail entrance and parked. We smoke a couple bowls, and my two buddies get out to start walking into this trail. We didn't know where the church was at this point, we just decided to walk the trail a bit. So I get out and follow behind them. We're about 20 feet in, I'm probably only about 15 feet in. I wanted to be able to see the road behind me, and where it was just mostly bush and less forest. They peek around the bend in the trail, see something alarming, and start running, so I join them in running as well. We hop in the car and speed off big time. One of my friends, whose dad was chased out, was apparently pushed by something. They claimed they saw a white figure. I was calling BS. A white no hunting sign was posted on a tree, and I'm pretty sure one of my friends saw it and mistook it for something else, while another buddy just tripped over himself. It still scared me, though, like what if that shit did happen? I continued to explain that they were overreacting and that there was no way they saw anything, and I mentioned that I wanted to take us back to see if there was any truth to their claims. So we cruised around the area for 10 minutes or so, and I parked along the entrance. When we pulled up, I was in conversation with them about something completely unrelated to paranormal shit. I turned off the car, and we sat with the windows cracked to see if we could hear anything. We listened a few times, but it was mostly quiet except for the wind and distant coyotes. The wind even whistled, shocking us, but we quickly realized it was an overreaction. I was trying to continue our conversation, and cut tension from silence, when we all just paused for a second. I don't know what caused us to stop, but we all fell silent, and I kid you not, I'm getting teary typing this. In a strange, otherworldly manner, as the winter winds blew and we heard the coyotes howling simultaneously, a deep voice, almost moaning, uttered what sounded like 3 or 4 words. This voice was deep. This voice sounded like an elderly, disgruntled man. Each word had a different tone to it, like someone was actually speaking. It wasn't just a flat, monotone noise. I seriously tilted my head back from the window and looked at my buddy in the passenger seat, whose jaw was already wide open. I couldn't even say anything. He looked at me in shock and said, "Let's get the duck out of here." We ended up going back more than a few times. But yeah, that's when I was actually first for once in my life and was like, okay, that was like too legit. I was 20 at the time, and I hadn't had an experience so convincing since I was like 10. Maybe I'll come to realize that too was just our minds playing tricks, but who knows? A strange night in Vidavoo, Wyoming. I've lived in Laramie, Wyoming, for around 6 years now, and I've had quite a few strange experiences, none of which were as strange as one particular night in Vidavoo. One thing that should be mentioned is I'm a wheelchair user and my friend is abled. This is important for later in the story. Vidavoo is a part of the Medicine Bow Forest that is just right outside of Laramie. Something about these woods always gave me a feeling like I wasn't alone. I've camped there plenty and always had the same feeling. People have gone missing and have died there, much like in a lot of forests, but it almost feels like they're still not at rest. This particular night in the forest was extra strange. I had just gone through something traumatic and called my best friend so I didn't have to be alone. She suggested we take a drive through the forest since we both always felt better in nature. When I say that there was a weird energy to Vaidooawoo, I don't mean it as a negative one. I never feel in danger, although I'm always aware of potentially dangerous wildlife. I just also get a weird feeling. So we hopped in the car and made the short drive to the pass that leads into the forest. Initially it was a very calm night like any other. It wasn't the only time we'd taken these kinds of drives. After going over a few hills, though, we saw 2 red lights on the trail that seemed to be steadily coming towards us. At first we thought that maybe it was some kind of off-road vehicle. It was kind of short, so it didn't look like a normal vehicle to us. Once we got over the next hill, my friend prepared to pull over to give the oncoming off-roader some space to get by, but it never passed us. We figured it must have turned off somewhere, but we never saw any other paths for it to take before we would have met up. This was only the first odd encounter of the night. The particular place in Vaidooawoo we were trying to get to was Pilot Hill, a small hill that overlooked our town. We were a bit shaken from the strange lights but eventually made it to the gates that started the Pilot Hill Trail. We didn't plan to go far past the gates, we just wanted to get a better view of the town. However, when we got to the gate, my wheelchair locked up. Like stronger than my brakes work. After a second we double-checked that there are no rocks or tree roots blocking my wheels, and all of a sudden I'm free again. We thought it was weird but tried to pass the gate again, and this time my wheels locked exactly where the gate started. I felt this ominous feeling like someone was watching us and telling us not to go any further. We decided to hop back in the car and find a camping site to hang out at instead. Both of those experiences were followed by the coolest meteor shower I've ever seen, and I felt better after getting home. The only time I was really truly scared was when it felt like someone was telling me not to take the trail. Maybe there was a bear up there, or a human with ill intentions, or maybe we would have gotten injured, or maybe absolutely nothing would have gone wrong, but I'm glad we didn't try it. Maybe it was a coincidence my wheelchair got stuck, but I definitely got a bad gut feeling and trusted it. First time sharing this. It was 2004 or 2005. I was in high school, and after being pretty poor for my entire life, my family had just moved to a rather new housing development that had still not been completely carved out of the North Carolina woods. For example, most roads dead-ended, and some roads had no houses and dead-ended, all because it was all still being developed. I was going for a jog after dinner. I had my CD player, the old school ones that had to be held just right and did not permit fast running, or the CD would skip. I remember immediately before going for the run I put 2 AA batteries in it and, I'm pretty sure, a Lincoln Park CD. I ran down the hill and hung left on one of the roads that didn't have houses built on it yet. I remember I kind of felt cool, like a character from a movie, because I was running in my neat neighborhood with music as a soundtrack. In other words, it was a nice moment. It was about 5 or 6, maybe a tad later. The air was cool, and it was in the gloaming of the day. As I was running, my CD stopped playing. I looked down, and the battery symbol flashed. Brand new batteries were drained after maybe 10 minutes. It all happened really fast. I had stopped running to check the CD player. The road was, like I said, in the middle of a forest, so trees were thick on both sides. I looked up from the CD player, and from the right side of the road, from the woods, a swirling vapor emerged. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. It moved pretty slowly, but it seemed to have a strange quality. It sort of twirled in a way, and the color of it was clearer than smoke but thicker than fog. It was almost blue. It streamed out of the woods and twirled across the road, clearly pausing in front of me at eye level. It sort of rotated around in my face for a moment as though it were taking me in before continuing across the road and into the other side of the woods. I always see movies in which someone sees a ghost and they're like, oh, my gosh. It's a ghost. That's pretty darn spooky. But after seeing this, I ran faster than I ever have in my life. I got home, and I was hysterical. It scared the duck out of me, and even now I can remember the feeling of seeing something that doesn't compute, how threatening it feels. I can't say what I saw was a ghost, but I'm 30 now and have spent a ton of time in the woods, and I've never seen something like that. I guess it could have been a stray vapor of anomalous fog, maybe some that had been trapped. Either way, it seemed 100% otherworldly to me. A few years later we got a dog, and when we would walk him, he would whimper like hell at the exact spot I saw the vapor ghost. Might not mean anything, but it made me change my route for good, even in broad daylight. Farmhouse encounter. My friend and I have never experienced something like this before in our entire lives. Recently, my mom had to go to an old high school friend's birthday party. It was convenient for us to go because a family friend has a farmhouse we could stay at in Central Florida. My mom didn't feel comfortable going alone because the farmhouse can be really creepy at night due to the lack of light on the property and it just being in the middle of nowhere. So, I told my mom I would go with her as long as I could bring a friend. We get to the property, and it is a huge 52-acre plot of land with cows, horses, and open fields with a tree line surrounding the land. We looked on a map to see exactly where we were and saw we were right next to two Native American forests. We unpacked our stuff and were able to check all of the property out because the owner had a golf cart type ATV. My friend watched a video about skinwalkers and their Native American name, and since we were unaware of the implications, we ended up discussing them all day while exploring the property. Later that night we saw a video talking about how even saying their name could provoke them to come. We immediately got kind of scared because we found out the party my mom was going to would be an hour away, and we would be in the farmhouse at night all alone. As the sun started to set, we quickly noticed that none of the windows on all four walls of the house had curtains. With the lights on in the house, you could only see your reflection from the inside but could see right in from the outside. As I said, the property had little to no light, but some floodlights were motion activated on the back porch of the farmhouse. Just a quick description of the farmhouse: it was a one-bedroom, one-bathroom house with a little living room and a kitchen. There were two doors, one leading out to the fields in the back and the other directly attached to the horse stables, which was more of a lounging area, as there were tables and a bar with a giant flat screen. Okay, so now we can get into the scary part of the night. My friend was putting away our dinner in the fridge, and I went outside to smoke. As soon as I walked up to the table in the horse stable, I heard something really close to me and ran back inside. As soon as I came back inside, my friend asked if I knocked on the window. Of course, I had said no, but my friend found that hard to believe, as she definitely heard a distinct knocking at the window. This window is important to the story because the floodlights were right outside of it. I forgot to mention we had brought our dog, and she was fine the entire day until it became dark out. When my friend and I were both inside, we just brushed it off until the floodlight outside the window turned on and my dog bolted to see who was there. My dog barked at the window, but nothing was there when we checked. Knowing that we both desperately needed a cigarette, we decided to venture outside and give it another shot. My friend stepped outside and looked to her right. I was confused and told her we should stay in the stable, so we walked to a table. As soon as we sat down, there were another two knocks on the other side of the building. We got up and sprinted towards the house, where we locked ourselves in, and where my friend told me she heard whispering coming from the right as soon as we stepped out of the house. At this point, we were really freaked out, and the dog had begun to start barking at the same window again, where the light turned on once again to nothing there. The only comfort we could get at this time was calling my friend's parents and some of our friends. However, after a short 10 minutes of us talking to people, our service cut out, and both of our calls failed. We couldn't text anyone either, and this really scared us because we hadn't had a problem with our service the entire day. We tried to unwind and watch a movie again, but we heard something jump on the roof and walk above us. My friend and I immediately leapt up and ran to the bathroom. At this point, we were unsure of what to do and decided that our best option was to run to the car, which was at least 40 feet away, and leave the property until my mom and the owner could return. We grabbed our stuff, still hearing whatever was on the roof, and walked around to where we moved in the house. As soon as we got to the door, my friend pushed me and said, "Listen," which is when we heard two knocks right at the door we were standing in front of. It then ran towards the back of the house, where all of the floodlights on the back porch went on. The dog was going crazy, and my friend and I were on the verge of tears. I told her we had to run to the car and get out of there, which we did. As we were running, we could hear something on the roof of the stables, almost as if it was following us to the car. We sped off and sat at a parking lot 2 miles away for 2 hours until my mom and her friend returned to the property. They escorted us back in, and as we were all walking through the stables to get to the door of the house, there was another knocking in the stable. The owner said she heard it and went to go check what it was but saw nothing. Something my friend and I had noticed was that the sounds of the crickets were back again. When we left the house earlier that night, there wasn't a sound that could be heard other than whatever was on the roof. My mom ended up sleeping there at the house, but my friend and I were traumatized. We felt as though the farmhouse was peaceful again as soon as we got back because we didn't feel any of the negative energy we were feeling earlier that night. We were too scared to sleep, so we sat on the bathroom floor apologizing for whatever we did. We don't know what this could have been. We have come to a conclusion of our own about what it was but thought it would be interesting to hear other people's thoughts. Don't know where to go with this, so I'll try here. So this happened a while ago, but I got the idea to share this story here like 2 days ago, so here I go. I am a scout. One time we had a meeting at our campsite. At some point we got a task that required us to go to the forest for some time in small groups. The task was easy. Go to the forest, find a paper, remember what was on it, and go back. No big deal, right? Well, it was already getting a bit dark when my group went there. We were walking a path we all knew, but at some point I noticed something in the forest. At first I thought I just imagined something, but then I kept seeing this, even when I looked directly at it. It looked like a white body with 4 legs, but no head to be seen. It was around my height, which is 1.60 meters. I tried to tell anyone about this, but as always, no one listened. It was wandering peacefully through the forest, and at some point it just disappeared from my sight. I recently brought this up while talking to my friend who was also there. She said that she also saw it, which proves I didn't imagine it, and told me that it was probably a deer, but I doubt that. First, I am sure I didn't see its head. If it was a deer, I'm sure I would see it. Second, there are no deer in that forest. Now, we once had a camp there. I was literally standing outside my tent at around 2 a.m. with a flashlight, and I never noticed anything like that. If anyone knows what that could have been, it would be really nice. I think there was a demonic or spiritual presence at my camp. Alright, so starting off this story, you probably need some background info. My friends and I were camping together for a group event. We were out camping for 3 nights, and each night something freaky occurred, along with some unsettling events during the day. So we were out by a fire for the first night, and everyone was wide awake and ready to chill for the long weekend, so we decided to tell ghost stories, because we're dumb. Keep in mind it's about 9:30 to 10 p.m. currently. We start telling our ghost stories, but after a while they get boring, and we go onto online for some ghost stories. We read part of one, but it wasn't scary, so we stopped. And this is the point where I got up and was like, "Hey! Look at the thing in the bushes over there." Of course, I was joking, but then people started seeing things moving, and even people who are very down to earth, not just me, I have a very vivid imagination, and we heard noises. Pretty freaked out because it's dark and spooky, we decide to go to bed quickly. But all throughout the night, I hear footsteps and howling. I think the howling was from the young group of kids camping next to us, but it still added to the atmosphere. The wind was blowing strongly that night, and it was cold, and no one got much sleep that night. On the second night, it was pretty much the same story as the first night, just footsteps and howling, and occasionally seeing things moving in the darkness. Nothing new happened, but people were just freaked out and worried about things. Now we moved on to the third night, which was the freakiest of them all. It starts off the same as the last 2, with people joking about the man in the bushes, and then, of course, people start seeing things and panicking. By now it's about 10:05, and we start getting ready for bed. All the girls get up and go to the toilet, and it's just me, my friend Spencer, and my half-friend Brandon. Brandon gets up to supposedly go to the toilet, but both I and Spencer assume he's going to prank the girls. So, the girls come out of the toilet when Brandon is still there, and there is the word help written in big letters on one of the poles. Or so I was told. The girls all freak out, claiming that it's Brandon, and then they walk back to the camp, where one of the girls becomes very anxious and expresses a desire to go home, wishing they had never come to the camp. Both I and Spencer were thinking it was Brandon, but he kept denying it profusely, which was odd, because he always admitted it after he pulled a prank. But this time he kept denying it, even to the adults of the camp. This causes Spencer to start thinking Brandon wasn't lying, and then he started freaking out a bit. I have severe anxiety and paranoia and a very vivid imagination, but I always put everything down to science and logic. I'm the sort of person that always has an explanation for everything, and I start saying, if you were being chased, or in danger, would you have the time to write help on a pole? Of course people listen, but they all freak out. One of the girls then offered to show me the help sign and explain why she thought it was Brandon, but when we arrived, the sign had completely disappeared. I had absolutely no explanation for this, and I started to freak out. To calm myself down, I made up a lie like, charcoal gets soaked in wood after a certain period of time, even though I knew it was a blatant lie. It was only like 5 minutes later when I went to have a look. We all go to bed, and surprisingly, I slept well. This is now the last day we are at the camp, so we start packing up. We were told to clean the toilets, where all the creepy stuff has happened. We started sweeping and cleaning out the toilet block, but every cubicle felt like something was in it, and I constantly felt like I was being watched. While we were sweeping, someone threw gum nuts, we're Australian, through the bars, so I went out to yell, but no one. This happens a few times until I'm outside, and one of my friends yells out that they saw a gumnut get thrown through the window, and I'm only seconds away from the edge, so I sprint around, and nothing is there. For reference, the window, it wasn't really a window, it was some diagonal bars at the top, was only about 20 centimeters tall, and the nearest gum tree is across the road. This freaks me out, and I go back inside to finish sweeping. My friend had left to go talk to the girls, so I was alone in the bathroom, and when I turned the corner, I saw a distinct shadow figure standing in the corner before walking into one of the cubicles and disappearing. It was about my height, I'm 173 centimeters tall, 5'8", it had long scruffy hair, and it had a blank expression on its face. It walked with a long gait and disappeared as soon as I looked in that cubicle. I left the toilet quickly, but the next time I walked in, with my friend Spencer, the cubicle that the shadow man walked into had its toilet flushing. Spencer and I sprinted out of there and did not return for the rest of the camp. We left later that day. So that's my story. Do any of you think that there was some sort of presence at our camp? Was I visited by a spirit whilst wild camping? Theories wanted. I was doing a long coastal walk a couple of years ago and walking through North England. I was wild camping the whole time and never had any real issues with it, aside from badgers stealing my sausages and dogs jumping on my tent. But this experience was probably the strangest on my entire 2-year trek, and I would love to hear any thoughts or opinions on what it could possibly represent. I got a bit caught out in a town called Morecambe. It was winter, and the light was fading fast. The whole area was incredibly built up, and the sunset panic subsequently set in as I knew I wouldn't make it out of town before it got completely dark. A small park, shielded from the town's view by a skate park, had a burnt-out ring from a fire on the grass and graffiti on a concrete wall, making it seem like my best option for a camping spot. Anyone who saw me there would likely assume I was homeless, probably a man, and perhaps a little unhinged, possibly even armed. Although it wasn't ideal, I was confident that I wouldn't bother anyone if I packed up again at sunrise. So I thought. It was fine until around 2/3 in the morning. Footsteps came directly towards my tent, crunching along the frosty grass, and then singing started. It was a woman's voice. She was singing in a language that sounded vaguely like French, although I couldn't decipher the tune or the words. I was quite literally frozen with fear and couldn't record the singing because my horribly squeaky sleeping mattress would have given me away if I made the slightest movement. The singing and footsteps circled my tent 3 times. Then the singing stopped, and after a minute or two I heard her footsteps fading. It didn't feel threatening. I was weirdly reassured to hear both a woman's voice and singing. But it was a bloody strange experience. I understand that logically, it was likely just someone who was drunk or trying to scare me intentionally, but it truly felt like something deeper, something more spiritual and meaningful. So my question is basically, who or what could it have been? Would really appreciate any ideas. I asked my knowledgeable brother to put aside his usual skepticism of spirits and another realm for just 2 seconds and give me a bona fide folklore theory. To his credit, he sipped his pint thoughtfully and suggested it could be a white lady or, based on my proximity to Morecambe Winter Gardens, an old Victorian theatre known for hauntings, some kind of thespian spirit since there was a cultural exchange between Britain and France in the theatre world at the time. He says, was it a protection spell or a curse? What is the significance of circling my tent 3 times? Any theories and thoughts are welcomed and appreciated. In mid-July of this year, 2025, my friend and his parents were camping up Fairview in their new toy hauler, and they invited me to join them. So we met his parents up there, got there around 3, and the day went on. Everything was normal, we cooked dinner and had a few drinks, and by 10 p.m. his family went in the trailer to get ready for bed. We followed shortly after, intending to have a quick smoke before bed, but we ended up staying outside for an hour discussing life, conspiracies, aliens, folklore, and more. I was so fascinated by the sky, just how the stars were shining and how you could see the Milky Way, so probably every 5 minutes I just randomly blurt out, "Dude, look at the sky," because I was truly mesmerized. As we continued our conversation and I repeatedly exclaimed, "Look at the sky," a bright light orb appeared in the sky, producing an intense noise that resembled a Semtex grenade from Call of Duty. That's the best way I can describe it. It was like a vibration, so damn weird, but it came from the sky and landed right across the fire from us, not even 10 feet away. It instantly stops us in our tracks and I say, "What the duck was that?" We had no light or any other source of illumination, and my friend started running towards the trailer while I followed closely behind him. Straight out of a movie, we were tripping over camping chairs and screaming at the top of our lungs. I had never screamed like that before in my life. It was the purest form of fear I'd ever felt. My soul literally left my body, and I wish I was exaggerating. But I swear that as we were fleeing from this entity that had just crash landed in our location, a tall, luminous, shadowy figure was immediately behind us, pursuing us. We got in the trailer, and his parents came out frantically because, from our screams, it sounded like we had just watched someone get ended in front of us. We locked the door and were panicking about the terrifying experience we had just gone through. My heart had to have been going 280 plus beats a minute. I was shaking intensely, and to make matters worse, his dog was outside with us. When we entered the trailer, she immediately started growling at me. To this day, I have no idea what that experience was, and I'm sure I never will, but it is something I'll always remember, and I doubt I'll ever return to those mountains. The experience was absolute insanity. Whatever it was, it confirmed our conversation that we aren't alone on this planet. It felt as if they had been listening to our conversation. I missed work one day because I had panic attacks for 2 weeks. I'd begin to relive the moment, and the fear would overwhelm me. Horrible experience. We saw one, not a deer. My wife, child, and I were out driving around the Balsam Grove area and saw several deer in the area. Lots of oohs and ahs. There was a property for sale we went to look at, and it was up a gravel road in a small neighborhood. Strange enough, the sun was setting and it was quiet. There were houses and cars parked, but we didn't see a single person. While looking at this property, we were in the car. My wife motioned for me to look in the woods directly to her right. There was a large deer, eyes in the front, looking straight at us. It was just watching. I immediately began to feel uneasy, as I had never observed a deer to behave this way. I immediately told my wife it was time for us to go. My dad's safety instincts kicked in to keep my family safe. I just knew that it was not a deer. It didn't look sickly or disheveled. Its appearance was strong, and it was focused right on us. There were no headlights on it, just an FYI. Getting the woods where I live haunted. To start off, I've always been a person who has been interested in spiritual things. Maybe a year ago I finally thought I'd commit myself to shamanism. I was inexperienced then, and I still am because I haven't engaged with shamanism since this story took place. I remember it clearly being a Thursday night. I had recently bought myself a book that taught me about ways and information. But this book also detailed small, non-violent rituals in which I could do shamanic things. Ever since I bought this book, I have felt excited because I finally have something to commit to, which has helped ease my struggles with finding purpose in life. The morning before the ritual I had ventured out following a snaking river where I knew the perfect spot to do my first ritual. I had built a fire in preparation. The ritual involved offering incense, various foods, and ingredients, which I was comfortable with. The main purpose was to communicate with a fire spirit and enter a trance state. Then came the night of the ritual. I waited roughly until 10:30 p.m. to head out to the site that was very deep in the woods. I slung a massive drum encased in its cover across my shoulder while holding incense and some food in the other, along with materials to light the small fire. Now here is something that I must note. There was no wind whatsoever, and the sounds of night flow were present. As I hiked through the dark, I felt truly safe and unaffected by anything. I eventually made it to my ritual site, and I prepared everything. I lit the fire, prepared the food, and lit the incense as well. I began to drum rhythmically to try and get myself to trance out like specified in the book. But that was when I opened my eyes and realized what was happening. The wind was suddenly here and incredibly violent, swaying my fire from side to side to the extent that flames licked the floor at points. I had specifically checked the weather, and it was supposed to be still. It had only been about 2 minutes since I began the ritual, and I was completely unaware of the source of the sudden wind. On top of this, the sounds of nightlife had become utterly silent. I heard no birds and heard no kangaroos, just nothing at all. The hair on my arms and legs stood straight up, and I felt incredibly unwelcome. I felt as though I was being watched, and whatever was around wanted me to meet a violent end. I hastily packed my belongings, feeling a wave of hate that followed me all the way to my home, where I felt a sense of relief. Once I was home, I locked all the doors and windows, but when I looked out the window, I felt watched every time I looked towards the woods. I shut my blinds and tried to sleep, but I ended up not sleeping that night. Unfortunately, that's not where it all ended. Apparently, according to the ritual, you're supposed to go and collect some of the ashes from the fire the next day, but I didn't do it, as I was absolutely terrified of going into the woods again. The next night I could hear a man whistling. The whistling came from the woods, and it was not a song, if that makes sense. His whistling would start in the tune of a song for a little while, but then it would suddenly switch to a different song and tune. This went on for about a week, sometimes being as close as maybe 10 meters from my window and sometimes from the edges of the woods or deep inside the woods. After this week of creepy whistling, it was replaced for one night by a singular screech-like scream of what sounded like pain coming from within the woods. This scream was womanlike and not like a man's, which confused me. After that night, the whistling returned and continued for about a month until it finally stopped. Maybe half a year has passed since the ending of that month, and I no longer hear things from the woods at night, but there's still something there watching me. Every time I gaze upon the woods at night, I experience the same sensation as on the night of the ritual, feeling unwelcome and causing my hair to stand on edge. If I go in the woods during the day, I just feel followed wherever I go until I'm back home. One comfort is that whatever is in those woods doesn't leave them, as I've gone camping in different woods and it's been completely fine. Since that ritual, I have avoided returning to the ritual site due to fear, and I am hesitant to even enter the woods. Ever since that incident, I have not touched shamanism in any way, shape, or form. Do you guys reckon I accidentally made the woods here haunted? Time dilation on the Superior Hiking Trail. There aren't many stories from Minnesota included here, so I'll share one of my eeriest experiences. I've spent a lot of time in BFN, MN, and have seen a lot of crazy things. This one, though, is something I've so far only experienced once. This happened about a year ago while hiking with my brother. We went on a day hike on the Superior Hiking Trail, starting at a trailhead just north of Toft. The trip so far had been weird, with taking a late night trip to a grocery in Duluth to get snacks and the motel we were staying at potentially having hookers at it. It's Duluth, though, so we didn't think too much of it. Anyway, we started the hike early around 7:30/8 am and planned to hike for 4-ish hours before turning around and getting out of the woods around twilight. For people who haven't hiked the SHT, it's fairly rugged and not something you want to be doing in the dark. Plenty of elevation change and a mixture of prepared and unprepared trails awaited. The hike was decent, talking about life as I had gone through a rough patch not long beforehand. We are both fairly fit, so the steep grades at parts were challenging but doable. This is important. We hike for about 4 to 5 hours and end up near Lutsen Lodge before turning around. While hiking we passed several groups, one of which was a group of college students clearly out for a leisurely stroll. At this point we turn around, and the time dilation starts. We start hiking back at a noticeably slower pace, maybe half or a little faster than half of what we had been doing before. As we walked, we didn't see another group but started noticing a bunch of mushrooms that, as far as our research found, weren't native to the area. We get back to a point we had stopped at earlier to figure out if we needed to speed up. My brother checked his phone while I zoned out before asking me, "What time do you think it is?" Recounting our pace and location, I assumed it was 4 p.m. and we needed to pick up the pace to be out in an hour. Lo and behold, we somehow crossed the same distance that took us 2 hours before in only 1 hour, 1 p.m.-ish. As we were trying to figure out how we hiked that distance faster, at a slower pace, we began to realize all of the groups we passed before hadn't been seen since. At the very least we should have seen the college group unless they went way off the trail. Finally, we get back to the trailhead. We started a whole 2 hours early. We somehow cut off 2 hours from our predicted return while walking slower. The whole time felt like being in the twilight zone, but I had assumed up to that point that it was just the atmosphere of the trail in the fall. This was the short version of a long story, so if it doesn't make sense, I apologize. I encountered something unexplainable. I need some answers. Last Monday, August 17th, I went camping alone in Uwharrie National Forest. My goal was to de-stress and simply enjoy nature. I brought along a knife, some MREs, which are packs of freeze-dried food essentially, and a tarp and rope to construct a shelter. I arrive at the campground around 2, and I begin my hike. It is deathly quiet. The only wildlife I encounter are 2 deer at the beginning of the trail. They squeal and run away. As I'm hiking, I notice a large amount of quartz deposits strewn about, enough to raise an eyebrow. I reach a valley clearing about a mile in and in between 2 streams. I constructed my shelter in the center. Old campfires littered about told me this place must be a good place to camp. After finishing my tarp tent, I begin to walk around, exploring the area. I hear thunder and decide to head back to my shelter. Here is where things start to get strange. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it still. I lay on my stomach in my tent. As the storm rolls in, I feel a strange pressure change, low bass frequency, and temperature drop, not that odd considering I'm in a valley. As it approaches, however, I feel a sensation I have never felt before. I can feel the storm above me in a way I can't fully describe. The best I can do to detail this feeling is that my consciousness was aware and expanded enough to feel this mass above me. I'm thinking, this is very weird, but don't entertain any thoughts of this possibly being paranormal. That is until I hear the first sound. I hear a loud whoop, I'd guess a quarter mile away, the hairs stand up all over, and then it begins to pour rain, very hard. At this point I have no earthly idea what could have made that sound other than a very large animal that I'm unfamiliar with. Time passes, I'm still lying in my tent. It's not quite dark, but it's raining, so I have nothing to do but scan the trees and listen. That's when I see the light. A very small, what looked like a coin reflecting in the sun, only there was no sun, and it was moving. It blinked on then off quickly and then reappeared a few feet to the side, on then off again. I never saw it again. Not soon after I began to hear what in my mind were bipedal footsteps. They didn't seem like they came from a large animal, but I never saw what made them. They began in the exact same spot. I witnessed the light a few moments prior. I am staring intently at this spot, frozen in fear, clutching my knife, unable to move. It's silent until dusk, it's still raining, and then I hear the second whoop much closer and louder, on the other side of my shelter. Whatever made this noise was maybe 50 feet away. Night falls, and adrenaline is pumping through me. I lay on my back. It was so dark it did not matter if my eyes were open or closed. There was no noise for a few hours, and I began to relax slightly, that is, until I heard the babbling. I had set up in between two streams, so my rational brain was making me think it was just the water. It was not. If I had allowed myself to believe that I was actually hearing some sort of inhuman speech that far into the woods all alone, I would have panicked or blacked out with fear, perhaps. I hear this intermittently throughout the night in two places. It's soft, as if they are whispering to each other about me, not wanting to wake me up. I lose consciousness at some point but wake up to something being thrown at my tent, a small rock. Nothing more of note happens that I'm aware of until morning, when I get the hell out of there. I arrive home and immediately begin researching what could have possibly been making those noises. I look at deer, mountain lions, bears, and even raccoon and squirrel noises. Nothing comes close. That is until I decide to entertain the Sasquatch theory. I came across the Sierra Sounds. It is exactly the same. I cannot tell you how frightened I was when I heard online. It is the same exact noise. I can't even begin to process this. Even still, I'm shaking typing all of this out for you. The murmuring. That's the worst part. They were talking to each other. Please let me know what your thoughts are, or if you know anybody who has had similar experiences too. Let me assure you everything I have written is the truth, and I feel completely healthy. I know what I heard. Strange true story to share. I want to share this story before I die, and better now than never. Beware, it's a strange story, and I didn't make it up. I am 33 years old, and I come from Northern Europe. Although it is not part of Scandinavia, the former Soviet Union is still a northern country, where forests are big and dark, winters are long and cold, and the natives are more pagan than good Christians. Back in time I used to love this country, yet now I'm living far away from there, and I'll never go back. My reasons are my own. I was 21 and had a girlfriend 3 years younger than me. We had no place to live and were really happy to accept her grandma's offer to settle with her. It was an old house in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by forest and fields of grass, 17 kilometers from the town, 15 kilometers from the highway, with no public transport available. Twice in the week a relative came with a car. She brought us food and cigarettes. We had a dozen chickens living in the barn and a garden where we tried to grow some vegetables. Such a remote place it was. There was a huge oak tree nearby with 6 very primitive handmade ragdolls hanging from its branches. My girlfriend put them there a long time ago. When I asked her, why? She said, it's a strange place. I just had to mark it somehow. In my country we have a tradition of summer solstice pagan festival, when people gather together, start a lot of bonfires, drink beer, and have fun until sunrise. It's usually a shame not to participate in it. That year, 2 of my girlfriend's childhood friends visited us. I even remember their names, Mona and Eve. We made a bonfire and had a really good time until darkness fell and the moon came out. The moon was full and red. There was something creepy about it. One of the girls said, let's go to the river. And because we had nothing better to do, we decided to go. To get to the river, we had to follow the road through the forest and then turn towards the Valley of Oaks. About 35 to 40 minutes by walk, actually, despite having no flashlights. It wasn't that dark, because of the moon, and well, this time it was noisy as hell. To the left and right of the forest path, a huge number of birds were screaming like crazy. I remember I said, what's wrong with them? Are they always like that? And my girlfriend said, no. Then when a couple of hours later we went back, the forest was silent. I noticed that something was not right, and then my girlfriend caught my arm like she was scared and whispered in my ear, do you hear it? I didn't hear anything. Her friends asked what's up, and she screamed, don't you hear it? Don't you hear it at all? A woman is singing behind the trees. They didn't hear it as well. We stood still in the forest of silence, beneath the red moon, and we heard nothing. Then I put her hands away from me and went to these trees she was pointing at, step by step, slowly. After a very few steps I heard something as well. It wasn't a human voice, though, just like a distant radio transmission, white noise, nothing more than that. I asked, "What's behind this growth?" She said, "Swamp." Then I asked, "Is she still singing?" She said, "No." We went home and tried to forget about this. Yet the problem was, I couldn't forget. I asked Grandma if there was anything in this part of the forest, such as any buildings. Grandma said a couple of houses were built right after the war but were abandoned later. I asked why, is there something spooky about this place or what? She said, no well-paid job around here, that's all. I found the remains of these houses a bit later, just several broken walls. Nothing that special, except for two strange black hooks attached to one of the walls. Both looked quite new. I still wonder what their purpose was. We never wandered this forest path after dusk since then. But it didn't help much. It was autumn, and we went there to get some wood. We had a dog with us. Normally, he would run around like a fool, but this time, he was quite cautious. I watched him for a while and realized he was scared of something. Yet he had quite a cowardly nature, and I dismissed his behavior first. Until my girlfriend said, "You know, it's the same place. Remember?" She said, "It's like he sees more than we do. Perhaps we aren't alone?" The trees were still. No wind, nothing. And not out loud, but deep inside my mind, I told it, "Whoever you are, behold and appear." I still have no idea why I did that. But it's been done. And it answered. Unseen. I just heard massive hard steps approaching us, like an enormous elephant or something. I ran aside. The steps continued until the creature stopped in the middle of the path. I didn't know what to think anymore. My girlfriend caught my arm, and we ran away. Out of the forest, she asked me, "What did you do?" I told her. She was truly terrified. She struck me in the face and screamed, "Don't do it. Don't do it anymore." I made a promise. And I kept it. There's not much left to tell. Winter passed, and in an early month of spring, we sat at the barn roof and talked about nothing and everything. Suddenly she said, "Remember this thing in the forest? I want to tell you something, just don't call me crazy." Well, how could I? Wasn't I crazy to command this thing telepathically as well? Below is the story she told me. She was 13 or 14, she spent a part of her summer vacations with Grandma, and that evening she was sitting beside the road, waiting for her dad to come for a visit. But he didn't come that evening at all. Instead, a bus stopped down the road in the dusk. The door opened, and a bunch of little kids came out. There was a woman with them. There was something strange about these kids, simply because they didn't behave like kids of their age. They were too calm, too apathetic, they moved as if they were programmed. They had no bags with them, either. Hand in hand in a straight procession, they went toward the forest and didn't come back. She waited for them to come back, but they didn't. Darkness fell. The bus driver turned off the lights. She told me, "There's not any inhabited place in that direction for many kilometers along. Nobody walks here, except hunters. There's nowhere to stay and nothing to look for. There's only that place. We are not together anymore, but I will always remember, because, well, if you ask about the weirdest stuff that ever happened to me, this is the one." And, yes, it's a true story. Ghost on the trail. My wife's dad had a recognizable white Jeep Wrangler. We sold it a couple months after he had passed away. I was mowing over at the property that my wife inherited from her dad. I got the grass around the house and driveway already done. I was starting to mow down the trails her dad had made through the wood. About a minute or so after I mowed by the first turnoff, which went up a pretty big hill, something felt off, like I was being followed. Figuring it was a deer, I turned around and saw the back end of a white Jeep Wrangler going up the hill. It caught me off guard. I backed up the mower so I could see up the hill. There was nothing driving up that hill. It was a long enough hill that I would have had plenty of time to catch the vehicle going up it. I turned off the mower and listened, still nothing. I was a little rattled, but I had to get those trails mowed. I continued on, and about halfway through, I had that same feeling of being followed. I quickly turned around and again saw the back end of the same white Wrangler going down another longer trail. I hopped off the mower and ran to the top of the trail. There was no Jeep in sight. This part of the trail was about a half-mile long, and there was nowhere to turn off it. I decided that was enough mowing for the day and went back to the house and left. I like to think her dad was coming back to pick up his Jeep and check the trails one more time. I heard voices in the canopy. This is the story of an experience I had in Cradle Mountain National Park in Tasmania, Australia, in my early teens. Despite causing no physical injury, it has haunted me into adulthood. I grew up in a family of avid hikers. Both my mother, a botanist, and my father, a biologist for the University of Tasmania, would regularly visit the deepest wilderness areas of Tasmania during their field studies. The family disguised these trips as camping and hiking adventures. I was as passionate about the outdoors as they were, so I didn't mind. The key word was, because even after what I went through, I still refused to return, even 20 plus years later. We lived on a property a short driving distance from Lake St. Clair, a popular tourist destination. This was the only place my parents would allow me to camp and experience the wilderness alone, as long as I brought my German Shepherd with me. He was a former police dog and very well trained. At 12 or 13 years old, I didn't mind. It felt like my own little slice of freedom in my own little slice of wilderness, despite being surrounded by people. It was easy to ignore them. But as I got older and more brazen, I found myself hounding my parents to let me take my quad bike deeper into the park to camp, to test my own abilities and prove to them that I was capable of doing so and that I wasn't a little kid anymore. It was that overconfidence that led me to that situation and caused me this trauma. I was 15 at the time of the experience, at the age where I thought I was invincible, knew all there was to know, and was untouchable. After asking my parents for what felt like an uncountable number of times and being told no just as many times, I had enough and decided to just go. I told my parents that I and a few friends were going to the lake to camp and do some fishing over the weekend. Instead, I took my tent and my quad and headed into the reserve. I left just after sunrise to maximize daylight and to make it as far in as I felt comfortable. Once arriving, I set up camp, had some food, and decided to go for an explore. I knew of a spot nearby with a gorgeous rock face where fossils had been found in the past, so I thought I'd try my luck. Shortly into the walk, I realized I'd been turned around and had no idea where I was anymore. At the time, I didn't see it as that big of a deal, as I had a compass and knew that if I headed south, it would take me back to the lake, and I could walk from there. However, by this time, it was getting late in the afternoon. So, stupidly, I decided to try my chances and make it back to my camp and quad bike so I wasn't walking back to camp from the lake in the dark. Big mistake. It was about 4:30 p.m., and the sun had begun to dip below the tree line, casting dark shadows across my walking path. That's when the forest went silent, and when I say silent, I mean silent, no wind, no birds, no forest sounds at all, which made my heart rate skyrocket. It was getting dark, and the silence was suffocating. I just wanted to get back to my camp, light a fire, eat some snacks, and spend my night watching nature's television until I fell asleep. That's when, from every direction, I would hear the sound of twigs cracking and something moving in the canopy above me. No big deal, probably birds or other small animals, I thought. But then, as clear as day, "Hey, come here." At first, I felt relieved, as I thought someone along the trails had seen me, noticed I was a bit disheveled, and wanted to help. But looking around, I saw no one. Then it happened again, but behind me this time, the same voice, but I noticed it was coming from up in the trees. I responded, "I can't see you, where are you?" and asked for some help because I thought I just couldn't see the person calling out. But then it happened again, from my left this time. That's when I decided to run. I took off into the brush and ran for a good 2 minutes before I stopped to catch my breath and look at my compass to start making my way towards the lake. I was terrified but felt I had covered enough distance that I wasn't in immediate danger. But seconds after checking my compass and starting to walk, I heard it again, "Hey, come here." But this time it was right behind me. I spun around and saw absolutely nothing, so I began sprinting again and didn't stop. The last thing I heard before bursting out of the trees onto the lakefront was the most evil, demonic laugh I had ever heard. It sounded like 3 people laughing at once. I immediately called my parents to come and get me and told them what I did and what happened, but they were more focused on my disobedience than my experience. The moment they picked me up was the first time I felt relief, and I cried the whole drive home. I didn't sleep properly for days. My dad went and picked up my quad and tidied up my camp. Since that day, I haven't stepped foot away from the lake. If anyone has had an experience like this, I'd love to hear it because it took my passion from me. I miss being out away from society, but I can't bring myself to do it. I saw the devil in Bulgaria. I do not really know why I'm writing this. Maybe because I haven't slept properly in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I see it again, that black figure standing among the trees. If someone had told me I'd ever talk about something like this, I would have laughed. But here I am, typing this with shaky hands. It started on one of those strangely warm October Saturdays when the air smells like dry leaves and dust. My friend Peter and I decided to hike up Jindem Hill. Just to drink some coffee at the top and look at the city. I've always liked that place. There's something heavy about it, old and alive somehow. The Turks called it Jindem, which means hell. My grandmother used to tell me that at night you could hear footsteps up there, but you should never ask who it is. I laughed back then. I would not now. It was around noon. The sun was strong, the air was trembling, and everything was quiet in a strange way. We sat on the rocks near the antenna and watched Plovdiv spread beneath us like a toy city. After a while, Peter went silent. He squinted and nodded toward the trees. "Do you see that down there?" he asked. At first I thought it was a man. But the more I stared, the less human it looked. I could not make out any details, no clothes, no face, no reflection from the sun. It wasn't just black. It was the kind of black that eats the light around it, like a hole in the world. Then I smelled it. Burnt metal, mixed with something rotten. Peter cursed and said we should leave. I wanted to move, but my body wouldn't listen. The thing turned toward us. Not like a person. It didn't move, just shifted, like space itself bent the wrong way. The air suddenly felt heavy. Everything fell silent, there were no birds, no wind, and even the noise of the city vanished. Then came the sound. Not really a voice, more like a whisper scraping against metal. I could not understand the words, but it felt like they were echoing inside my head instead of my ears. And then it was gone. No movement, no sound, just empty air where it had been. Peter was already halfway down the path, yelling at me to move. I finally did. When we reached the bottom, neither of us said a word. He looked pale, like he hadn't slept in days. Then he said quietly, "Don't call me. I do not want to remember this," and he walked away. The next day I texted him. No answer. 2 days later I heard he'd been taken to the hospital. His mother said he woke up screaming at night, saying the black one was standing by his window. I haven't been the same since. At night, when I turn off the lights, I keep seeing something move at the edge of my vision. Shapes darker than the dark. Sometimes, if I listen closely, I can still hear that faint metallic whisper, like breath on the back of my neck. And the worst part? Last week I was standing on my balcony. You can see the whole hill from there. Right on the top, where we sat that day, I saw it again. A black figure, still as a statue, watching the city below. Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe fear's just messing with my head. But deep down, I know one thing. That hill is called Jindem for a reason. I typically share this story only with close friends, as it sounds entirely fabricated. This truly happened. I will never forget these moments. There were many times I remember seeing these things, but only a few instances really seared themselves into my brain enough for me to remember them as an adult. Anyway, here it goes. So, when I was around 7, we moved to a house in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place where it was forest for miles, your neighbors were far enough away they probably wouldn't hear you scream in the night, all the roads were made of dirt. Until I was a teenager and some got paved, there were no streetlights, no stores, and you had to drive 15 to 20 minutes in any direction to get to a town. As I got a little older, I would start going out to adventure on the roads at night, especially on nights when the moon was full so I could see better. I would walk to the nearby cemeteries to walk around. There were 2 just down the street, or down to the river if I wanted to climb down the big hill past those and splash around on the shore. But one night in particular, I walked down to the cemetery I usually preferred over the other, as the path inside was newly paved, so it had a nice loop to walk and a good tree to climb in. But as I came close, a tall, thin figure in a black suit popped up playfully from behind one of the trash cans on the road by the opening. This figure had to be at least 6 feet, with the stomach coming to about level with one of those tall green trash bins. His outfit was all black, but I could tell he was wearing a very tailored suit. On his head was a tall top hat and a white porcelain mask adorned with a big smile. I stopped walking, staring at this figure for a good second. It didn't move, and I didn't move. But then it lifted a long, slender arm and waved at me before popping back behind the bin. At that moment, I didn't feel threatened, oddly enough. It almost felt like it wanted to play a game with me, but I was in no way interested. I was too freaked out to just turn around and leave, so I walked backwards. I kept my eyes on the trash bin until I couldn't see it anymore before turning and running the rest of the way to my house. This was the first time I saw these things, but not the last. And he wasn't the only one. There was another time I had a friend over for a sleepover, around the time I was in middle school. We were sitting outside my house just talking about drama and whatever else teenage kids do. But all of a sudden, my friend saw something out in the trees. She had heard all my stories of these things before, so she stood up, ready to get out of there. But I hadn't seen it, so I was convinced it was just an animal or something prowling around at night. I stood up with her anyway, and we watched the tree line, waiting to see if we could spot it again. We waited, and eventually, a little head poked its way out from behind a tree. This one was much shorter and more egg-shaped, with his white porcelain mask. His had a frown, though. He was peeking out from behind a tree at us, then went behind again. Then he moved to another tree and peeked at us again, all the while getting closer. We were scared to move at first, but eventually ran inside, woke my mom, and told her everything we'd seen. She checked it out but found nothing. These kinds of things went on for a long time while I was growing up in that house, and eventually we moved out of it. We bought a house. When I turned 17 years old, we moved to a house in a town 15 minutes away. Once we moved, these sightings mostly stopped, and I didn't bring the stories up much anymore. My mom and my friends knew, but it became a topic we didn't discuss much anymore since they weren't around. So the last scare they provided me happened when my sister and I went back out to visit our old home as teenagers. She'd just gotten her license, so we drove out on a rainy day to see how everything was. I was telling her all about a totally different story. I was narrating a story about a girl I had once encountered in the cemetery. We played and ran around, but a weird noise started coming from the woods. She wanted to see what it was, but I didn't want to wander off. So she went by herself. I waited, but she never came back. She wasn't a kid from town I recognized, and no one ever brought up her disappearance. I never saw the girl again. Then I started the "oh my god, I don't know if I ever told you about these things," and started spinning off the tales I told above. Eventually, midway through, she stopped the car and told me to stop. She was visibly upset and said, "You saw those things too?" I was flabbergasted. I figured I was the only one they were bothering. "You saw them too?" I questioned right back. She then told me about how she'd seen not only them but also the girl I'd described. In our house. She was sick at the time, so she thought she was having a crazy fever dream. However, I accurately described what she had seen that night. I haven't seen them since and can't make sense of what they were, but they were definitely a fun little spooky thing I remember from time to time. Something unknown follows me. I was about 4 years old when I first saw it. My stepdad warned me to stay away from the trees, or it would get me. But I wanted to play outside anyway, so I stepped outside and peered around because the trailer I lived in at the time was right next to a forest. And when I turned to look at the corner that was near the trees, a massive black thing with yellow eyes peered around at me and grabbed the side of the house with inky claws. For years I asked my mother what it was because she's no longer with said stepfather, and she doesn't remember anything from that night besides me running inside screaming and crying. My stepfather at the time had no recollection of ever warning me of anything either. Eventually I forgot about it until 3 years ago. I was sharing a room with a roommate, and we were home alone and laughing. I got up to get snacks, but she suddenly stopped laughing and said, "Don't go out there, he's waiting for you." Which, of course, struck an intense fear within me. I asked her to repeat what she just said, and immediately she looked confused and said, "I didn't say anything." Obviously I was freaked out and made her leave the room first. Thankfully nothing happened, but as I lived in that apartment, I dreamt about that thing crawling out of my closet and trapping me in my room. I could see it had large antlers and the body of a man. The creature had inky claws, and its head resembled a rabbit skull. It got to the point where I asked to switch rooms because I thought I was just paranoid about the closet. But then my roommate, when she took over the room, claimed she woke up to something standing in the corner watching her. She described the antlers, but for some reason it didn't bother her, so she stayed in the room. Eventually I moved to where I live now, and the back of the house is, once again, against a lining of trees. I work the third shift, so occasionally when I leave for work, I experience a very sickly, scared feeling in my gut that something will come around the corner, prompting me to run to the car. This feeling happened 2 nights ago, and I don't know what it is, but I'm afraid it's trying to find me, and it's upsetting because hardly anyone takes me seriously about it lately. It doesn't feel like a demon. It feels more than that. More cryptid-like. I've googled anything that might resemble antlers, a rabbit skull, and the body of a man. It also just looks like it dipped itself in a lot of ink and tar. I used to call it the boogeyman, but now I'm not sure. Not the most dramatic encounter, but want to share. Recently, I have gone from being marginally interested in the topic of Bigfoot to really taking a deep look at this phenomenon. For whatever reason, this topic has really captured me. One of the most fascinating aspects is hearing a person describe how, after an encounter, the strange little things they previously dismissed, such as an acorn being thrown at them, start to make more sense. This was around 2007, and at the time I owned a small 3-acre parcel next to the Manistee National Forest in Michigan's Lower Peninsula. I should note that this happened in one of the LP's most rural and remote counties. The property was seldom visited, and so my buddies and I decided to camp there one weekend to check out the fishing nearby. At the time, there were no houses or cabins built around the lot. The property was densely wooded, and so we camped in a small clearing. It was a fairly uneventful camping experience, and around 11 p.m., we retired to our individual tents. Now, I have to share that I am an extremely light sleeper, and those are sounds that will wake me up. So it's often hard for me to fall asleep with the normal camping sounds, insects, etc., but I was finally able to. At some point during the night, well after midnight, I remember waking up because all the sounds I had fallen asleep to were silent. Completely silent. I lay there for a few minutes, half out of it, when I heard footsteps coming in from the woods behind me. They were very definite, but I could tell they were trying to be quiet. They only stayed for a few minutes, walked around my tent, and then walked off. I thought a friend was about to pee, so I waited for the zipper sound when they returned to their tent, but it never came. The next day, having breakfast around the fire, I mentioned the footsteps, but no one had heard them or left their tent that night. We spoke a bit about what it could have been. I was personally concerned that the noise could have been caused by a bear, but they assured me that a bear would not be able to move so quietly, and nothing at the camp had been disturbed. Their consensus was a deer, but I remember saying that it sounded two-legged and not like a small-sized foot. It didn't feel like a hoof but a longer, more sustained footfall. One of my friends kindly told me that I was not a tracker, that it was just some animal, and that I should drop the subject. And that was it for that day. I dropped it too, just being relieved it was not a bear. It's funny to think back on it. The most upset friend made an excuse about his tent leaking and slept in his truck. I didn't even question it. That second night, the footsteps came back, did their little cautious lap, and left back into the forest. I swear whatever it was on two legs and had the same longer duration footfall sounds. It never occurred to me that it was anything other than me misinterpreting the sound of a typical animal. I was younger, but I know what I heard and saw. To be clear, I honestly don't know if it was a crawler, but this is the best place to go, so please bear with me. Every summer, my friends and I used to go to a camp in southern Illinois located on a large, isolated plot of land with beautiful scenery. If you live near this area, you've probably heard of this camp, as it is quite popular and genuinely offers a good experience with great people. However, it is not cheap and has a long history. But due to privacy I won't say the name of it. This is actual history, which is what makes it feel off. Throughout this camp there are different units to host different genders and ages. One of these units, one night more than a couple years back, had all 4 to 5 cabins burned down mysteriously, but luckily no one was in them at the time. There were no signs of arson, no records of lightning, thunder, or any other weather-related things. The staff initially dismissed the incident with confusion, but it was evident that some individuals were uneasy. One thing I won't forget to mention is that this area has definitely been known to be a location of past Native American locations. I'll put it short, a group of pastors from Europe came to America over a period of time, and sadly most were ended except for 2. Some were painful, and others were quick but cruel, such as a tomahawk to the head and being lit on fire. Some adults are scared by strange sightings, but they often dismiss them as just another camper or adult. Let's get on to what made me hold a little fear. There's something off about it, but it is a fun place. One summer night before 6th grade, most were sleeping, and I was too until I heard something, which is strange because I was born with a hearing disorder, so I have to wear hearing aids and can hear well with them, but without them, I can't hear well. I put them on and listened. It resembled footsteps, yet everyone recognizes that sensation that something is amiss, and my foolish self nonetheless called out hello despite the sense of dread. It stopped and then unsteadily started coming in my direction. There are about 6 cabins in this unit, all on stilts and connected by a big catwalk. I got worried and then hid under my sleeping bag on the bottom bed. Bunk beds were in these cabins, about 5 in each, and the front was opened up and had no door. It sounded like normal adult footsteps, but they were often at a slow, desperate rate. It stopped right outside the cabin, and it was quiet for a while. I looked up for a second, and I only saw an outline of something visibly taller than any adult, maybe 7 feet-ish. After a few long minutes, it slowly walked away, off the catwalk, and to the gravel road that connects the camp together, and this is where I honestly held fear. For the next half hour, it just dragged its foot or feet in the gravel road constantly and would stop just to do it again, and it would start getting close, then would drag away. It was horrible. Then it groaned, which was terrifying because it confirmed that it was something smarter or at least an abnormal animal. It sounded similar to a human but rough, and I could feel it in the air. It was so weird. The worst part was the scream or howl that came from the distance toward the uninhabited part of the camp. I can't really explain it, but it definitely didn't sound human. The thing that was dragging in the road stopped suddenly, and then I could hear it bolt off the road and off in the other direction. I was young at the time, and although the experience was off-putting, it probably wasn't as dangerous or scary as other stories. However, some key takeaways are that this incident occurred in southern Illinois near the Kentucky border and in an area with a history of unsettling events. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them below. Tip Top Road, Towanda, Pennsylvania, child crying for help in the woods. The myth. The primary legend recounts a tragic accident in the late 1800s when a family in their horse-drawn wagon slid off an icy bend in the road. The father was gone instantly, the mother was severely injured, and their young daughter vanished into the surrounding woods. The legend continues that after extensive searches, the child was never found. Since then, the area is said to be cursed or haunted by the child's spirit, who reportedly lingers in the woods. Accounts from online and social media talk about paranormal activity such as flickering headlights, radio suddenly going silent, phantom footsteps in the fog, icy fingers brushing the back of the neck, a child crying and calling for help, and sightings of a ghostly figure that vanishes when approached. One eerie detail in the lore is that if you stop your car on the road, roll down the window, and whisper "I'll find you," a small child's voice may respond with "too late." Orientation. Towanda, Pennsylvania, is a small town in northeastern Pennsylvania. It is part of the northern extension of the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachians are some of the oldest mountain ranges on Earth, older than trees, older than most life on land. Their long history contributes to the region's eerie reputation in folklore, fostering legends of lingering spirits, cryptids, and unexplained phenomena. The land around Towanda and the Susquehanna Valley was home primarily to the Susquehannock, who lived along the north branch of the Susquehanna as early as the 1400s. The Nanticoke gave the town of Towanda its name, which means where we bury the dead. Which gives a pointed reminder of the history of this area. European settlement began in the late 1700s. When a legend provides such tantalizing details, like a child's voice whispering "too late," we can be honest and say that the story has probably been exaggerated. But we started the investigation with the assumption that some people could have heard or seen something on the road. Appalachia is known for its folklore. Many people around here still firmly believe that you have to lock your doors and close your window shades at night to protect your home from the intrusion of evil spirits. Tip Top Road is a roughly 5-mile stretch of the kind of road Pennsylvania is famous for, an old wagon track that later had pavement added to it. The road loops around and over a hill, with some sharp turns in spots. It's mostly wooded on both sides of the road. When traveling from west to east, for the first couple of miles as you go up the hill, there is a sharp decline or cliff dropping from the north side of the road down to the Susquehanna River. On the south side, a similar incline goes up to the hill. Both sides are rocky with shale formations and wooded. The second half, as you go down the terrain near the road, starts to level out. You can see farm fields near the road, but the area is still primarily wooded terrain. During the site recon, I first thought that in the section going up the hill, it would be difficult for anyone to walk in those woods. The sharp incline of the ground to either side of the road would have deterred casual hikers. It just wouldn't be a comfortable spot to go for a walk. The road was too narrow to allow someone to pull over and get out of their car safely. It is technically a 2-lane road with traffic going both ways, but there is no shoulder and a steep drop-off on one side. And even if someone was leisurely driving that road with their windows down, I doubted anyone would be able to hear a child crying or calling for help. But the second half would be more likely. The ground was more level, the road was wider, and there were driveways and houses that could be seen from the road. It would be possible for someone to be casually walking in the woods here or be parked long enough to hear something. Investigation. Mo and Fern contacted the Bradford County Historical Society. Our primary question was if there were any recorded deaths of people traveling on that road, citing the legend of the 1800s wagon crash. Now this is farm country and has been for hundreds of years. Farming is dangerous, and accidents and deaths do happen. But the Historical Society, which is very well organized and meticulous in their record-keeping of family genealogy, did not have any records of tragic deaths on Tip Top Road. No leads there. Next, we wanted to ask the homeowners of Tip Top if they had seen or heard anything. Primarily, we wanted to get permission to be out in the woods along the road at night. This area is all private property, and none of us had any intention of wandering around in someone's backyard without asking and letting them know we would be there. All of the houses we knocked at were very polite. Some people claimed to have heard something at night or went out hunting. No sightings were reported to us, just nonspecific noises that they laughed off for the most part. You can't help but laugh when an old farmer recounts hearing a noise that made him pack up and go home early, especially when his wife teases him about just making excuses to avoid being out in the cold. Surveillance. The team parked on the far east side of the road at approximately 8 p.m. Sundown was approximately 5 p.m. in the area, so it was fully dark when we arrived. The mission intent was to surveil the area until sunrise. Each team member had a GoPro, a separate digital audio recorder, an EMF reader, and an infrared thermometer. EMF was a baseline standard at 0.1 to 0.6 mg, and the RF baseline was 0.20 VM. Ambient temperature at the start of surveillance was 16 degrees Fahrenheit. The team was using handheld radios as needed with check-in every 30 minutes. Cell phones off. The team was divided into two groups, one consisting of 3 members and the other consisting of 2. 2 teams, one on each side of the road, were walking through the woods. Each team member carried emergency whistles to signal if communication with the opposite team was necessary. Whistle blasts were designated for check your radio, check text messages, and come to my location/need help. Results. Well, this one was a fun exercise, but it turned up nothing for us. We heard no sounds and saw nothing. EMF never went above baseline normal. Temperature dropped a bit more as the night went on, but the drop was insignificant and consistent with each team member, so it wasn't site-specific. That's not to say there isn't anything in these woods. This is an old area. Tip of the Appalachian Mountains. European settlers have been here since the 1700s, and the First Nations were here long before that. This place is old and has memories. But for us, we saw and felt nothing that night. And that's fine. None of the stories from people in the area we talked to pointed at anything harmful in the area, if there is anything. Sometimes it's hard to strike out. Perhaps the entity lurking in the woods chose not to communicate with us, or perhaps it simply enjoys manipulating the lone wanderer who becomes apprehensive as the sun sets. Or maybe it really is just a blown-up urban/rural myth that makes it fun to get scared when you're driving down a dark, narrow road at night. I see them every now and then but recently started to hear. Growing up in a Southern Baptist home always led me to believe anything against the norm is demonic. My grandma was like her preacher father, who cast out evil spirits from the possessed. I've seen them and felt them around me countless times. Sometimes blurred, other times very detailed. I've been okay with it since I was under the impression that I couldn't be harmed. I do get sleep paralysis sometimes, but I normally know how to deal with it. I see ghosts every now and then. Last month I was hiking in Hawaii, and whatever things living in the forest, that wasn't normally hiked, were trying to make us leave. That's when I started conversing with them. Although the language was different, we seemed to understand each other, and I told them we were leaving the area. Back home tonight I was out, and I heard a whisper close to my ear where I could feel the air from whoever's mouth it was coming from. No one was around. And there was no wind. Does anyone know how I could stop it or have any similar experiences? My cousin, who's a white witch, said that I may be gifted. Seeing is more than enough for me. I don't want to hear. Help. PLS. I go to church and Bible study regularly, but it still happens. My personal not deer encounter story. My grandmother lives near a popular walking trail in Missouri, and her backyard is part of a large piece of common ground land. People frequently spot deer in this field, and there are quite a few. My grandma, like most, likes to feed birds. She eventually started leaving food out for the deer to make friends with them, even naming a few with distinct features. It was charming, and thanks to her, I have had the opportunity to observe many deer at close range, as I have gone out to feed them on several occasions myself. Pretty much every deer I've encountered has been normal and adorable, except for one. The first time I saw him was around 5 p.m. when I had gone out to put corn in the little buckets my grandma leaves out for the deer. He was stumbling across the field in an odd, drunken manner. I thought that it was likely injured, so I shook the cup of corn to get its attention and fed it to help it on its journey to recovery. He looked up at me, his eyes beaming into me. I felt an odd shock go through my body that I still can't explain. After an odd moment of tension, he began slinking over to me, nearly falling on his face over and over again. I then noticed that it was missing an antler and had oddly human-like pupils. I dumped the corn into the bucket and retreated inside to watch the poor fella eat from the window like I normally do with all the other deer. The entire time the thing ate, it stared directly at me, never breaking eye contact or blinking. It wasn't rare for a deer to keep its eye on me while eating, making sure I'm not up to anything, but I had never seen one go this long without blinking. Oddly enough, no other deer showed up that day for corn. We normally get at least 4, at most 15 deer at once, so this was odd. Once he finished eating, He continued his awkward walk back to the tree line. He peeked over his shoulder multiple times to see if I was still watching. Once he got back to the trees, I went back to what I had been doing before going out to feed, but when I looked back outside, I saw the thing standing on its hind legs, still looking back at the house. I closed the blinds and tried to explain the situation to my grandmother. She said she thought that what I saw was unlikely and that the deer's weird demeanor had probably just put me on edge. I begrudgingly accepted this explanation and carried along with my day. That night, I heard what sounded like a knock on the window. My grandmother sometimes has to take the dog out at night before bed, so I assumed it was likely her trying to get my attention for whatever reason. I walked towards the window, drew the blinds, and saw it standing there on its hind legs again, with a hoof resting on the glass. I closed the blinds again immediately and retreated to my bathroom, the only room in the house with a lock and no window. I knew all the doors were thankfully locked, so I didn't have to worry about my grandma's safety. I heard it grind its hoof and last remaining antler against the glass, desperate to get my attention or break through, I don't know or want to know which. Eventually it stopped, and I went to check on my grandmother. Luckily, she was alright, and we were able to see the creature from her bedroom window, still staring from the tree line on its hind legs. We both vowed that if we ever saw it out again, we'd poison the corn we left out. I still hear it knock on the window every now and then, but thankfully it gets bored quickly and retreats. We have since installed an outdoor camera, so if I ever catch a photo or video, I'll be sure to share it. Something is in my house, and I think I know where it might have come from. About a month ago, I and my brother went to explore this small abandoned hut, almost like a house but rather small, in the woods behind our house. We had lights that were fully charged, water, and some chip bags just in case. On the way we thought we saw someone walk into the hut but brushed it off. During our time there we heard footsteps, piles of wood were knocked over, and our lights that were fully charged ran out of battery. A week after the exploration, strange things started to happen around the house. Our phones would be moved, empty bottles forcefully shoved off of tables, etc. Today, however, things went from bad to worse. I hear people talking, my brother sees people in the corner of his eye, and now my dog freaks out whenever we go near the edge of the woods. I'm freaking out. The Devil in the Woods. This is a story, a series of encounters/experiences, really, that has been passed down from generation to generation in the rural mountain community here in my neck of the woods. Everyone knows about it, everyone has experienced it, even if some haven't spoken of it. Many ghost stories and unexplained creatures roam the deep hollers and woods in my part of the world, where my father and his family have grown up. However, one story has always intrigued me above the rest. I came across the story in a local ghost sighting article from the early 2000s. Many local legends and ghost stories have been submitted there for all to read, but one has always stuck with me. It goes like this. Whenever you are walking anywhere on the rural road in this part of the area, you will always hear someone or something walking directly next to you deep in the woods opposite the road. It will match your pace and steps if you keep walking, but it will stop if you do. Many locals have experienced this, and it is incredibly eerie. From the beginning, the report captivated me, prompting me to inquire about it with my family and other locals. They all said the same thing. It was the devil, or some other form of demonic entity. Some even had similar encounters. My uncle, who would go out late at night hunting coons and other small wild animals, had a very frightening experience when he was out late one particular night hunting well into the late night hours, the moon barely illuminating the trees around him. He had a pack of hunting dogs who remained loyal to him despite the challenges they faced. However, on this particular night, something frightened the dogs. They either heard or saw something in the darkness and refused to venture any farther into the forest from their current location. They were pursuing my uncle, and despite his best efforts to lead them deeper into the forest, they remained motionless. My uncle, rifle in hand, examined the area, still not seeing or hearing anything. However, the dogs definitely did. They started to cower in fear, and as soon as they did, my uncle heard something moving rather quickly through the brush around him, almost circling him in some sort of trap. He knew whatever it was wasn't something to be messed with, especially being an old man out alone, so he immediately began backtracking to the house. The dogs followed him quickly behind, however, whatever it was began quickly following him from the back, staying in the blackness of the woods around him. He started picking up the pace, and so did it, and finally, feeling frightened by whatever it was, he started running as quickly as he could towards home. The thing started running after him and his dogs all the way to the clearing of his property before finally stopping its relentless pursuit. My uncle ran inside and locked all doors and windows, never stepping foot outside until morning. I asked many people about the incident, and they all corroborated each other, including my grandmother, his sister, who recalled my uncle telling them about it the next day, still shaken. Another story that came up when I asked around was from my mother, whose family friend lived in an old house deep in the middle of the woods years ago. She told me that he always loved the peace and quiet and tranquility he offered. However, things were not as they appeared. She talked to me about remembering, as a child, the man coming to see my grandmother in the mornings, sitting down for a cup of coffee, looking very tired and lacking any sleep, and looking as if he hadn't slept in days or even weeks. She recalled the man saying, after being asked by my grandmother what was going on, that he talked about a demon inhabiting the house, rattling the windows, shaking the house to its foundations late at night, throwing plates, forks, and furniture, and the front door slamming open and closed. He explained that these disturbances always occurred late at night, preventing him from getting any rest because they never let him sleep. This went on for many months, maybe even longer. However, things came to a head late one night when the entity took its torment to the limits, attempting to inflict injury, even death, upon him and throwing glass plates towards his head. He had nowhere to run, being so deep inside the woods. However, the man was of Christian faith and knew of the power of prayer against such beings. He got down on his knees and began chanting and denouncing the demonic presence in the name of Jesus Christ and telling it to leave him alone and leave his house. The entity, obviously being extremely angered by this, began breaking and throwing even more things inside the home, prompting the man to run outside and into the deep forests, hoping to find a road to leave the area on. Finally, after hours of running, he found one and used it to walk all the way to my grandmother's house early the next morning, where he explained to her the incident from just the previous night. He mentioned how after running through the woods, he could hear the demon chasing him through the night, never stopping its pursuit until he reached the road, but even then, he recalls how he could hear it following alongside him deep in the wood line. I saw a ghost at my summer camp. So I go to this summer camp every year for 2 weeks. It's a really awesome place, and I still love it. This experience didn't make it any worse. It was the second night, and I woke up at around 2 to 4, guessing on the moon. I didn't have a clock, and I saw a pale, bright, translucent figure walk through the tent entrance and walk to the end of the tent. I immediately closed my eyes and hid, overcome with fear. I decided to take another peek to confirm that I wasn't imagining things, and I saw the figure still staring out the tent window, an open flap, before it turned around and left. In the morning I told everyone what I saw, and nobody believed me. Understandable. Ghosts aren't like a common thing, but in the afternoon I was alone with one other kid we'll name Henry. And we set up a mag light we bought from the camp store. It was as simple as asking, "Is there anyone that would like to talk to us?" And the light flashed on. Henry left the room, and I continued to ask questions with pretty solid light responses. And that's my one and only ghost story. Giggles in the wood. When I was younger, around 12 years old, I was always playing out with my older brother and friends from the neighborhood. One of our favorite places was the wood just down from our lane. It's not the largest wood, but it's steeped in history. It used to be home to an old reservoir, and a lane went through for workers needing to move hard brick from the 2 channels and old railway below to the main road. I was playing outside with everyone as usual when I told them I was going to get some lunch and asked where to meet them afterwards. They replied that they'll be in the woods, so I agreed to meet them. To be honest, I rarely went down on my own unless I had my collie dog with me, so I wasn't too happy about this. Hey, if they're down there, then it won't be too scary anyway. So after my lunch I started the walk. As I was walking down the lane, I could hear laughing and giggling. I didn't think anything of this until I went deeper into the woods to the right of our well-known oak climbing tree. The thing was, the laughing and giggles were not nearer the deeper I went into the woods. I started to get a little annoyed. I shouted their names, and no reply. The giggles changed to whispers, and my nerves collapsed. In an angry voice I yelled I was going home, as I'd had enough. As I quickly stumbled out of the woods, I headed back up the lane to see all my neighborhood friends and brother coming down. When telling them, they had no clue. They had been down the road the whole time and nowhere near the woods. We live in a pretty isolated place, and we were the only kids who lived around there, so I still cannot explain that experience. My mom, friends, and I had many experiences in that area. One time, while we were playing there, we suddenly stopped as an old man with a walking stick, who could barely walk, came out of the trees. We all stood still, holding our breath, and watched the old man slowly walk past. He seemed to disappear in the trees further down, and we never saw him again. After we saw the man, my dad told us that an old man had lived in a caravan down there and had passed away not long ago. I understand that this may not be the most terrifying tale you've ever heard, but when you're a child, your imagination is boundless. Thanks for listening to this. I used to work at an old scout camp up in the backwoods of our state. It was a decently popular site, and when it wasn't being used by one of the scout groups, we'd host day camps and week-long camping events for just regular kids and whatnot. There were many different sites on the property, most of which formed an inner ring near all the event spaces, but there were also some more exciting and adventurous campsites designed for older kids. One of these sites was called Willow Wood. It was in this swampy area with a ton of willow trees, hence the name, and was as beautiful as it was creepy. Willow Wood wasn't used often because it was our smallest site and the oldest, with many buildings repurposed from an old trading post, or so the legend goes, which contributed to its creepy atmosphere and the numerous legends surrounding it. We would really only use the site once or twice a year for big campers, and because of that, whatever team was stationed there that week was responsible for getting the campsite set up. Each team was made up of between 4 and 8 workers, each from different departments of the camp. I was in the Ecology and Environment department, and my teammates, using fake names, obviously, were Cody, Annalise, and Brody, who were from the Survival Skills, Arts and Music, and Adventure departments. Each team would have at least one person from the 4 departments, and we'd be the guides who spend the night at each campsite, organize their events, etc. My team had the fortunate opportunity to select Willow Wood for our camper week, signaling the commencement of our work. As I mentioned earlier, Willow Wood boasts a wealth of legends. Although there aren't many records of these events, the camp accepts them as true. We capitalized on these legends, utilizing them to our advantage. One story was about the Wailing Woman, a 1700s French woman who was to be married to an English fur trapper after a long trapping trip. However, while they were at the trading post saying goodbye as he was heading to Canada to hunt beavers, she got a bad feeling and waited for him. She waited for weeks, but as time passed, her feelings of dread intensified. Months went by, and she thought her beloved was never to return. However, she got word he was on his way back, and they got the wedding all set up, including her wedding dress. However, when her fiancé did return, he wasn't alive, but only his head. According to legend, he encountered a group of Native Americans, angered them by stealing pelts, and as a result, they ended him. The woman, heartbroken to see her love, ended herself that night right in the trading post's guest rooms. They say her spirit still haunts the area, and you can hear a woman screaming and crying. We exaggerated this story significantly to scare campers, with one person narrating while another jumped out to frighten them, typical camp antics. Well, it was the first day of prepping camp, and we had to get new coats of paint on the buildings. Brody and I took the main lodge, which was apparently the old trading post that had a large living room area and bedrooms upstairs. Annalise took 2 of the smaller cabins, and Cody took the other 2. Now, I'm a skeptic who always seeks explanations in everything, but when you're familiar with the legends and stories, every noise you hear becomes a source of heightened anxiety. I was touching up the walls outside of the lodge while Brody painted the upstairs rooms, so I'd look up and see him in the window every so often, causing myself to jump a bit. As I continued along, I looked up and saw Brody in the far left window. He even looked out and waved. However, when my eyes shifted to the far right room, I noticed a figure standing there as well. I couldn't really make out features, but it was a clearly human figure. I looked away and then back, and it was gone. I'm sure it was just a figment of my imagination, so I continued painting. Suddenly, the lights in the cabin go out, and Brody comes out a few moments later to tell me to knock it off. I asked him what I was doing, and he said I kept turning the lights on and off while he was inside. I insisted it wasn't me and I hadn't left my back wall for a good minute, pointing to the wet paint to prove it. He didn't believe me but went back inside to keep going. I saw him turn the lights back on, but as I looked up, there was someone in the room. It was way too quick for him to have gotten there already, and a few moments later, light filled the room, and the figure was gone, replaced by Brody. The remainder of the day proceeded smoothly, enabling us to efficiently paint all the cabins. We went to the mess hall later that night for dinner and met with a few friends from another team who asked us about Willow Wood and if we had seen anything weird. I brought up my story, and Brody said something about the lights, but the weirdest part was when Annalise said she saw someone moving outside of her cabin. None of us were over there, as we were in the other buildings, but she said she clearly saw a person's shadow moving along the perimeter of the cabin she was painting. She even had a picture of what looked like a person's shadow outside the window. The rest of the week went by with no real issues, and we had a lot of fun telling ghost stories to the kids and whatnot the week after, scaring the bejesus out of them a couple times. This story isn't the scariest, and I usually attribute it to overactive imaginations influenced by the eerie surroundings. The lights were probably just faulty electricity, as we're in the middle of the woods, and the shadow outside could have just been her mind playing tricks on her. Either way, there's a part of me still that is frightened by what happened that day. I have tons more stories from that job, It was a pretty weird and wonderful experience, and I really miss it, creepy ghost ladies and all. Two friends and I were hiking a 3-day portion of the Ozark Highlands Trail in Arkansas. We went in December, so the weather was great, but it was leaf-off season, meaning that all the trees had gone dormant for the winter and shed their leaves. The Ozark Highlands Trail is marked by volunteers with white paint stripes on trees. Sadly, we soon learned that everything is gray in the Ozarks in winter. The trees are gray-brown, and the trail markers are nearly invisible. The trail itself, due to leaf-off, is completely covered by a thick layer of dead leaves, making the path totally obscure and difficult to follow. We were amateur hikers hoping to make it 8 miles per day. On the first day, we got lost so many times that we hiked about 15 miles and never made it to our planned overnight location. Late in the day, as the shadows began to lengthen, we realized that we had deviated from the trail yet again. We had come upon a road of sorts, made of bumpy bricks placed together, with deep gaps between each brick. It must have been an old settler's road from the pioneering days of the Ozarks. After checking our GPS, we saw that the road would eventually come within 100 feet of the trail. We followed the road as long as we could, but it became thick with brambles, and we cut through the woods uphill towards where we thought the Ozark Highlands Trail would be. As we traveled uphill, we stopped for water and to check the GPS. The sun has dropped below the horizon, and it was about 30 minutes until darkness set in. The trees were gray and thick as mist in this desolate part of the forest. The GPS indicated that the trail was west of our position, so we picked up our packs and planned to camp as soon as we met it. Immediately upon heading west, we came across an ancient-looking handmade rock wall fence. Inside the fence were many protruding rocks, some of them with hand-carved inscriptions set into the stone. They were gravestones, marked with dark gray and worn with age. No path led directly to the graveyard, and there were no signs of people in the graveyard itself. We were exhausted. We had blisters on our feet. We were in extremely low spirits that our adventure had gotten so detailed and just wanted to rest for the night. But when I say that we got as far away as fast as we could from that abandoned, pioneer cemetery in the dark of night, I mean it. Later, I found out that it was Jones Cemetery, a settler's cemetery, just like I thought. And it is right next to the damn Ozark Highlands Trail. I think the only time I've ever been properly freaked out whilst camping was on a dull early October camp up at the Madwoman Stones on Kinder Scout. I parked my car at Edale Station at about 12 p.m. It was overcast, but there were no issues with visibility. I walked through the village up onto Kinder via the Nab, then onto Ringing Roger, then walked along the edge path over to the Madwoman Stones from there. I didn't see a soul on the hike up apart from a group of 3 hikers up on Ringing Roger, who disappeared out of view pretty quickly, and didn't see anyone at all on the hike across Kinder at all, so the walk itself was pretty quiet apart from the running of the streams and my sloshy feet through parts of the eroded peat-laden paths to the stones themselves. I remember vividly once I got off the main path and got the stones in view how weird I suddenly started to feel. I had an unshakable feeling that someone was watching me. I initially put it down to the old head being daft and me getting hungry. I've camped loads of times up on the top of Kinder, and this was no different. I shook it off as best I could and sat down. Filled my water bottle up and took some time to watch the world go by. That feeling subsided a tad, so I pressed onto the stones. Fast forwarding after an uneventful remainder of the hike, it was about 5 p.m. when I started to pitch up after finding a small, flat patch of grass out of the wind next to the stones themselves. I dropped my bag, and the second I started getting the tent out, that overpowering, unnerving feeling came back. I definitely felt I was being watched, and it put me right on edge. I was thinking of bailing there and then but again put it down to my own head playing tricks. I'm no believer in the paranormal, alternative realities, and the like, but the atmosphere got weirder and weirder. The atmosphere was almost omnipresent, and a wave of dread continued to wash over me. By this time, the sun had set, and the clouds had started to come in pretty heavy. A check of my phone told me rain was now forecast overnight. So I stuck it out, made dinner, steak and egg. Yum, and retired to my tent. Listened to my favorite podcast on photography techniques for what felt like an hour with no further hassle. By about 10 p.m. the clag had really come in, and it had started raining lightly. The rain was tapping on the tent, but there wasn't a breath of wind at all. I fell asleep to the sound of that ever-calming pitter-patter from the soft rain on the tent wall. It was about 2 a.m. when I woke up to a flapping sound coming from outside the tent. The rain was still lightly hitting the wall of the tent, but still no wind. I sat up and looked at the side of the tent, and a peg had come loose holding the non-door side of the vestibule of my little Fox V1 stealth tent. Giving a sigh, I begrudgingly got out of my warm sleeping bag and noticed how cold it was outside the bag. I opened the tent door and awkwardly stumbled out, which is a common experience for anyone who has used one of these tents. They're really low profile and tiny. I walked around to the other side and bent down to pull the tent peg out, but as I went to secure the peg, a gust of wind flicked the vestibule up, and the peg holding the guy line at the other end suddenly came loose. I fixed the vestibule, giving the leg an extra stamp down for good measure, and walked down the side of the tent and bent down to search for the peg for the guy line. I bent down, and as I went to grab the peg, that's when it hit me. I suddenly felt really fearful, and a huge wave of feeling someone watching me washed over me. A much thicker, denser atmosphere flooded back, and I froze in my tracks. I genuinely felt something was behind me, but for the life of me didn't want to turn around. The atmosphere grew thicker and thicker, and it felt like something was getting closer and closer. My head was running like a deer out of a wildfire, but I couldn't move. I could then hear what sounded like footsteps. Getting closer and louder. Soft thumps on the ground. I could feel and hear the footsteps as they passed me, but I couldn't see their source or anything that could produce that sound from my crouched position. It felt like an eternity, and I froze as I felt these footsteps pass me, and as they did so did the atmosphere, and the feeling of being watched had started to fade. I came to and realized I was now wet from the rain, but it suddenly felt warmer. I went back to the tent. I removed my now wet shorts and shirt and changed into my thermals. I brought it and fell back to sleep as if it was nothing. It was such a bizarre feeling. And one I've only ever experienced once. And not one I ever wanted to experience again. I remember waking up the next morning thinking it was a dream. Had it not been for the same guy line being loose that I never fixed and my still wet shirt and shorts that were dry before going out to fix that peg in the night, I probably would have thought it to have been just that. I have camped for years, including in much more remote areas of the UK and beyond. I've gone days without seeing a soul up in Scotland, and I've never experienced anything like that since. It's funny because your head tries to rationalize it as best you can. But still, even years on, I cannot find any rational explanation behind it. Shit just happens, I guess, and your head can play some real nasty tricks on you sometimes. Saw a blue door in the woods, it disappeared the next day. Ever since I can remember, up until the pandemic, I and a large part of the family on my dad's side would pack up and go to the mountains of Pennsylvania for a week, usually a few times a year. I don't know exactly where, all I know is that it was within 15 minutes of Wild River Water Park. During this particular fall trip, I was still a young kid and would often play outside with my cousin, who is 2 years older than me. My cousin and I are outside, to the right of the house. You had to walk around the left side of the house to get to this side because shrubs and plants had grown into a wall. If you think of a compass, this small clearing is to the north, in between the house and woods. The house itself faces to the east, and more woods stretch both farther east and west. So we are both playing, as kids do, when suddenly through the trees I can clearly see a blue door. The exact details are cloudy, as this was years and years ago, but I think it looked like a sort of standard door with a sectioned window at the top, though I couldn't see a door handle. Though obscured, there was no way not to notice it, as the blue very much stood out against the gray and brown landscape in front of me. I pointed out the door to my cousin, who also noticed it and made a comment, though I can't recall the exact words. Being a child, I considered running inside and telling my family but quickly wrote it off, as I was not going to walk all around just to come back and have the door disappear, and went back to whatever a kid with no technology in the woods does. I completely forgot about this encounter for at least 8 to 10 years until around 2 to 3 weeks ago, at my job, where I work with the same cousin who saw the door. My coworker had brought up the topic of Pennsylvania when that memory had suddenly popped into my brain. I asked my cousin if she remembered seeing the door all those years ago, and surprisingly, she does. Now, I find myself questioning what I truly witnessed that day. A forest harboring a haunted castle? In the summer of 2019, I became fixated on this ruined castle hidden deep within a woodland, a day's cycle from where I lived. It is by no means easily accessible, and because we often rode our bikes there was a lot of lugging them through mud, up hills, and down hills that were too narrow for a bike. Every week in June, I and a buddy would ride out to this castle, pack lunch, and make a day out of it. I still have fond memories of those cycles. The castle itself harbored an underground chamber that could be accessed by a small tunnel, leading you into this subterranean room that was strewn with rock and plastered with graffiti. I haven't been to the castle in a while now, but if I remember correctly, some of it read, "No one leaves, and Satan is good." Now is probably a good time to mention that the castle has a long past with satanic rituals and devil worshipping. I have experienced 3 peculiar events at the castle, which I will describe in order from least likely to be paranormal to most likely. It was by no means a summer day. The sun made the occasional appearance but mostly remained hidden by clouds. It seems like the way to the castle is always muddy, even if it hasn't rained for days. So our bikes would always be splattered by the time we got home. Once under the shaded canopy of the trees, and with the mud far behind us, we approached the ruins with the same amount of giddiness. Our giddiness was shattered, though, when we heard the sounds of children floating down from the ruins. We liked having the castle to ourselves. Which in hindsight is pretty selfish. But on arrival, we found that no children, not even families, were present. This struck us as odd, seeing as the castle sits on a hill. We ruled out that any family would dare venture down the steep slopes. We didn't hear any children's voices again. In the second incident, I was waiting outside the entrance of the tunnel, about to duck down and head inside, when I heard a sharp whistle right beside my ear. As if someone had placed their mouth mere centimeters from my ear and whistled. The third and final time was when we brought candles to the castle to take some nice photos of the illuminated chamber. The chamber itself is littered with dried leaves, and being paranoid that a rogue spark from the match could potentially cause a fire, we lit them outside and carried them in. On the fourth or fifth candle, while I was lighting a match, there was a thunderous hiss from inside. So loud that I often tell people it was as if a titanoboa was in there. Fearing that something had caught fire, I rushed in to find everything the way it was, nothing, with the candles flickering silently. Those are the three occurrences that I have a hard time explaining. Since then, I've visited the castle, but nothing unusual has occurred. I'll be returning to the castle soon now that summer has rolled around, so I'll update if anything happens. Mysterious sighting in Australia of shaking figure, true. So I was with my cousins and twin brother on a farm in Colac about 3 years ago, and we were just playing outside on their trampoline. We were being excessively loud, as kids are, and we were all about 10 or 11 years old. I can't really explain this next part, but I'll try my best. You know when you see something out of the corner of your eye and can't help but stare? Well, that happened, but instead of seeing something out of the corner of my eye, my head was forced into the forest next to the trampoline, and my twin, my cousin, and I were all fixated on a single dead tree. After 5 seconds of staring, a figure about 7 feet tall emerged from behind it and started shaking and flailing. My cousin starts bawling, truly crying his heart out as if he were half dead, while my brother yells, "WTF is that?" He was 11 years old and very mature, so for him to cry out like that indicated that something was seriously wrong. After 3 minutes of tweaking, we look at each other and freak out. When we looked back, the object had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. We all rush inside to inform our aunt, who, despite her son's disbelief, my aunt is well versed in paranormal activities and has personally encountered ghosts, asks, "Caleb, what's wrong?" I finally say, "There's something in your paddock," and we all stare at each other, speechless. Then she sprints into the field as fast as I've ever seen her run before and stands tall, facing the tree where we had seen the figure. She instantly turns to me and my brother. My cousin didn't follow us back, he was too scared, and she tells us that she has a tingly feeling running through her body and can feel a sensation. She calls out, "Who is there?" No answer. "Who is there? I'm going to kill you, bastard." Still nothing. She goes to open her mouth one more time, but then her dog comes sprinting from behind my brother and runs directly under the tree and starts barking as loudly as possible and desperately trying to climb the tree. Then it sprints to their pond, and we follow. We arrive at their pond, and I swear he does about 30 laps as fast as he can, barking loudly the entire time, without running out of breath. After we all get inside, we feel creeped out and look for answers. This happened in Colac, Australia, 3 years ago, and we have no answers. Please let me know what you guys think. Recent camping trip. I heard something. Here's what happened. I brought my son up to Kisatchie National Forest this past Saturday, basically in the middle of the Wild Azalea Trail. He was a little under the weather, but we got out there around 9:30 a.m. and set up camp in a little clearing. Hills and piney woods surrounded us. It was absolutely beautiful out there. A steady west/southwest wind would briskly blow through the campsite, and I thought about moving the tent because the fire was upwind of it. I decided against that, as I figured the tent was far enough away to be safe. Once camp was set up, we took a mile hike down the trail and ran into some mountain bikers and 2 other day hikers. We saw only about 10 people all day. Due to my son being a bit under the weather, he's 7, he took a nap for a few hours. During that time, I cut up some downed branches for firewood and stacked the other smaller branches and gathered kindling and tinder. I witnessed 2 mountain bikers and another hiker pass by our location during those roughly 3 hours. I also saw a truck of some sort pass by the road. We were near enough to the dirt road that I could hear and sometimes see vehicles passing by. That truck apparently made the rounds, as I saw it come back a while later. Throughout the day, we heard gunshots from the hunters nearby. Being in the valley we were in and surrounded by hills, I wasn't worried. It was so peaceful out there. With a lake almost 2 to 3 miles away and scenic areas all around, it was the perfect spot. My son woke up, and he went to explore the clearing we were in as I started the fire and got some coffee going. Around 5:15 p.m. as the sun was setting, I decided to cook dinner. Once we had eaten, we hung out, and my son asked if it was time for lights out. I said, I guess so. So around 6 p.m. we went in the tent and prepared for bed. At 6 p.m. in the middle of the forest, it was pitch black. We had embers going on the fire I had built, and we had flashlights in the tent. I turned them off periodically to see just how dark it really was. I could also hear acorns falling from the trees surrounding our campsite. The utter quiet of the area, the complete darkness that had engulfed us, and the falling acorns made me truly feel how big the world is and brought the reality of our situation close. We were alone in the forest. I fear 3 things, and one is irrational: ghosts, snakes, and spiders. I saw neither, so I was comfortable. As the temperatures steadily dropped to a predicted low of 44 degrees Celsius with high humidity, my son's cough and sinus congestion intensified. I texted my wife and asked her what she thought about us coming back. She said if I decided to do it, it would be fine. She was just concerned about his overall health being outdoors. I decided to see if he'd drift off to sleep. I was listening to a football game on the radio when I heard something. It sounded like a yell, except it was really, really far away. Our tent was facing directly south, and this yell came from what I thought was the west, maybe southwest of us. Again, it sounded really far away. There were 3 yells in all. Each one lasted about 15 to 17 seconds and was in a group of 3. I heard the first yell, took my earbud out, and heard the next 2. Then there was about a 10-second break, and the next group of 3 yells started. After that, I didn't hear anything. The best way I can describe the yells is that it sounded as if someone yelled wow or an elongated wow. At the time, I chalked it up to people camping near the lake or groups of people at an ATV site nearby. More on this later. I called my wife about 10 minutes after that, thinking my son was asleep, and in the middle of the call, he picked his head up, and I could see he was awake and not sleeping. We decided that we'd head home and get some medicine and get him rested up. Packing up camp in the darkness was intriguing but went really quickly. Getting back on the trail, we were about 40 to 50 yards off trail, was interesting as well. 40 to 50 yards in the daytime isn't bad. 40 to 50 yards in the dark is daunting. Hiking the trail at night was fun, though my son was a little apprehensive and nervous but made it through. After stopping at McDonald's for a happy meal, we successfully made it home. Once he was bathed, had meds, and was in bed, my wife and I sat down, and I told her all about the day. Once I got to the part about the yells, she blurted out, "You heard a Sasquatch?" Until that point, as I said before, I thought the yells were from some other people in the area. The lake is about 2 miles to the north, and there is a smaller lake around 3 to 4 miles, both as the crow flies, to the north/northwest of our site. The ATV area is almost 10 miles, maybe more, to the south, albeit slightly southeast of our location. These yells came from what I would describe as west with a slight southwest direction. I blew off what my wife said and slept on it. I woke up and started thinking about what I had heard. I asked myself if I could make those sounds, as loud as they were, so I went out in my car, to muffle the sound, and tried to replicate it. Sitting there and beginning a yell, I lasted about 3 seconds before my voice gave out and I was out of breath due to the force I used. I then waited a bit and took a deep breath and yelled. I lasted almost 9 seconds before my voice gave out and I was out of breath due to the force I used. I don't think my yell would have resonated and carried that far, and it certainly didn't last as long as what I heard. I'm not saying that I heard a Sasquatch, or Bigfoot, but I also can't say that I didn't. I didn't see or smell anything. The odd thing was also that there was no moon, and the wind absolutely died completely around 6 p.m. It went from being a nice, breezy/windy day to perfectly still. I'm planning on going back up there once my son is over this little cold he's got going on. I may bring a recorder and see if I can capture something. What the hell did I just experience? Okay, so I am still in some kind of shock. Not freaked out, but this was definitely the weirdest thing that ever happened to me. I am writing this 5 minutes after it ended, if it even ended completely, and it lasted for about 20 minutes. It is 3:45 a.m. here as I am writing this. I am right now in our family cabin in the middle of the forest in Sweden. I am in a bed on the first floor while my parents are on the other side of the house and some relatives are on the second floor. We are celebrating Christmas here and will be here for an additional 4 days. Okay, so I fell asleep around 12 a.m. and woke up at 1:30 a.m. feeling absolutely amazing. I am doing a lot of inner/shadow work and last night released a massive amount of things I have been holding on to. I was feeling completely at peace, almost blissful, and I called for my cat. He jumped up on me, purring like never before, obviously feeling my good vibes. I pet him for about 5 minutes as he suddenly jumps down from me and stops purring. At the same time, I start feeling something weird in my throat, almost like electricity. The air got more dense, and the temperature in the room was suddenly a lot colder. My cat jumps up on my chest again, and I pet him while he starts to purr again. In the dull light in the room, I can see the mirror and the door that is half opened, and my cat sees something. His head is turning to different spots in the room. Not only where the door is but also on the other side of my bed as well. Not only that. There are strange sounds in the room, similar to those heard in an old house like this, from 1850-ish, when it's windy, but it is actually still. It's silent and still. But the sounds are there, and my cat looks at the exact same spot as the sounds come from. I have goosebumps all over my body. Next, what happens is that I see small, subtle light balls in the room. One in the mirror, one that comes around the door from the outside, and one more inside of the room. They are almost green and very subtle, but I see them. The air is thick, and it's almost hard to breathe, and I barely manage to be grounded and not freak out. I am about to go up and turn on the light but decide to be still and see what happens. My body feels almost electric and tense, and the room is cold. Hard to breathe, feels like breathing electricity. Suddenly it stops, and my cat jumps down and leaves the room. It is still cold in here, and I will have to take a sleeping pill if I am ever going to be able to sleep. I am a bit scared, but I am okay, and because the dense air, lights, and sound are gone, I feel safe. My cat surely protected me there, thank God. It helped a lot even though his staring at something in the room freaked me out. What could it have been? I have never, ever experienced something like this. I am happy it's over and have to say I'm proud of myself that I managed to be calm during whatever this was. Forest demons? Missing 411. I've been following this phenomenon for about a year and a half. I've also read a lot of stories on alien abductions and supernatural occurrences, and I recently watched Missing 411 the movie and The Hunted. The first reason I believe this is valid is that there have been several stories on this platform referencing other cultures that avoid certain areas of the woods due to what they explicitly refer to as forest demons. In one story I'm thinking of, a man didn't believe the locals, so they took him to the edge of the area they were speaking of in the jungle, and after a long bit of silence, non-human voices began a call and response. Another recent account, which I believe is set in Vietnam, also reflects the belief of not venturing beyond a certain area of the forest. If you listen to the Sierra sounds in The Hunted, it sounds like they say evil at one point, and they sound basically like what you'd expect demons to sound like, emo. Almost like Gollum at some points. I've read a lot of stories about people witnessing orbs. Oftentimes people will just witness orbs and nothing else happens, but other times sinister occurrences take place. One woman experienced an orb circling her faster and faster while it emitted a demonic cackle. I haven't read much about Skinwalker Ranch, but the presence of evil seemed very heavy, and orbs were present. The man who recorded the Sierra sounds also saw orbs at the same location. People who experience scary phenomena in the woods often hear a blood-curdling scream unlike anything they have heard before, and the terror is so overwhelming that most of them leave. One man described it as sounding like a demon being dragged back into hell. Another thing is that in many stories they feel as though they are in a trance, and they are being led deeper and deeper into the forest, but at some point they realize what's happening and turn around and run back. That happened in the recent account of two girls witnessing the beautiful waterfall, and one says to the other after a certain point, "I feel like if we don't turn around now, we will never get to come back." Also, the other recent account of the boy in Vietnam? Where he felt the animals were transforming into other animals that were luring him deeper into the forest while his dogs slowly abandoned him. In my mind, if these are spiritual entities, they must follow some universal spiritual laws. I don't know everything that would entail, but essentially I don't think they could snatch people from the face of the earth without some type of fair warning. I believe the feeling of absolute dread that is so common is one of the warnings. With the trances, people will usually come to for a bit and realize the need to leave. Those that continue on in spite of being warned may be fair game for these demons. In terms of storms post-disappearance, I know HARP can control the weather, and nefarious spiritual forces probably can too. In terms of hearing loud metal crashes or the voice of a friend or family member, who is not your friend or family member, I think demons can mimic sounds. Lastly, knocking. Many report hearing knocking on trees, often in 3-knock increments. When I was young, someone told me if you hear knocking on the wall in 3s, don't answer by knocking back, that's an invitation to let darkness in. In one account, a man in a boat who heard knocking and knocked back had the scare of his life when he was rushed it from the tree line and saw many eyes looking at him. Many accounts involve such knocking. As far as the strange bone fragments, missing shoes, boulders, water, and clusters, I have no clue. It does make sense that when they find the body or clothing of someone who's been gone a long time but is clearly only newly dead, they could have been in another dimension with these entities. Many people in Pauline seem to believe it's Bigfoot. Yet, I see little evidence of discovering any physical traces of such a large being. Surely someone would be able to discover a dwelling place, food stash, droppings, or even hair or any physical evidence of Bigfoot, just as we have of all other animals. Yet, I never read about any such findings. Whatever it is, it seems to be able to stop time, quiet all noise, put people in a trance, change the weather, lure people with beautiful imagery, cause extreme dread on a primal level in both humans and dogs, mimic sound, and create portals. This all sounds very supernatural to me and not very primal or physical, like a large hairy beast as Bigfoot is described. What do you think? I don't know what we saw, but it scarred us. Off-roading, wilderness, and paranormal. 2018. I've never shared on here before, but after this experience, I feel like I have too. I live in a small town in California called Lakeport. Not a big town but not crazy small. Our entire county is covered in wilderness and forests. Hundreds of trails going through the wilds. It is super easy to get lost, and to never be seen again. So let me get to my experience. My friend and I had been planning an ATV trip into the mountains for a while. We had our place, day, and time picked out and set. We were going to a place called Cow Mountain. The place was surrounded by miles and miles of mountain ranges, forests, and wilds. My friend spent the night the day before so we could talk it over and just hang out. We stayed up late playing video games and just screwing around without a care in the world. The next morning we got up around 10 and managed to get out to the trails around 12 a.m. My friend and I pulled our trucks into the gravel space near the entrance of the fire road that led into the mountain. We unloaded and got our gear on. Soon we were off. We headed up the road for a while. It was a beautiful day. Warm, clear, and a little breeze. Surprising for a winter day. As we headed up, we saw lots of people on dirt bikes and side-by-sides. We kept heading up the fire road until we came across a fork. We had the choice of either keeping going up the road or heading off the normal trail to a darker and much less traveled path. We were dumb and adventurous, so we headed up the trail. It was very closed in by trees, so we had to go relatively slow. As we headed up, we noticed that the wind had picked up and some overcast was blowing in. We had been riding for about 2 hours when we decided to stop and take a break. We found a nice peak and sat there for a while admiring the view. I took a few good pictures of the area around before my phone died. My friend didn't bring his because he had broken it a few weeks ago when he rolled his quad, so naturally we were worried because we had no way to call in an emergency anymore. We had sat there for a while until my friend acknowledged the drastic change in temperature. When we started, my Garmin had read that it was 25 degrees Celsius, but now it had dropped all the way to 15. We brushed it off as a changing temperature as we climbed in altitude. We decided to get going again, but now it was quite a bit darker. The wind had picked up quite a bit, and dust was going everywhere, so we threw on our riding goggles. Both I and my friend wear glasses, so we try not to use our goggles as much as possible, and we continued on. We were riding up a very remote trail when my ATV started to have problems, so I had to stop for a bit to see what was wrong. My friend told me he was going to ride up ahead a little bit to see if there was a good place to turn around or if the trail was not too technical for us to pass through. He got on his quad and rode up ahead while I stayed back and tried to find the problem. Eventually I found out that my gas knob had been rotated a bit to the position of almost off, so I turned it back and got back on my ATV. After seeing how that had solved my problem, I thought everything would be fine until I came across my friend parked in the middle of the trail staring out into the forest. As I pulled up to him, he put his arm out to stop me and motioned me to turn off my ATV. As I turned the key, he pointed towards the trees. At first I couldn't see what he saw, but after grabbing my glasses out of my pack, I saw something. Deep in the trees there was a large black figure. I remember the stories I was told when I was younger. Seeing things in the snow mountain wilderness. Campers heard things in the night that didn't sound like any animal they had ever heard. Strange markings in trees. Dead animals ripped apart like they had been put through a chainsaw factory. Things that live in the back of your mind that you try to tell yourself aren't real. From the distance it was, I couldn't tell its actual size, but due to all of the trees around us, we figured that it must have been pretty damn big. We knew of there being black bears in our area, but according to rangers, there wasn't anything out there at this time of year. And it wasn't black like hair, it was like oil. Dark, black oil. I wanted to get a closer look, but my friend told me not to. We both had a very bad feeling. Something wasn't right. It was like, I don't really know how to describe it, the best words I can come up with are dead cold. Like my blood had frozen. We were not hearing birds anymore. No other ATVs or anything except for the sound of the wind. We turned our ATVs on to turn around and start heading back when we saw it move. We were right. Whatever this was massive and was like nothing I had ever seen. I guess it had been sitting down or something because now it had fully erected itself, and we could make out what may have been legs. It was just like a large black mass. We also saw what looked like some strangely short arms for its size. But, they weren't arms. They didn't look like them, at least. They were more like how an amoeba sticks out pseudopods. At that point, my friend and I absolutely freaked the duck out. We booked it down the mountain. We were absolutely terrified, and I was on the verge of tears. My entire body was shaking. Every now and then we heard some noises behind us and felt chills go down our backs. It felt like the trees had eyes. We just went even faster. By the time we reached the fire road, my front brakes had completely given out. We didn't stop until we got back to where our trucks were. We didn't even make eye contact with each other. We just loaded up our ATVs and headed out as fast as we could. He didn't even come back to my house to pick up his overnight stuff. We still haven't talked since earlier today. I am going to talk to him again later tonight and see if I can get any more details on what the hell we saw. All we know right now is that we aren't going up there again anytime soon. I'm debating even reporting this to Fish and Game or the police or something. We have heard stories of stuff in the wilderness, but we never really believed it. The one thing I really have learned from this experience, if I can take anything from it except for nightmares. For all riders and wilderness lovers out there. Never go alone. Footstep ghost in the woods. As a child, I grew up in the country. We built our home on 5 acres, surrounded by woods and a spring ditch that eventually transformed into a pond. In our woods, Dad had cut paths with his lawn tractor. One path led up the hill to a huge sandstone rock, shaped rather like a bowl. When I was 8 years old and on a warm sunny fall day, I went to this rock to lie in the bowl and daydream. I remember pretending it was a magic carpet and drifting over the cattle pasture to our south. I then heard footsteps along an adjoining path coming my way. Thinking it was one of my siblings, I called to them to come and play with me. The steps approached me, and I stood up from the rock and watched, fascinated, as branches brushed aside and the weeds and wild grasses mashed down. They stopped toe to toe with me, but there was no one in front of me. I wasn't scared, just puzzled. After a moment, the steps resumed, going towards our house. As if released from a spell, I realized that it was a ghost. Foolishly, I dashed towards our house, unintentionally following the same path the footsteps had taken just moments before. I ran into the house and grabbed my mom, telling her what had happened. She pursed her lips and turned to do more dishes. I tugged on her, yelling for her to face me. She reluctantly told me that she and my father had experienced them for years but never told us, praying that we would never encounter them. She said the steps would follow them and that Dad would walk in circles in the snow, and the steps would leave prints in the snow, and steps would follow in the circle. This was the first of my many paranormal experiences with the unusual. I think it is interesting that I didn't feel fear until after the steps had gone downhill toward our house. The campground that wasn't. So the other day I was talking with my friends about some of the strangest things we've ever seen, and this really odd memory came up. I figured you guys might enjoy tossing this one around, as it was truly the strangest thing that's ever happened to me. There was nothing really scary, and there was never any resolution, but still. You'll see. Bear in mind that this was all about 8 years ago, when I was still 14, but I'll tell it to the best of my ability. When I was 14, my dad and I had been driving up to North Carolina every spring for a father/son getaway since I was about 10. We always went to Cherokee, North Carolina, and stayed at the Yogi campground there. But that particular year, we decided we wanted to try something different. We stopped about half an hour outside of town at a truck stop and gathered up some pamphlets showcasing our options. One of the nicer looking camps was tucked away up in the mountains, just like we like, and had some really competitive prices. I wish I could remember the name, but it was a long time ago. Star something, maybe? The pamphlet had the worst directions ever. Honestly, just something like turn left and follow the road. But the price was good and it looked nice, so we turned left and followed. At first, nothing seemed too odd. Broken down farm equipment and other such derelict machinery were all over, but nothing too noteworthy. But as we went on, we began to note how empty this road was. No turnoff streets, no oncoming traffic, no stores. But it was a real mountain road, all twisty and not a lot of shoulder, so what do you expect? Then we found some road construction, all abandoned. Cones are out, bulldozers and backhoes are there, but no people. So we start to talk about how empty this place is. Finally, we spot a gas station. Thinking we could get an idea of how far it is to the camp, it seemed like we had been driving forever. We pulled in. That's when we got set on edge. The gas station was old. We couldn't tell because it wasn't overly run down. Just some rust and patina. Typical for that area. But as we got out and looked around, it became very atypical. Cars were still there, some old, some new. Some are even in the bay to be worked on. The store was locked up, but we could see stock on all the shelves. But no people, no lights, and no answer when we pounded on the door. So we left and went on, and a few minutes later, as twilight approached, we came up to the campground. As we rolled in, we immediately noticed it was quiet. Overly quiet. But it's full. There were campers, RVs, trailers, cars, and tents. Everything you would expect to see in a campground. But not a soul in sight. At first we thought it was just a slow night, and as we rolled under the big welcome sign, we began to check it out. At this point we still thought we might be staying there, and we were scoping it out for a good spot. The camp was in the shape of a zero, with the entrance and exit at the tip of the zero, with campers and tents spaced along the perimeter. As we looked, we noticed the pool. It had obviously been left full over winter. Very unusual for such a cold place. But there were cracks all over the concrete, and standing water was left in the bottom, recently melted and covered in leaves. It obviously hadn't been tended to in a while. We noted this as a negative in our decision process. So we began to look deeper for other flaws. I noticed that the road hadn't been tended to. The leaves were way too thick. But beyond that, no one had even driven over them in a long while. Because as we drove along, we left tracks down to the gravel. If anyone else had been there since the leaves fell, they would have left the same tracks. And we started to see this place for what it was. Deserted. That's the only way to describe it. I realized that even though all the vehicles were present, they hadn't been moved in a while. They were all covered in leaves, hoods, windshields, tops, and trunks. Old cars, some 50 years old, classic even. And new cars, only a couple years old. The same went for the campers and the tents. At least one autumn's worth of foliage. Looked like more. The place had not been touched in months, minimum. Maybe longer. There were picnic tables with stoves set up to cook on, just left there with utensils out, covered in foliage. The forest was taking this place back in no slow manner. And not a soul was to be found. When we took in the gravity of this emptiness, we yelled. We pulled up next to a camper with its door open, and we knocked on it. Then we yelled some more. No answer, and now it was creepy. We headed back up to the entrance, where the gift shop / front office was located, to try and get some answers. The front office looked like any other from the outside. Just a cabin with a big welcome mat and a few cars parked out front. Also unmoved for an obvious while. It was nearly dark as we pulled up to the drive-through style window and looked inside, expecting to see someone appear. But no one did. The store was fully stocked, with windows open, including this drive-through one. The only light came from an old-school jukebox sitting in the corner, just glowing away. My dad yelled for someone, and no answer came. He yelled louder, really trying to get some answers, and then that damn jukebox kicked on. One of the creepiest things that ever happened to me. As the only source of light, we could clearly see that there was no one around it. But I'll never forget, it was little Deuce Coupe blaring away like it owned that place. My father and I shared a very big nope and got out of there. We took the road all the way back out without passing another car or seeing another soul, yet again. All the equipment and road work was still there, as was the gas station, but I'll be damned if we were stopping at that point. We went to the Yogi campground and made camp there, happy just to settle in after the 16-hour drive. The next morning, that abandoned campground was all we talked about through breakfast. We had to know what that was all about. We resolved to go find it again during the day and hopped in the car. I was the navigator, so I went to pull out the pamphlet from my little folder, and it was gone. My dad thought I just lost it, but I knew I had put it in there the night before. He was upset, and we shared words about being careless, but he was so gung-ho to find the place that we decided to drive back to the rest stop and retrieve directions. So we drove all the way out there, only to find that the damn pamphlet was nowhere to be found. Not like someone had taken them all, it was a nice stop, and the spots were all stocked. It just wasn't among them. We tried to find the road again, because, like I said, it was literally just turn left and follow. But when we found the road we both agreed we had been down, it wasn't the same. It wasn't a windy mountain road. It went straight down about a mile to a dead end, with houses to either side. Maybe it was the wrong road, right? So we drove all around looking for the right one. Couldn't find it. Perplexed, we drove into town and asked around. But no one had ever heard anything about it. We spent half the day looking for this place, and not another clue was found. That's the worst part, no answers. There was never any resolution, just the creepiest place I've ever been. I know this was long-winded, but I thought maybe you may have had some insight into this kind of thing happening before, or maybe someone else has experienced something similar. If nothing else, maybe you can just take it as a story. Either way, feel free to comment or ask if anything needs clarification. Something in the woods. I was sitting in my front yard alone next to the fire. It was about 10 p.m. when this first happened. Sitting there smoking a cigarette, I heard something meow in the trees about 30 feet away. I walked over after yelling for it, and then I heard a very pronounced, very human-like meow. I don't know how else to explain it other than a grown man saying meow. I freak out and run to my neighbors, thinking it's a monster or some shit. 10 seconds after I get inside, all of his power goes out. I ran home and grabbed my gun, and then something ran across my yard. I'd what it was, but it wasn't an animal. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw, and no one will believe me. Weird town out in the woods by where I work. One night while patrolling my town, we were told to go to a strange place called Cernan Lake. Haven't been able to find it on any maps after the fact, and we had to be directed by dispatch to a back road, which was barely visible from the highway. Grass had grown over most of it, and you could only see tiny gravel rocks here and there. We're not strangers to small towns out in the middle of nowhere, seeing as there's a ghetto calling itself Lake Annette nearby. We don't ever go out there. Anyway, someone had reported a woman screaming inside a motel, and 2 men had gone into the room and not come out. This seems like a big deal, so another officer and I are sent out there, guided by dispatch, and when we arrive, it's just a set of 8 buildings, one of which is a gas station. There were no pumps, and it was basically just a house with a concrete drive-in. The motel is the closest thing to the road. A bunch of people, maybe around 9, were standing outside the motel. Most of the lights inside were on, and at first we didn't hear any screaming. We tried briefly talking to people outside about what was going on, but everyone said something along the lines of "I don't know, I just woke up because of the screaming." Seeing as this was a potentially dangerous situation, screaming/men who went in and never came out. Major red flags. I drew my taser, and my partner drew his service pistol in case the taser didn't work for whatever reason. Thick clothing, probe going off too far to one side, etc. And as soon as we opened the front door to the motel, the screaming started up again. It was so loud that we ran to the room it was coming from, yelled that we were cops, and went in. As soon as the door was open, the screaming stopped. Just gone. The room appears completely ransacked, featuring scratches on the walls and other signs of disarray. However, there is no evidence of blood, and everything appears to be either misplaced or damaged. The bathroom was completely clean, with no scratches. Closets were empty. I looked under the bed, nothing was there. We searched the area for as long as we deemed necessary, then radioed in to report that we hadn't found anything and waited for additional assistance to arrive. We left, returned to the station, and wrote detailed reports. We still have absolutely no ducking idea what happened, investigators don't have any idea, and we haven't heard anything from the lake town since. I've been having sleep paralysis fairly frequently and hearing scratching on the walls and footsteps ever since, as well as nightmares. I've been working with a psychiatrist to deal with it, and I'm currently trying Ambien to see if it'll keep me from experiencing sleep paralysis. I've been tempted to revisit the area on my own, but I've been unable to summon the courage. Our department can't afford body cams for everybody. Since we're a small town department, we can barely afford repairs on vehicles, so we didn't get any footage. Does anyone have any idea what the cause of this might have been? I'm leaning toward an elaborate prank of sorts, but it just seems odd, like it would have taken way too much effort to actually fake and be worth it. We have seen the guy who owns the gas station coming to our gas stations and filling up gas cans, putting them in the back of his pickup, and driving back toward the highway with them. Also asked around at the post office, and they've said they do occasionally get mail to and from, mostly tax stuff. I haven't been able to find it on any maps. The view is blocked by trees, making it difficult to see the turnoff on the highway. I've been having trouble finding any official records related to it, aside from a case file from the early 90s, before I was even born, about a textbook domestic disturbance. 2 people seeing the same figure in different colors. I'm usually quite skeptical about ghosts, and I wouldn't inherently call this one a ghost, but I think it's intriguing, and I'd like to get some other people's opinions on it. During the second lockdown in the UK, I and my girlfriend were going out for walks in a nearby forested area. We sat down in this area for a rest to just talk. During a pause in thought, I looked off into the trees. It's a fairly new part of the forest, so they're all quite skinny and spaced out, and I saw what looked like a tall pitch black figure standing next to a tree, which was quite strange, so I just kind of stared at it for a while. My girlfriend noticed me staring at something and asked what I was looking at, and I said something like, "There's something that looks like a man standing over there," and I pointed at it. She agreed that it looked like that, and I said that it was strange that whatever was making it look like a figure was so dark since it was quite a bright day out. She seemed confused because she saw this figure as a bright white silhouette. We both described the shape, but I thought we were looking at different things, so I suggested we stand up and walk toward it to see what was causing it. However, when we stood up, we couldn't see it anymore. We sat back down to see if it was just a change of perspective, but it was gone. I'm still not fully sure what it was. Maybe we just didn't sit down exactly where we were sitting before, but we hadn't even moved, so I think it's fun to think of it as a ghost. I'm interested to see what you guys think of this, or what explanations you can come up with. Glowing pillar or figure on a wooded path at night. Almost 2 years ago, in October, I experienced something that I'm still trying to understand. I believe in ghosts but also try to be as practical as possible and find reasonable explanations when I can. One Friday night, my family and I drove to our camp. There was a weekend event, and we arrived the night before to hang out with friends who were setting up and running the activities. When we arrived, no one was there. Turns out they had gone out for dinner, and I headed out into the woods to see if I could find anyone while my husband and kids brought in our camping gear. I know this camp very well and was feeling rather chuffed that I was comfortable meandering the trails in the pitch black dark with just my flashlight. I passed the program building and started up the dirt road to a cluster of cabins where I thought our friends might be setting up for the night, when that confidence left me. I looked up and saw what looked like a glowing pillar at a bend in the road by some small trees. It was a little greenish, like glow-in-the-dark plastic but vibrant, and it came straight at me, fast. I turned around and walked briskly back the way I had come. I glanced back, and it was way closer than it should be, and I bolted. I am not a runner, but I sprinted back through trees and the parade field to the main hall, my family, and electric lights. The next morning, I went back to try to find some explanation. All I could think was that my flashlight had reflected off the white door of a cabin, distorted by the trees in front of it, and burned the reflection on my retina to create the pillar of light, but then, would it have gotten bigger, like it was coming toward me? Shouldn't I have seen it also when I closed my eyes and not just when I looked back? I didn't talk much about it until this summer, when I was talking to a friend who works at the camp over the summer. I told her about the experience while laughing it off, but she became quiet and serious. She told me that she has had bad feelings and experiences outside of the main hall and on that same path at night. She made me think that maybe I had really seen something. If I did, what the hell was that? Why did it come at me so fast? And what would have happened if I hadn't run out of there? Thoughts? Early morning light. This happened way back in 1982. My cousin and I decided to head north of the Canadian Pacific Railroad during the first week of deer season in Maine. The railroad cuts the state of Maine through the center, and the season started a week earlier above the railroad back then. We were traveling a road that ran between the towns of Bingham and Abbott. That's roughly 25 miles of nothing but forest and is pretty much the same way today. We were maybe halfway between the two, and it was still dark when we noticed a light up ahead in the center of the road. A small beam of light was shining straight up. Now there's no one around for many miles, there are not even power lines. As we approached it, we could see that it was a flashlight. My cousin was driving, and he slowed down and told me that he was going to stop and get out and grab it. It just gave me the creeps. Something wasn't right about the whole situation. I said, "If you want it that bad, don't stop, I'll open the door and grab it without you stopping." He agreed, and that's what I did. After I grabbed the light and he started down the road, numerous lights appeared on both sides of the road from where we had just slowed down. Looking in the rearview mirror, we saw people standing along both sides of the road. My cousin stopped for a moment, and they just faded back into the woods. I've always thought that we had narrowly escaped a setup. What kind? Well, I don't know. But I honestly think I would not be telling this story if we had stopped. What's up with the woods? It's not about the woods itself, it is about certain areas. You could spend years hiking in deep wilderness and feel completely comfortable, fearless, and at ease. Although you are deep in foreign territory where you don't belong. On the other side, in some heavily wooded areas, you just know that they are off limits. As soon as you step inside, you do feel it. It doesn't have to be anything that humans, with their level of intelligence, scientific advancement, and general cognition they have in this age we live in, would perceive as paranormal. Or possibly, maybe paranormal. No, I believe that my subconscious mind picked up something my conscious mind failed to register. Something is off, out of place. I can't put my finger on it. Well, I don't have to. I will just turn and walk back where I came from. And soon the feeling is gone. Together with my desire to go to that place. I will find the other one. What caused the feeling? Maybe an unusual magnetic field, wrong vibration caused by natural causes, or weird wind movement / low frequency sound caused by air moving through unusual geological formations. Maybe not. Maybe you felt the eyes of that armed psycho who has a plantation of God knows what in that part of the woods. And 100 other maybes. Anyway, if it feels wrong, it probably is. Pick yourself up, take a step back, and walk away. Pay attention to that something isn't right feeling. Ever. Creepy vibes near Brookings, Oregon, made us leave our camping trip early. My friends and I went on a 10-day camping trip down the Oregon coast. As a group of all girls, we felt very safe and had no issues, until we camped near the Chetco River outside of Brookings. The river was beautiful, and we decided it was the perfect spot to roll a joint. Shortly after that lovely rotation, a couple of kids started wading up the river toward us. These were not normal-looking kids. They were catching salamanders and wanted to show us what they'd found. I was really hoping they would keep their distance, but they came right up to us anyway. Following behind them were their mom and dad. The dad had a huge pit bull on a leash. He tried to make small talk, asking where we were from and where we were staying. Of the family of 4, he was the only one who seemed lucid. It's hard to explain, but the kids and the mom did not look normal, and they also seemed very out of it. All of my friends and I became uncomfortable at the same time. I was honestly terrified but tried to remain polite as we got up to leave. Nothing actually happened beyond the horrible feeling we all had and the overwhelming urge to get out of there. Later that night, back at the campsite, we were getting ready for bed when we realized we couldn't find the car keys. We searched the campsite thoroughly. Eventually, my friend found them. They appeared to have been thrown across the campsite, in a spot none of us would have walked. It was away from the tent, the fire pit, and the bathroom. We were shaken up but went to bed anyway. The next morning, we were ready to leave as soon as possible, only to realize the keys were missing again. We unpacked the entire vehicle and finally found them fully wrapped up inside the tent, in a place that would have been checked multiple times before rolling it up. We still had another night or 2 left on the trip, but after that experience, none of us wanted to camp again. Later, I learned that many people describe the woods in Oregon as having a very dark feeling. A small part of me wonders if it was just because we were a bit stoned, but even now, that whole situation still feels deeply unsettling. Someone saw me driving an ATV while I was home. This story happened last autumn, around a year ago. In autumn we will start gathering our reindeer herd. We will then take that herd and move it to a large pasture. The pasture is connected to our fence, which the whole herd will go through. The purpose of this fence is so that we can do a health check, vaccinate them, sell some of them, and take some as food for ourselves. After they are done in the fence, they are then released back into their grazing grounds, which are on the tundra. Since we are quite a large group, we decided to form 3 teams. Every day, one team visits the pasture to gather a portion of the herd for the fence relocation. I was on team 2, so on the second day, which was a Friday, I went with my group and gathered quite a large herd that was going to the fence. The moving went smoothly, and we worked the whole day with that herd before releasing them around midnight. I was very pleased, as I knew that I didn't need to wake up at 6 a.m. and could get some well-deserved sleep. Now it was Team 3 that was going to move a herd to the fence. In that team was a man, let's call him S. He met with the others early in the morning. Each of them decided where they should drive and search for the animals. S said, "I can drive through the northern hill and see if there are any reindeer hiding among the trees." The northern hill was large and had a thick forest that the reindeer often liked to graze in. S went over the hill and through the trees until he finally found a small group of around 30 animals. He then started to move them out of the forest. But the forest was really dense, and an ATV had a hard time following the reindeer through it. He had lost them. As he finally got through the woods and reached a large clearing, he saw something moving behind the trees. It was the group, and they were standing still. It was a stalemate. If he moved, the reindeer could get spooked and run back into the forest, but if he didn't, they would just stand there. But then suddenly the reindeer ran out of the thicket and into the clearing. This was his chance. He quickly drove behind the group to prevent them from turning around. As S was moving with the reindeer, he saw something behind him. It was my ATV, and I was the one driving it. I then suddenly turned left and kept on driving along the clearing after the reindeer. S didn't think much about it. Maybe I had decided to come and help. We then moved the group into the main herd. Just as he was approaching the herd, he looked back only to see that I wasn't behind him anymore. Again, he didn't think much about it. He then met up with the rest of his team. It so happened that my dad was also on the same team as S. He drove to him, and they started talking. S then asked my dad, "So your son also decided to come help us today?" My dad looked in confusion. "No. I just talked with him, and he was eating breakfast." A cold ran through S as he realized it wasn't me that had helped him with the reindeer. A couple of hours later, I also arrived at the fence. As we were looking at the reindeer, S walked up to me and asked me where I had been. I said that I was home before I came to the fence. A cold went through my body as he told me what he had seen. Questions started popping up in my head. What was it, and why did it look like me? Clothes in the ATV also matched the ones I was using. The first thing that popped up in my head was that it was a sign. I thought I was going to die, and that thing was hinting at me being a ghost. But I'm still alive, so it wasn't that. My second thought was that it was an ancestor that looked like me, but then why did he have the clothes in the ATV? To this day, I still feel a bit scared driving through that wooded hill, fearing that I might encounter my doppelganger there. Incredibly strange experience in Little Cottonwood Canyon, Utah. I've camped a lot in my life. In fact, I've camped alone. I've camped alone in Big Cottonwood Canyon. I've had strange camping or hiking experiences before, but nothing like this one in this spot. The location was near the top of Little Cottonwood Canyon at or near Kekrit Lake. It's a beautiful location. However, the experiences that I, my sister, friends, and, as I've recently found out, other people have had are very strange. All of these experiences occurred within the same canyon. The way it started was this. I was at home, and I got a text that my friends were going to hike up to a place in Little Cottonwood called Kekrit Lake. I had never been there before. I was busy, so I told them I'd meet them up there. I started driving up shortly after they left. I parked and began hiking. It was about an hour until sundown, which I should have been more cautious of before setting off on the trail alone, but I was sure that I'd catch them somewhere along the trail because I'm a fast hiker, or at the very least I'd catch them at the lake itself. I started hiking, and there were maybe a handful of other hikers in the beginning, but then it was just me. Alone on this trail. I began to realize how long this trail actually was. I later found out that I had parked further down the mountain than I needed to, meaning I had to hike an extra half mile or so. I noticed the sun getting lower in the sky but thought if I could just hurry, I'd catch up with them. I was texting them, getting updates to their location, but service was spotty, so I'd get a text here and there. I told them roughly where I was and that I was hurrying. My sister told me that they were almost to the lake, so I began jogging, and then as I saw the sun dipping closer to the mountains, I started jogging faster. And then finally, it hit me that my phone had gone from 30 to 20 to 15% battery very quickly, which happens when it's cold. I was listening to some videos on my phone as I was hiking but turned YouTube off to preserve battery. But as I got higher up the trail, I started getting this ominous feeling that I've never felt before. And this is the reason I'm sharing this here. It was a deep sinking feeling of complete loneliness. Yes, I know this might sound obvious since I was alone in the forest, but I have been alone in the forest many times before, and this experience was different. This feeling wasn't just a feeling of being alone on this trail. It felt like I was alone on the mountain, which progressed to begin to feel like I was completely alone in the whole country. Then it felt like I was the only man on earth. I kept telling myself that this feeling was just my brain panicking because I was alone on this trail and the sun was going down. But no. That's not me. I'm not someone who panics in these situations. I've been in them so many times. But this feeling would not go away. It began to get more intense every passing second. It felt like not only was I the only man on earth, but it also felt as if I had entered some strange void. It felt almost like I was on earth before humans had ever existed. Like I was stuck on this planet with no animal life at all. Or at least no intelligent life. And the wind. Something about the wind felt so oppressive. It felt like it was so ominous. Something about the wind felt like this eerie messenger, like it was this dead omen breeze that was there, reminding me of how lifeless this void I was in was. I pulled my phone out of my pocket to try to send another text to my sister, and it was dead, which freaked me out even more. It was also starting to get cold, and I was in nothing but a t-shirt. And the dusk was starting to glow blue, reminding me how much light I was quickly losing. I tried pressing the power button to turn on my phone to maybe get a call out to my sister. And luckily it turned on. It was at like 2%, and I clicked her contact and called her, and it rang, but she didn't pick up. I then opened up my texts and saw a message from her that she had sent. And it was a picture of my friend who was up there with her. And it was a picture of him sitting on a rock, looking out at the canyon, smiling. And there was just something about the picture that felt off. It felt like it was coming from so far away. Like it felt like it was almost from another planet or another dimension. That I was millions of miles from. So I began sprinting up the trail, looking at that picture, hoping to memorize that spot so I could find them. I finally got to the top of the trail, and the sun had dipped below the mountains, and I could see the lake. I was frantically looking around for them. But no one was there. I got freaked out when I noticed I could see the stars reflecting off the lake. While I was near the lake, the feeling of emptiness was incredibly intense. I felt like I was on another lifeless planet. Or I was on Earth before any human evolved, and I was millions of years away from the first human to start walking this planet. I scanned the whole lake and couldn't see them anywhere. I looked at the picture she sent and couldn't find those rocks anywhere. There was something about that picture of my friend that felt so disturbing. It felt so distant. Almost as if it was like AI or something. Like imagine frantically calling your friend, and instead of them answering, you get their voicemail, but the voice doesn't quite sound like them. So after that I began yelling my sisters' and friends' names. And heard nothing. Then I began screaming their names, running around the lake trying to spot them. And after every scream I heard nothing. I made the decision to abandon my search and sprint back to my car, aiming to reach it before the dusk light faded. My phone was completely dead now, so I had no light. I booked it down the trail, and eventually it was pitch black, and I was slowly feeling every step to make sure I didn't twist my ankle. Fortunately, I found them halfway down the trail. But that feeling stayed with me. A few months later, my friend group and I decided to go camping together. I chose to go up in that same spot since it was one that we all knew. But I remember that as soon as we arrived up to that lake area, I got slammed with that same alone feeling. That I'm the first person, the only person on Earth feeling. Which was strange because this time I was with a group of friends, so it couldn't be explained away by the fact that I was just physically alone up there. I also felt kind of sick all night. And the wind tormented me all night. It wasn't very windy at all. No one would describe it as a particularly windy night. It was just this very slight breeze that I could hear on my tent. It was simply a gentle breeze. Most would describe it as a calm, relaxing breeze, but it didn't matter how calm it was. It tormented me. I can't describe how, but it did. Every time I heard the slight breeze hit my tent, it caused me this horrible feeling. This ominous, oppressive feeling, this overwhelming presence, was pressing down on me all over. Every small flap of my tent's rain fly. It was like this feeling of this ominous void was showing itself to me through the wind. It felt otherworldly. I don't know if that even describes it well enough. It wasn't until the morning that my sister conveyed to me that she had had the exact same experience the entire camping trip. She told me that as soon as we set up our tents, she felt horrible anxiety and had a sick feeling. She said that she felt like she was the only person on Earth. Here's my sister's story. I and my friends decided to do a short backpacking trip up a popular canyon and hike to a spot that's near a ski resort, so it's pretty high up. The end of the trail/destination was a lake getting close to the top of the mountain, and there was a steep hill off to the left we decided to camp at since it would be out of the way of hikers in the morning but still close enough to make trips to the lake, fresh mountain water, to fill our water filter bags to drink. I was the only girl in the group, 2 of the guys were my brothers, and the other 2 were our friends. I had done a lot of hiking and camping, but I had never gone backpacking before, so I wasn't used to carrying the heavy bag filled with all my gear. I'd done this hike to the lake before in July a few years ago and remember it being pretty steep towards the end, but it was way different with this 30 pounds pack on. I was 20 at the time and had like no muscle lull, and this time it was late August. It was warm outside the canyon, but we knew it would get very cold at night. I had good gear, a sub-zero sleeping bag, and a sleeping pad to also help insulate against the cold, all stuff I'd used before. We left later than we wanted, but it was only a 20-minute drive to the trailhead and 45 minutes of hiking, so we weren't too worried. The hike was very beautiful, featuring a consistent incline throughout, along with many lovely grassy fields and sections shaded by trees. At that time, the weather was perfect, no need for a jacket, with warm sunshine and plenty of cardio. When we reached the end of the trail and arrived at the lake, we noticed that the sun was beginning to set, even though it wasn't sunset yet. We topped off with all our gear and set up our camp before it got dark. Again, I've hiked a bunch and camped a bunch, but I'd never done winter camping, and my brother, who had done a lot of camping in winter, snow, etc., told me what to do, what to bring, etc., so I was trying to get my tent up and all my stuff out before the sun went down because you could feel it was starting to get colder the more the sun went down. I don't know what the altitude of the ski resort is, but it's a part of the Rocky Mountains, so it's pretty high up already and full of pine trees. To give an idea of how high we were at the lake, there were still trees, but at the top of that hill there was only a small cluster of super tall but branchy trees, and then literally up the slope a bit more and it was all rock because it was the top of that Ducking Mountain peak, and literally no trees or anything anywhere, which looked weird because there was a bunch not far below. I'm guessing it was above the alpine line at that point because there were just a bunch of rocks, and some patches of snow at some point. It had incredible views down the mountain. I don't know how to describe it because it's not like we were on top of Mount Everest or something, just the whole resort is at the top of the mountains in that area, but there are other peaks that go higher. Still though, we were super high up, and the sun was going down, and I was not expecting the temperature to drop that fast and be that cold just with the sun lowering. The views were awesome, but there was a weird, empty vibe up there, and it wasn't because all the day hikers were gone, it just felt absent, like even the sky. I went up to the rocky area at one point by myself, and it felt eerie, like I was alone even though everyone was like 100 feet from me by the tents below, but it just felt very alone. Even picturing it now gives me a strange feeling, recalling the gray sky that was getting darker above us. I don't know why it felt that way, because literally there was an entire resort below us that you could see some buildings of, and if you looked the other direction, the entire mountainside was full of cabins, so it's not like we were in the middle of nowhere at all. It's literally a super popular hike, but it just felt far, not long after the sun went down and it got cold. Like cold. I knew it would get cold, but being late August, with no snow around, recent snow, I didn't realize it would be that freezing, especially on top of that hill, so the wind was a bit stronger. I put on my big coat and all my layers, but it was still biting through. This is where it got weird. Fast forward maybe an hour and a half, and everyone's freezing, but we're fine, hanging out in the tent, and it was dark, but we were happy and laughing and talking. We got our food to cook dinner and went to the outside of my brother's tent because he had his backpacking stove already set up. By that point I was feeling unwell, I was freezing, but I didn't feel physically ill, but something was so off. No matter how many layers I put on, it was like nothing was working, which I still don't understand because it couldn't have gotten below 35 degrees Fahrenheit, and my clothes were totally adequate for this temperature around the mid to low 40s, and I felt deeply uncomfortable. The darkness didn't scare me because I knew how populated the area not far from us was, but there was something about being at the top of that mountain area, the wind blowing, and being freezing that felt scary in a way, even though I wasn't scared of anything, if that makes sense. It was more of a vibe, I guess. It would have made more sense if we were in the middle of nowhere, with no buildings, people, or anything for miles, but we weren't, yet it felt that way. Again, I don't know why, but every footstep from the outside of my tent to my brother's 20 feet from ours felt like it took a massive amount of energy, not just physically but mentally too, which still doesn't make sense. It was post-backpacking tired, like it didn't feel like physical exertion but instead this dread with every step, like there was no relief anywhere, relief from what, but relief of some kind. It might not sound weird reading, but it still confuses me so much where that feeling was coming from. Even pulling out my dry freezer backpacking food from my back felt like the biggest emotionally tasking thing in the world. Again, if I was tired from the hike, then lying down in my cozy sleeping bag would have helped, but it didn't, it wasn't that. Over at his 2-person tiny tent, I stood outside feeling like my body and soul were crushing and saw he had little fairy lights strung around the inside of his tent, and they were the warm tone, which I remember because that warmth stood out so much, even on an emotional level, from literally everything around, and the vibe around us too. I wanted to be in that tent so badly and get out of whatever feeling the outside had, like I desperately wanted to get in, which was so weird, but it looked so safe and warm, and despite not being far from civilization at all, it felt like we were in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I don't know how to describe it because it wasn't just the normal discomfort you might have being that far from anything. It felt so far and cold from warmth and humans, on, like, an emotional or psychological level that seeing those warm string lights had that much of an impact on me. It only got worse. We all ate outside the tent in that freezing cold, and despite me being warm, I still felt that dread and like I was dying inside or something. My friend and brothers were laughing and joking around, totally normal, but I felt so far from those feelings. The walk back to my tent once again felt like this absolute trek, and I got inside, still feeling there, and decided to just go to sleep to at least get out of this feeling. It was dark and late anyways. The other 3 in my tent stayed up a bit, still laughing and talking, and I lay in my bag on one side of the tent by its wall and felt cold to my bones. It still doesn't make sense. This was a down, sub-zero sleeping bag meant to withstand way colder temperatures, meaning that I should have still been comfortable and warm that night, but no. I mean, I even had my full coat on, 2 layers, and laid in that bag, and there was no warmth, nothing. I still feel a distant sense of loneliness and exhausted dread, and I am freezing, which makes no sense. I called my brother, who had done seriously so many winters, even a few blizzard campouts, to see what I was doing wrong, and even he couldn't figure it out. Coat on, sleeping bag, and my sleeping mat giving me distance from the ground. I dozed off at some point, the wind still going, but woke up at around 1 a.m. with everyone else fully asleep, and that's when the entirety of this feeling that night hit me. Unexplainably, I felt so far from any warmth, civilization, and comfort, as if I was like the only human in those mountains despite my friends next to me and seeing the lights of the cozy cabins on the other mountainside across. I felt exhausted on a deep, emotional level, but I couldn't fall back asleep. I was the only person awake and aware on the top of that mountain with the cold wind blowing outside and pure darkness all around. On all of my camping trips I've never had that alone feeling, the darkness feeling that dark, if that makes sense, but it was so intense. I lay there freezing to my core for the next 2 hours, unable to do anything but think. I kept thinking of the people in the city outside the canyon in their warm homes, their warm lamps, like the golden colored ones, lighting up their living rooms, the heater on, and scenes like that. It sounds so freaking weird, but I literally was like aching for humanity on that darker feeling, freezing, desolate hill. It sounds so dramatic, as if I were stranded in the middle of nowhere or something, but that's why it makes no sense at all. I've never experienced anything like this nor had anxiety or anything like this, none of it made sense. All there was, like, a truly imposing, like impending feeling of desolate loneness and coldness all around and inside too. I've been cold, I've been tired, and I've camped in further places, but every night in my sleeping bag, around whoever I'm with, I've had a sort of warmth inside, kinda like that cozy feeling when it's snowing out and you're in your bed, but it was like that feeling was violently gone, if that makes sense, and the wind was just blowing and blowing outside. At some points I'd just look in my tent, eyes open, and its walls felt so void of any sort of light or warmth. It was so weird, like they were the coldest gray shade. That feeling that you just kind of always have with you, like the feeling that's just normal, felt like the most emotionally warm feeling I could imagine, but it was not there. Lying there, I started to just imagine these weird scenes, I guess with all those vibes I was feeling or something. With my eyes closed I got hit with this idea of being the only human on the planet, but in a very specific way, like you happen to spontaneously spawn by yourself on a people-less planet, with no knowledge or memories of anyone or anything else, yet somehow still being you. When picturing that, it sounds so funny, but I thought of how freaking comforting the ideas of cities were. Like if I got stranded in the middle of some forest in the Yukon with this truly alone, desolate feeling I was feeling now, there is something so comforting about the ideas of cities. I thought of people in Tokyo with their lights on doing random things, and all the people and energy of the city just being there, even if I was far away from it, the same with other cities. With that scene I was picturing being the first or only person on the planet. I thought about how in a different situation, if the apocalypse happened and you were the only person left after everyone was gone, there would be something equally as comforting as legitimate ancient Rome existing. Even with everyone gone and no one else around, the existence of people, energy, movement, and humanity in the past would provide significant relief against this specific feeling. But picturing being the first, I just kept ruminating, imagining, and feeling what I would be like if none of that had happened, just you. Such a cold and desolate feeling that the idea of a civilization thousands of years ago would bring some relief to that. The one part over and over in my head of that first-person scene was standing in this field that wasn't quite flat but had a long, slow incline to a sort of hill that had very, very sparse pine trees just sitting there. The sky was gray, and there was nothing else, and the part that felt the most intense was the wind. Not even a strong wind or a storm, but a breeze that's not super cold but just cold enough to be uncomfortable hitting you with no protection, walls, tents, or anything. There was something about the just cold enough, light breeze almost blowing in a completely empty world that was one of the scariest things I'd thought about. I then thought about how, being the first or only person, you wouldn't have any knowledge of building or how wind and coldness even worked. I pictured somehow making walls out of something and placing them around you, But that weird gentle wind would be completely unhindered by them and reach you with that coldness through the ceiling-less top above you. You'd have no concept of fire, how it rises or fills a room, or absolutely anything except what that cold gentle wind feels like on your skin, and you don't like it, it doesn't feel good, but you don't even have thoughts of what would remedy that, because no human has done anything yet. It's just you and nothing else on that planet in the universe. Reading it now, I'm sure it won't make sense, but with that almost violent, desolate feeling, completely void of humanity, it was one of the scariest feelings I'd ever had, and it wouldn't go away. That scene I was picturing had a really close feeling or vibe to the hill we were on, the same feeling I get when I picture the sky when the sun is starting to set but is not all the way yet. I have no idea why, but it legit felt like that hilltop was separate from the rest of the planet or something. I don't even know. Because it makes no sense that a campsite that literally overlooks a ski resort and many cabins would feel so desolate, but that energy was so strong that it literally just seemed to get stronger and stronger as time went on that it confuses me how such a specific vibe just permeated every inch of that place. Even when I look at the pictures from that camping trip, something seems distant about them. Even though a lot of them include my friends, brothers, me smiling, doing stuff, laughing, and doing happy light things, something still seems off even in the image. Especially this one picture that I took the next day that's just my tent, my brother's tent a little further back, the back of the mountaintop, and the sun in the sky. It feels so still, lifeless, like humanity hasn't touched it or something, and the reason I say it like that is because, with that scene that wouldn't leave my mind the night before, it was so aggressively void of any touch of humanity that it's like you could feel its absence. It probably sounds dramatic, but I don't know how else to describe it. If I'd have thought about what a completely alone, lifeless planet, never having been even perceived by humans, would truly feel like, but with that scene it wasn't just a passive lifeless feeling but a literal aching, imposing, truly desolate feeling, which is why even the concept of being the only person on Earth, but just Rome existing thousands of years ago, Tokyo, New York, and the civilizations literally so alive with people having existed, even though gone, would bring comfort in that situation. It probably doesn't make any sense and sounds dramatic, but it's such a specific and difficult feeling/energy to explain that I don't know how else to. It's cringe, but after all of that I literally just thought about how much I love humans, how there's just automatically life in everyone and everything, how I love our civilizations and cities, and how humanity creates a warm energy, a warm vibe, by literally going around doing stuff, anything. It's just like how physical heat is molecules moving around faster, and I just love the warmth of humans that's just automatically there by just existing somehow, if that makes sense. I even pictured someone so obnoxious and annoying, but the idea was still just as comforting because there's warmth and humanity that person would have just by existing, and someone being annoying or rude just seemed light and funny because there's so much humanity and, like, life in annoying someone. And it's not even in the cliche or cheesy way, but like a literal just, oh damn, humans and humanity are just so much warmth and energy, literally like molecules producing heat because they're moving around faster. Like there's just life and movement and so much with humanity and energy. It's the most comforting, home-like, familiar feeling, especially when comparing it to something or somewhere completely detached from everything. And for some reason that I don't know why, that top of the hill felt off and cut off from everything, and there was this tangible energy of alone that was one of, if not the weirdest, things I've ever experienced, especially on such an intense physical, emotional, and energetic level.